If I were to say, my fellow citizens, that we shall send to the moon 240,000 miles away from the control station in Houston, a giant rocket more than 300 feet tall, the length of this football field, made of new metal alloys, some of which have not yet been invented, capable of standing heat and stresses several times more than have ever been experienced, fitted together with a precision better than the finest watch, carrying all the equipment needed for propulsion, guidance, control, communications, food, and survival on an untried mission to an unknown celestial body, and then return it safely to Earth, re-entering the atmosphere at speeds of over 25,000 miles per hour, causing heat about half that of the temperature of the sun, almost as hot as it is here today, and do all this, and do all this, and do it right, and do it first, before this decade is out, then we must be bold. The great British explorer George Mallory, who was to die on Mount Everest, was asked why did he want to climb it. He said, because it is there. Well, space is there, and we're going to climb it. And the moon and the planets are there, and new hopes for knowledge and peace are there. And therefore, as we set sail, we ask God's blessing on the most hazardous and dangerous and greatest adventure on which man has ever embarked.
Space is open to us now, and our eagerness to share its meaning is not governed by the efforts of others. We go into space because whatever mankind must undertake, free men must fully share.
The impact of this adventure on the minds of men everywhere who are attempting to make a determination of which road they should take.
I'm going to step off the limb. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful from here, Neil.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everyone.
Hello. Hello.
We're probably going to keep this pretty quick. We don't like being up here, but I'm pretty happy to see this many new faces, to be honest. Super quick intros. I'm sure you've heard the spiel, but 4 co-founders of Hackspace and HackRed. My name's Kevin Velasquez, and I'll just let the guys speak.
Hey, I'm Dan Neifeld.
Zachary Statius.
And I'm Ken Nevers. Welcome to Hackspace. Cool. The slides working? I can see them.
Oh. Can we get the slides on the...
There we go. Cool. Got some quick things to go over. Welcome y'all made it here this far. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, please do so. All of our comms will be on there. You can click on that pretty easily. There's rooms all around on the outside. We have this room is the main stage, which will also be simul-streamed, simulcast, whatever, simul-something out there to the interwebs. Conference, CTFs, challenges, villages, and whatnot, and vendors will be over there on that side. We have all of our tracks on this back wall. Super, super cool. Order lunch early. You can do it via the app. There'll be QR codes, and then just run off and pick it up right there at the park. Afterwards, we'll have an award ceremony, LobbyCon, etc. Want to get involved? Help us out. We'll take it. Sign up on our website. We want to thank volunteers, our awesome yellow shirts, the team leaders, our voucher and EDU partners that have contributed to our mission, all of our speakers, trainers, villages, sponsors, all of you for coming. We want to thank you so much. Special thank you to these folks. They contributed in infinite ways. We want to give them a shout out. And I got out of this video. That's why I'm stuck doing this in person. But we have a nice video to roll into now. So. Here, Ben.
You all about Robert Blankin. Robert? Was my grandfather. He served in the military. He was in the Navy during the Korean War. He was a petty officer. And there were two real important points that his legacy.
Can we have help with audio? No, I'm not live. Hello.
Let me tell you all about Robert Blankin. Robert Blankin was my grandfather. He served in the military. He was in the Navy during the Korean War. He was a petty officer. And there were two real important points that his legacy was about and that he wanted us to continue. Number one was to be kind, share kindness to the community and the people around you. And then number two, find a way to serve your country or your community. One of the big things that we do, we're focused on veterans, active duty folks, trying to transition them into cyber and security. We have a mentorship program. We have a voucher program that helps pay for free certificates. We also created a scholarship named the Robert S. Blankin Veteran Scholarship.
One of our main things to do is to lower the cost of education and getting to cybersecurity. So we put together with our sponsors, our proceeds from our company, our pen testing company, is we help fund the education, fund the certification program to give away to veterans, neurodiverse, struggling students, just really anyone that needs help.
We're really all about mentoring somebody. I was mentored by Zach. I've been mentoring a lot of people. And each conference we mentor more and more, and all we really ask for is if we help you get a job or give you vouchers or get some great training or education, all we ask is that you do the same and mentor somebody else. And that way we can continue growing naturally.
If you need help, ask for it. That's what we're here for. For a lot of the sponsors that we have, we don't even ask for monetary donations. A lot of times it's like an OffSec or a Black Hills.
This is our fourth conference now, and we have many more planned, but just getting everybody involved so that we can leverage this and train as many people, lower the cost of education, and make a difference in the security posture of our country. Many people from the community and our organization and volunteers have all come together to build what's called Build Cyber. This is an aggregation platform that'll be focused around knowledge sharing, video sharing, work on recruiting, staffing, workforce development, mentorship. So it's a place where you can meet people, connect, learn. Build Cyber is our solution, and I'd love to go ahead and show you all the project that we've been working on, and looking forward to talking more about it in the future.
Test. Cool.
Hey Ben, ask him to switch to the feed.
Huh? Can we switch the feed back to the laptop real quick?
Bingo.
Just so you can see my awful code. Yeah. All right, cool. So my name's Ben Watkins. Gotcha. My name is Ben Watkins. I was actually part of the Build Cyber mentorship program that they started, I guess, in the first HackRedCon. It's how I came to know these guys, for better or for worse. And from there, OSCP voucher, a lot of mentorship, great stuff. But we started talking about how do we scale this out a little bit? How do we provide education to the people coming in, to put people in jobs, to do this kind of things for, not just for one-on-one, but making as Dan said, like a place that we can all come together. So this is Build Cyber. So one of the things about Build Cyber, well, first let me give a little bit of my background real quick. I was a software engineer for 5 years, and then I was poached by our InfoSec department to then come and basically build their AppSec program. And very quickly I realized that trying to be a professional InfoSec is like drinking from a fire hose 24/7. Just trying to learn all the time, and then your people expect you to know everything all the time. And I thought it was going to stop after a year, but it didn't. It's just the fire hose is on, and it's always been on. So that's why we built this platform. So we built Cyber to be able to handle not just the depth, but the breadth of all the information we put in, because how do you organize information whenever the tools and services we're talking about, as an industry, we just try to break those and use them for what they're not supposed to be used for. So how do you even start to organize that stuff? So we went with trying to build it like a brain. So that's where we have a graph model. So it's really easy to contribute. So you don't have to write a thesis paper on Active Directory to contribute. You have your keep the information really modular and put it up there. You have Burp Suite, things like that. We can host things from a wide array of topics. Right now we're looking at some of Kevin and some of the guys' content as well. So yeah, that's why we built it this way, and we have technology coming on top of it that's going to make it easier to learn from. And we have a lot of cool functionality coming, hopefully in the next 6 months. We've been probably only working on this for about 6 to 9 months, I think. Grabbing like every waking hour we can to kind of put it on here. But whenever you're traversing the nodes, you go in here, you can either do it the way we just saw, you go in there and you search, but it just goes in a feed. And so you're exploring basically like these trees as you go down, and one of the things that always has stopped me when I'm like learning is just staying out of tutorial hell, like understanding why things are the way they are, and not just because I watched Ken run crack map exec on a video sometime, and like, oh cool, he has the hash, that's great. Like what does that even mean? So one of the nice things about this platform is as you go down, I think this should be playing. Yeah, as you go down and you encounter topics that you don't know, you can click on those things and explore the information underneath of that. So it gives it a really easy way where you don't have to worry about organizing the information as much as just like what it's related to, which is really nice. I use this for like all my personal notes now. So it's been good so far. But the thing I forgot to mention that Dan told me to mention at the very beginning of the video is that we're launching a beta test for this weekend for everybody in the conference. I'll be over there in a tent, basically signing up people. We need content creators. If you want to try putting your content on here, growing our network to educate people. If you want to come in here to learn, or if you want to come here to just break shit, like please come over there and see me. Tell me how bad my code is. We need it. One of the other things too is that we also have videos up here. So we have videos from HackRedCon and HackSpaceCon. A lot of great podcasts. We have Ken's podcast, Sear Spotlight. I had never seen it before, but it's actually really good content, believe it or not. Who would have guessed? But like, subscribe, all the things on here. We also have you can add notes and things like that. I'm excited to get you guys on here because it's something that me and my team have been working on for a long time, and I'm excited to actually put it against the test of time. So.
And the recorded talks from here are going to be uploaded to there first. So
yeah,
sign up if you want to see what.
Yeah, exactly. Come check us out. But anyways, I think I'm rambling a little bit, so I just want to wrap it back up and say we built this so that for the community and so it can grow with the community. So we really need you guys as well to come in here and test it out. Have your own personal private notes that nobody can see in here. Have your own. Make this be your repository, and because you can share it with your friends too, and I can look at Dan's notes and he can look at mine and stuff like that as you share them out. I think it's gonna be really, really nice when we get this thing to scale. So that's me. I'm Ben the Human on Discord. Come see me at the tent. I also you got Dan and them. They already have content on here. Come check it out. But we need to grow it. But and that's where we're at. So thanks for listening to me, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. I'm excited to be here. I don't know about you guys, man. I get to see all these pretty faces again and again from our first conference to now our fourth. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm just excited. So when I was newly getting into InfoSec, I went to a really awesome conference, and I got to meet a really cool individual. And I was, maybe one of you guys, this may be your first conference. And my boss introduced me to an amazing, basically living legend in the industry here. And he gave me my first challenge coin. So I want to reciprocate and bring him up on the stage. Dave Kennedy, everybody.
Test. Anything else to say? Well, real quick though, I wouldn't be remiss to, and I unfortunately brought one challenge coin, so I owe you some more. But I have a very special challenge coin that I only give to people that are making an impact in the world, and all of them are labeled 1, because I don't think giving any less significance or more significance to a challenge coin is important. It has my signature on there. There's a lot of Easter eggs, but I only give to friends, personal family, and people that are making a huge difference in the industry, and you guys and all the folks here are definitely doing that. So I'd like to give you one of my personal ones as well. So.
Wow, thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Let me just get set up here, and there's a lot of cockroaches on the table for Trevor. So Trevor, never forget Trevor. Test. Perfect. Look at this. This is amazing. Hey, everybody. Thanks so much for coming out. Again, I want to reiterate what the folks are doing here. I mean, to make a difference, obviously from putting on a con that takes a lot of time and effort, and having your significant others work as part of it. For those that don't know the story behind Derbycon, my wife was literally the mastermind behind all of that. Like, I did nothing. Like, I'm just going to admit it. I did nothing other than get up on stage and say hi and appreciate coming to the conference and everything else. And we had so many good people working the conference. And, it's crazy how it all started. Like, Martin was a roadie for bands. So he's like, why don't we throw some big parties and have some big bands? I'm like, that sounds like a good idea. So then we had Infected Mushroom and Wu-Tang and, Vanilla Ice, which was crazy. It's like, and then we iced Vanilla Ice. That was awesome. So gave him a Smirnoff Ice, and he chugged it. He's a great guy. But, it's those types of things that we do in our lifetimes that make a big difference. And I'm actually going to skip ahead on a slide really quick just to show you. I'm a huge Doctor Who fan, and my doctor's Matt Smith. Everybody has, people be like, oh, I can't believe Matt Smith's your doctor. That's crazy. It's David Tennant or this guy or whatever. But long story short, like every time like an actor leaves, he dies and regenerates to a new doctor, and then that person gets attached, and then you hate that doctor for like a few months because he stole your last doctor, and then you like that doctor. It's a whole thing. It's an emotional roller coaster. But Matt Smith had a really good comment one day that really resonated with me. And if you think about it, we're all stories at the end, right? We all live and we all die. Hopefully your story's a good one, right? And these types of conferences that you put on, both from an education perspective, but the brilliant people that come here to speak, the people that put it on that make it possible, but also what goes on after that, right? The charity aspects of things, being able to help people get into this industry is extremely important. And, making a difference is what this industry is all about. Just to give you a little bit of background on myself, I grew up in a very poverty-stricken area, so net median income was under $30,000 or less, inner city school systems, gangs, violence, things like that. And it's only gotten worse since I've been in school. So I graduated at a place called Bedford High School, which is, if you look it up, they shut down school during the COVID timeframes and they reopened. And they shut down again, not because of COVID, but because there was so much gang violence, they had to retool their whole school system, their security systems, to protect the students that were there. So not a great area, right? And no STEM programs, no real way of breaking the cycles out there. And so a few years ago, I started off in, trusted second binary defense had been growing well. So I'm like, what can I do to make an impact, specifically locally as well as abroad? And so I built their esports gaming facility at first, which created 22 full boat scholarship opportunities a year to go into esports. And I thought it was crazy. Like, you can video game at school. This is the best thing ever. Like, can I go back to school? But creating those scholarship opportunities was cool. And they named it the David Kennedy Center of Leadership and Gaming, which I thought was really cool too. I was like, hey, I got my own like leadership and gaming facility, I guess. But then, that was just the start. Just this year we announced, we've been working with another company, and we sponsored and paid for the whole thing. And this isn't like a tax write-off or anything. This is like out of my own pockets. I'm not doing it to get a tax break here. We announced 9th through 12th curriculum programs, college-level programs for cybersecurity that also creates more scholarship opportunities. But the whole goal is we're retooling TrustedSec right now so that we can handle at least 20 interns a year coming directly from high school, paid internships, coming right into security without having to go to college, then right into the cybersecurity industry, right? And our goal is to be able to expand that. So since we started, there was one school, Bedford. There's 22 new schools now across the United States that have this exact same program and are building this out. So, we're working with partnering with, Black Hills and a number of other companies that we can get these students directly into it from a national perspective, and then, partner with all of these different companies and getting people without having to go to college, right into cybersecurity, teaching them the right way, and being able to really help out, kind of break the cycle for a lot of these folks that don't have access to technology. So a lot of really cool stuff. On a full battery so that I could drive here, which 14 hours normally, so like 30 hours in a Tesla, because you got to charge, as you go along. But I was going to make it here one way or another. What ended up happening was, there were obviously some disruptions here, but then our flight attendant never showed up. So we didn't have a flight attendant on our ride. Well, there was a woman who was on vacation with her family, had 2 kids and a husband. And she's like, she was a United employee, and she's like, hey, I'll just be the flight attendant for this flight. I'll be happy to work. And United was like, cool, you can do that. However, you need to have a uniform. And we're like, where am I going to find a uniform? So they're like in the back trying to find a uniform to piece together. Couldn't find a uniform, so it was delayed another 3 hours. So I got here late last night, went right to bed, got to work out this morning, and then I'm here today. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Don't worry, I would have came here regardless. So I won't go too much into my history, but founder of TrustedSec and Binary Defense, wrote the book Metasploit, the Penetration Tester's Guide, testified in front of Congress. I'm on the news all the time. And I started on other things like hacking your health. I used to be, if you've seen the different iterations of Dave throughout my security career, I've been very big Dave. I was 322 pounds at my max. Then I became really small Dave. I was like this tiny Dave. Now I'm big Dave again, which is cool. So, I kind of go through different iterations. The news thing is funny. I always tell this story because it's one of my favorites. If you've heard it, I apologize. But when you're going up and speaking, what's nice about speaking in front of audiences is you kind of control the narrative, right? But when you're on the news, you have no idea what you're going to be asked. Like people always ask, like, do you have like a preset script or the questions you're going to ask? And no, and a lot of times, in fact, the news may change in between, and they ask you about a whole different story that just broke, and you have no idea. Like I got asked about like, hey, if an EMP would hit this place, what would happen? I'm like, I have no idea. Like, I have no idea about EMPs. Like, I am not an EMP person, but I'm just going to wing it anyway, right? So it can be nerve-wracking in many cases. And one of the best ones that I always remember was during the height around the Iranian nuclear stuff that was going on, right? I was going on as a expert talking about Iran's cyber capabilities. And so I'll go on a major news organization. It was their primetime show. And when you go on the talk shows, you got to be really careful because they usually have a specific agenda. So you just have to stay factual about what you do. And I do all the news organizations. So if you hate one or the other, I'm on every single one of them. So I try to be hated by everybody, I guess. So I'm on CNN, Fox, CNBC, MSNBC. I actually haven't watched the news in like 4 years, so I don't know what's going on. But all I know is that when I got asked about Iran, I get introduced, and there was 2 segments. One was me, the cyber guy. And another one was this other individual that was a nuclear, like a nuclear physicist and an expert on nuclear treaty with Iran, which of course I know nothing about, right? And I'm not a nuclear expert. I watched Oppenheimer, whatever. But I feel like I'm kind of an expert at that point. But but anyways, they got the segments mixed up, and they introduced me as the nuclear expert on live TV in front of millions of people, right? That's fine. I'm like a normal person would have just been like, hey, you got the, I'm the cyber guy, but I panicked. I was like, oh, shoot, like, what do I do? And so I started sweating, like, everywhere. And I didn't know you can sweat from your ears. That's possible. Underneath your nose sweats, believe it or not. I know there's glands there. I was like, okay, I'm sweating everywhere. Like, I'm red. I mean, I'll find a picture and I'll post it. I think I got it scrubbed from the internet, but like, I have a couple pictures and I'm just, like, drenched. Like, it's instant. Like, 30 seconds, drenched in sweat. I've been running a marathon. And I panic, and I'm like, Okay, I'm gonna be a nuclear expert. Like, Dave, the Treaty of 1983, you know, there's this ramifications, this clause, and that. I'm like, yeah, they're definitely not doing a good job with adhering to those terms and conditions that they have there. But also, you know, Iran has a lot of cyber capabilities, and they're like, yeah, Dave, we have a cyber expert coming up next, so we're going to talk about that in the future. I'm like, so like halfway through, I'm like, all right, I'm screwed. Like, and then finally I hear the producer like, that's the cyber guy, we're idiots, you know, get him off of there. And then they cut it. It was like halfway through my conversation, they cut it. And then they didn't bring the other nuclear guy. I'm like, sorry we had some technical difficulties. Thank you so much, Dave, for having us. Anyways, fun times, right? One other thing is I'm a huge collector of DeLoreans or Back to the Future stuff. Back to the Future to me was the movie that got me actually into cybersecurity. Back to the Future 2, what the world was like, you know, or what could be. We still don't have hoverboards, but, you know, it was an amazing thing. So I own a DeLorean. I own a lot of the original props from the movie. I own the original almanac that was used in the movie, the actual prop. And I haven't publicly talked about this yet, but I actually own the hoverboard as well that was used in the movie. So, yeah, I just got that. So, yeah, pretty cool. All right. So why are we here today? This is my late friend, Kevin. Kevin, unfortunately, passed away from cancer last year. But Kevin was a pretty big mentor of mine. It was crazy. You know, obviously, Kevin, notorious in the 90s, the #1 world's most dangerous hacker. You know, went to prison for a number of years. A lot of people didn't know Kevin as a person, and he was just probably one of the most humble and nice guys I've ever met. And I released this tool called the Social Engineer Toolkit at the time. And I just get an email from, you know, Mitnick at gmail.com, and he's like, hey, man, really like your tool. It's super cool. If you ever want to chat, let me know. I was like, it's Kevin Mitnick. Like, he just sent me a message. Like, that's crazy. I'm like, hey, dude, yeah, I'd love to chat sometime. And ever since then, you know, we started becoming really good friends. Funny story about him, he was like, hey, do you want to go to Aerosmith? You know, I got a spare ticket. If you want to go, we can hang out in the, you know, the audience or whatever. I'm like, sure. It was in Vegas around the DEF CON time. I'm like, yeah, sure, sounds good. He didn't tell me that he is best friends with, you know, the lead singer's son, and we had the same badge access as the band. So I'm literally hanging out with like Tyler Perry and whatever. I don't know Aerosmith very well, but I'm like literally they're prepping and I'm hanging out with them. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, what is? Like, I'm on the bus, I'm hanging out with them, like I'm on stage with them as they're going in. I'm like, this is crazy, right? But he always liked to see the reaction of things that he could help other people with. And you know, Kevin's statement around here around how the industry's changed and what this talk is really about today is that if you look at how we were really founded, it was just a bunch of folks trying to figure things out. Technology was coming out, and technology itself was folks figuring things out, just like going to the moon was figuring things out, right? And we're in an industry now that has so many brilliant people, but we're starting to lock ourselves into what we call the industry, right? And the industry tells us where we need to move and what we need to do, right? And the direction that we need to move forward. So right now it's AI and ML, right? A few years back it was data loss prevention. A few years back it was zero trust, right? The industry dictates where we head as an industry, and those buzzwords and the things that come out from these conglomerate companies, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but dictates the direction that we're going. My concern is that we're losing some of the creativity that I would say that the founding fathers and men and women of the early days of cybersecurity had. And don't get me wrong, it's a different time, different place. And you know, we can't just willy-nilly just, you know, launch 0 days all over the place anymore and have fun with that and say, hey, like, hey, you know, good luck, this is a world-ending, you know, exploit, you know, have fun with it, here's all my code. But there are things that we can be doing that can help drive things much faster and move much faster. And you know, Kevin said, you know, before it was just about fun, it was about learning, it was about understanding things. Now obviously it's big business and making a lot of money and the monetization of that. And so if you look at the 90s to now, you know, I loved security in like the early 2000s. To me, it was like the golden era of security. Now you have this old guy up here talking, like 40 years old, talking about the golden era of security. But what was cool about that was like nobody did security well, ever. Like everything was just YOLO. I remember doing pen tests, and usually like the first day, and this is why I got so much done. Everybody's like, how do you do so much work? Like you're always working on engagements, and you're writing all these tools and all this other stuff. How do you do that? I'm like, well, the first day I'd go on site an engagement, I'd own them 6 ways to Sunday and have access to everything because it was like a 4-hour ordeal. But he had a week-long engagement or a 2-week-long engagement, so I'd write tools to help break in faster for what I did, you know, so that next time it'd be 2 hours instead of 4 hours or 5 hours, right? And so I'd release tools all the time because I'd literally be sitting on site writing new code to act faster because we had all this time because things were so easy. started changing was kind of a different perspective of things, of how we looked at things and how we focused on securing our systems. And what I can say is, from the 2000s to now, security is vastly different and way better, by the way. From an offensive perspective, everybody talks about offense. Offense has gotten a lot harder, much, much, much harder. It's no longer, running Shikata and Metasploit from an encoder perspective and getting around antivirus and popping boxes left and right. You actually have to do a lot of preparedness to get access to systems. One of my favorite things that I used to be able to do very well was I would take, I'd go into an organization and I'd go to Microsoft's website. I'd find a PowerShell script, and it'd be like 3,000 or 4,000 lines of code. And I'd do some OSINT. I'd look at the name of a web developer or a PowerShell developer within the company, and I would put some comment code in there, and I'd say, hey, this is a script being run by so-and-so. It's for reporting metrics for our domain controller for this specific product, just to add some believability to it, right? And then I'd tuck my malicious code like 2,500 lines down in the code, and then I'd run the script. And that worked for 15 years. Like, I did that all the time, right? And it worked forever. Now, they're actually looking at the whole lines of code because we've built a lot of automation in place, and we're actually looking at things like, and one of the actual decent uses of generative AI is looking through, large copious amounts of language, i.e. code, and being able to spit out things that are malicious out there. So, things have gotten much better in many cases, so much worse in some cases. Did anybody see the Microsoft report that just got released through CISA recently? Wow, like they kicked them several times in the where, but CISA came out with a report and about the 2023 breach that occurred, and basically said Microsoft lacks fundamental security controls over their entire cloud environment. They even said Microsoft probably shouldn't rely off of customers notifying them that they have a catastrophic data breach of all of their root certificates and keys to the kingdom, and should probably focus on detecting that themselves. So, we're looking at this and say, well, we've made a lot of progress, but we're definitely not there yet, which is where we all come into play, right? It's our job to make a good story on kind of the next generation of hacking, what we find out there. And so, when we look at how we kind of look at things as an industry, the way that I see most security programs, I get to test some of the largest security programs down to the smallest. And I'll tell you, the smaller size companies, it's night and day how hard smaller size companies are to break into versus larger size organizations based on attack surface. But a lot of times you find that one like Unix ninja that just knows everything. There was one guy I was doing a pen test for, and we ended up, this is actually a pretty funny story. So super paranoid individual, as every Unix person is. Every Unix person, they're just super paranoid people in general, like government's monitoring them type of thing. Anyways, but he's like, oh, like every machine we'd hit, he'd be like, I see that, I see that, I see that. And we ended up figuring out a way to get access to his box, and we enabled his webcam. And we're watching him. And he's sitting there like looking through lines of code. He's like literally all up in syslog, just like looking at everything. And eventually he finds out that we're on his box, and his facial reactions, because we let him know that we were there, his facial reactions, we caught it all on, it was in the report, it was amazing. He was a great guy, he was playing around with it. But, smaller size organizations sometimes have a lower attack surface, larger size do. But when you look at how our security industry is designed to work today, I feel like we're an extremely slow-moving turtle, right? And there's a reason for that. We have to operate in the confines of our business. Has anybody here implemented application control in one day before? No? You did? How many systems? Like 5? All right. So allow listing or application control, difficulty in implementing in organizations, takes a long time because of technology. Organizations really struggle with making change, right? And so we move slow. We have these amazing 1, 2, 3 year roadmaps. And then on top of it, I was one of the folks here that was, oh yeah, you're talking about how when you get security, it's like drinking from a fire hose, right? Does anybody here not have enough meetings? So it would be amazing if we could focus on our jobs, right? But we can't focus on our jobs, can we? Right? We're everything to everyone. Isn't there a song? We're everything to everyone. Anyways, and so when you look at all the distractions we have, does everybody here have enough funding and staffing? Good? Everybody's good? Yeah, see, we're all good, right? All of these things create kind of the cyclical effects that we find today in security. We don't have enough people, we don't have enough funding, but at the same time, I would argue, is that really true, or are we not focusing on the right things? We're focusing on the things that we're told based on our security programs because there's a book in Gartner that says, hey, we need to focus on converting everything to zero trust. Or we need to rip out our Cisco series because Palo Alto's next gen, even though we have 10 Cisco engineers that have 20 years of experience each, and we need to rip it out because it's next gen, and then we're going to retool everything so it's going to be better because it's next gen, right? I'm not saying Palo Alto's bad, by the way. It's a great product, but like, would you really rip out 100 years of institutional knowledge to build a whole new piece of technology and platform and complexity? That's really where we start to fail. And it's okay to do all this stuff because we want to secure organizations, but how do we augment and fix the slowness of businesses and organizations with having to move fast within the confines of our own area? And I'll tell you about that. I really feel like if we focus on a few things, we would make a big difference out there. However, we really haven't seen this yet, have we? It's funny, I was doing a talk with HC a number of years ago, and HC's amazing. He's the most amazing person ever I think I've ever met. And HC was talking about how we thought we'd see a large catastrophic breach that year in the medical field, where we'd see like a mass killing event or something like that. And I was like, I'm a little more skeptical. I think we're not going to see this happen quite yet. We really haven't seen this happen, but as technology continues to get more and more integrated, I'm sure we will. Now, when you look at where we came from, and this is I think the big difference. If you go back 10 years, we'd go in and we'd break into stuff first day, second day, third day, and companies would focus on what was the main focus of let's just say a pen test report. Does anybody remember like 10, 15 years ago? What was the main focus of a pen test report? Like when you gave them that report, what did they do in turn? They'd patch the systems that the vulnerability came from, right? Be like, oh, okay, you used MSO 8067, use this vulnerability, use this exploit, patch it. Patch that, and we're good to go. And then next year what would happen? We'd find a different exploit. They would patch that system, and patch that system, right? There wasn't a focus on understanding the tactics, techniques, and procedures of an organization and what was actually happening out there. So we changed that with something like, the cyber kill chain and everything else, and we looked at the MITRE attack framework, and then we had this amazing perspective around how attackers actually go after organizations and starting to build our security in the whole life cycle of an attack. So if we have a vulnerability out there that we forgot, we're not screwed, right? We have multiple other areas to identify where attackers are coming from. And, but what happened with that? Well, we commoditized that and we created all of these checklists. So MITRE attack, which is amazing, by the way, is used now more as a checklist of like, hey, here's a technique, here's a detection. Here's a technique, here's a detection. What happens when you take, let's just say, 2 techniques and you change them a little bit and combine them? Well, that detection no longer works anymore. Well, okay, well, what's the point of that? So we're still kind of stuck in that patching phase, but patching for known signatures of known detections in our own environment, or hoping that a specific product is going to solve it for us. A good example, we were doing a red team engagement recently for an organization, and they had gone through, we have full coverage of the MITRE attack framework is what they told us. Like we have full coverage of all teams out there, right? And so I'm like, okay, well, let's try something. I'm going to use one of the worst, most notorious law bins out there ever, which is regsvr32, okay? And I'm going to use regsvr32, but instead of just doing the download and execute functionality, like the /i, the // what, everything else, I'm going to couple it up with 2 different types of commands. I'm going to use wget to download my file, and I'm going to use regsvr32 to execute the scriptlet object and then get remote code execution on there for my initial implant, okay? And if you're doing a good, solid job around having coverage around the MITRE attack framework, if you built a solid detection, what would that look like in your environment? Let's see what that does. Of course, I ran it, and no detections happened because I didn't use the download functionality within regsvr32, and I got full remote code execution on there. They're like, well, how's that possible? I'm like, well, I just took 2 of your law bins, and I combined them into 1, and all of a sudden now your detection no longer works. So the fragility of our programs today are based off of very specific known attacks from the past. Now, here's the difference. Is anybody here, we all work for different companies, different organizations, governments, whatever. Every single one of our organizations and companies are completely unique. They're completely different to one another. Different people, different technologies, 20-year-old company, 30-year-old company, 50-year-old company, primarily cloud, hybrid, mixed, whatever. Every company is uniquely different. And that's bad for an attacker, because everything's not consistent across the board. So where can we actually focus our efforts on to get a little bit better with everything that we're doing? I already talked a little about the Microsoft one, but if you get a chance to read this report, I just want to read the one here, which is, first of all, Microsoft still doesn't know the initial root cause of what happened in 2023. So they had to go back and correct the statement. So the blog that they posted that it came from compromised employee, they don't know. So still today, they don't know how they got access to the keys of the kingdom from 2023, which, again, it's running all of our cloud infrastructure for Azure and Entra and Office 365 and whatever the hell they call it nowadays. You know, it's insane. But what I want to look at is Microsoft's failure to detect the compromise of its cryptographic crown jewels on its own and relying instead on a customer to reach out to identify anomalies in the customer had observed. Wow. Like that one right there is like Microsoft, the largest company, runs Sentinel and ATP and all these other things, right? They still really struggle with cloud. In fact, it even says in there, Microsoft isn't anywhere comparable to any of their peers in the cloud infrastructure, AWS and GCP. Not a knock on Microsoft, they have some of the most brilliant folks out there, but it's clear that they need to really focus on doing things a little bit differently. So, when we look at adversary capabilities, what's interesting about adversaries, I love this, we're not getting owned by 0 days. Those days are pretty much over. Like, sometimes we do, it's really rare, but most of the time it's using normal specific attack vectors, whether it's social engineering, whether it's phishing, whether it's finding an application flaw, where they're using normal techniques to get access to infrastructure. It's not something magic and sophisticated, but why again, if you go down to why is this failing, well, does everybody here feel like they know every single piece of technology in their infrastructure? Every single asset? It's ridiculous, right? There's no way we can know that. And I always make the joke, like, we can solve security today if you got it approved through HR that every one employee they hire, like, let's just say they hire one person in sales, you'd hire one person in security. So you could have like a 1-to-1 ratio. Like, we'd be good. Like, that would be the best company in the world. Like, we would be the most secure, right? However, we don't know all the technology out there. We don't know exactly what's happening in our environment every single day. But here's the thing, we don't need to. If you look at where our security programs are designed, our security programs are always designed to continuously get better. Does everybody agree with that? So if you have a 3-year roadmap, what happens at the end of those 3 years? Are you done? No, you have another 3-year roadmap, right? And then you look back at those 3 years, you're like, man, our security program really sucks. But it doesn't suck as much as it did 3 years ago, right? When I was at Bbot, I was a chief security officer at Bbot. And they decided to stop patching for 2 years because they didn't want to impact the business, right? Like, so I get there, I'm like, oh man, I got a lot of work to do. Like, this is gonna be a rough one. We got some cleanup here. The first thing I didn't do was run a pen test or start patching systems, because what's that gonna do? Like, if there's already a lot of bleeding happening, I need to stop the bleeding first and then retroactively go back and figure out what damage is done to the other organs, right? So I look at the program like, well, what do I need to do? Well, one, I know I'm gonna need to call in a lot of favors, so I better win over IT and be like the nicest CISO ever. So I bought them like pizza and beers like every day. They're like, why does this guy just keep like showing up at pizza and beer during the middle of the day? Like, this is awesome. Like, hey, I'm gonna need you guys to do some shit you're not gonna like to do. Like, like you're gonna get in trouble, but it's gonna be cool. We're gonna definitely be bypassing the ITIL change control process here quite a bit. There's gonna be no ITSRs, there's gonna be no tickets, there's gonna be nothing. Nothing's gonna match up. We're gonna tuck some stuff underneath the door to get this stuff done. So, funny story, I became really good friends with our network engineer folks, and we were trying to implement ScanSafe at the time, which was Cisco. It wasn't owned by Cisco at the time. And with ScanSafe, you can do what's called proxy chaining over a specific port. So you can eliminate like all egress ports, like 80 and 443 and things like that, which is great because I focus really heavily on it. Like, listen, if I can't fix my insides yet, I need to at least stop like exfiltration of data, command and control, and things like that to at least minimize my risk. But I knew that if I went through the formal like ITIL change control process, it was going to take like years. So I'm like, hey, I go over to my friend Mark. I'm like, Mark, dude, listen, I got ScanSafe deployed. We're proxy chaining over 8080. We do SSL termination. We're inspecting all the traffic there. So it breaks, Meterpreter, breaks Cobalt Strike. You can't tunnel over, 80 and 443, but I need to block 80 and 443 so they can't just directly go out. And I also need to block, by the way, every single other port and protocol that's out there. I don't want any egress filtering at all, including our server infrastructure. And I'm like, hey, I found this RFC. I found this specific ticket item that kind of looks like it doesn't at all, but it kind of sounds like there's like there's one port change. So can we just do all egress filtering across the entire company off of this one ticket? And he's like, nah, man, like that's gonna get me fired. I'm like, listen, man, Heat, you just like, can you just do that ticket? He's like, I'm not doing it, sorry. I'm like, okay, so I go to the more junior network engineer who's like all gung-ho. He's like, hell yeah, I'll do that. He's like, I'm in. I'm like, all right, here we go. Hold on to your butts. So we did it, and we broke our entire manufacturing warehouse, so we couldn't produce ATMs for like 6 hours. But I was really good friends with, because I'd forged relationships, right? I had built relationships with folks. They knew I was trying to do the right thing. And, you know, I was really cool with the VP there. He was fine with it. We didn't really do, it wasn't that bad. Like, I had a couple people yell, but I took the heat for it. I took the blame for it. And then we had complete egress filtering at Diebold for 18.4.3 and every single other port that was out there. You could not run a shell out of our network. It was amazing. Across the entire global company, I did it in a week, right? This is like month 4 I'm at Diebold, right? This is amazing. So, you know, it's those types of changes that make a huge impact, and being able to risk things and be edgy to go in and actually do something to make impact. In a company that's going to take 6 years to implement my 3-year strategy roadmap, right? I don't have 6 years. I'm not going to sit there in 40 meetings and thousands of hours and have to sit there to try to work through it done as much as I possibly can. So those are the things that can make a difference. Now, is anybody here familiar with the Uber hack? This is one of my favorites, the lapsus breach. So first of all, a bunch of 16-year-old kids who owned Uber inside and out, right? It's amazing. They were just doing it for fun, okay? And this is not a knock on Uber. Uber has a great security program. I know a number of the folks there. They have what I would call a standard, probably above average cybersecurity program, okay? And they got owned by a bunch of 16-year-old kids. Why did they get owned by 16? By the way, all of us here can get owned by 16-year-old kids, right? It's just a matter of opportunity, the scenarios that happen, do the stars align? A good example, the Caesars and MGM hacks, right? It's like literally like 6 minutes to break into a multi-billion-dollar casino, ring. That's insane, right? So it's just a matter of target opportunities and the stars aligning for things to happen. What's really cool about this one that I love, it literally like just totally fell apart, like in every way. It couldn't have gone any worse. Like every angle that they probably had, it just fell short everywhere. So they had a contractor. These kids bought some creds online for $22, okay? So, you have different groups online. They were selling phishing credentials. $22, bought compromised credentials from a contractor of Uber, were validated and things like that. Like, hey, cool, Uber, that sounds cool, we'll hack Uber. So they go to log into their Cisco VPN concentrator, but they have push notifications on, okay? So allow or deny, allow or deny. They go to authenticate, and the contractor gets a MFA request to say, do you want to allow this connection coming from the UK, or wherever they're using their Tor nodes from, probably like Czechoslovakia. Do you want to have somebody coming from Czechoslovakia logging in? Well, no, that's not right. I'm not logging in right now. Let me hit deny. Hits deny. Cool. It worked, right? Didn't report it, but hey, I mean, how much do we really expect of our users, right? Our users are really not going to report it. I mean, it's too much time. So denies, happens a second time. Deny, happens a third time. Deny, 17 times. At that point, probably should have reported it, right? But what does he do on the 18th time? Like, this is annoying as hell, hits allow, all right? Doesn't report it, again. So allows the attacker access to their infrastructure. Now they have a legitimate domain user in their infrastructure, right? So validated, authenticated insider. From there, the attacker starts snooping the network. They find a file share with a PowerShell script that has a hard-coded admin password, be their psychotic password access management admin password for their entire MFA, access to everything, cloud, AWS infrastructure, source code, everything, password, right? No detections whatsoever. In fact, the only way that Uber got notified was the kids started posting access to having root on their AWS infrastructure online for fun. So, but again, when you look at the scenarios that happen there, we'd all be susceptible to something like that. If a contractor just kept hitting deny and eventually hit allow, would we notice that? Maybe, if we have good understanding around our behavior around VPN users. Can everybody here guarantee that there's no PowerShell script with hard-coded credentials in their entire company and organization? I'd hope the psychotic one, okay? Like that's next tier stuff right there. But in most cases, we probably don't know exactly what's in our infrastructure. Now, when I talk about the fragility of our systems, this is Windows 11 botting, the latest version of Windows Defender, and I also have another one with CrowdStrike. What I'm going to show you here, again, is the fragility of our programs. So what happens is we have this security program that we're building this 3-year strategy for, right? And we have all this crap because our organization's a mess. Maybe it's not. Maybe we're doing great, but it's still a mess. And then we have point solutions that we're hoping fix some of those holes while we build this 3-year security roadmap, which is never going to be 3 years. It's not going to be 6 years. It's not going to be 12 years. We're always going to be implementing these things. And these products are great if we make them our own. But do we spend time to make them our own, or do we hope that the security product is doing what it's intended to do in its base? So we're going to use a tool here, rightfully so. We're going to use Trevor C2, which is a command and control framework that I released at GraphRunner a number of years ago. And Trevor C2, what was interesting about this was when I ran it, when you look at what I had to do to modify this, so this is a open source command and control framework. You can readily download it on GitHub. And if you download it, it's going to get picked up by Windows Defender. Okay, it's going to say this is a malicious command and control. It's getting snagged. To get around it, in the comment code section that I have in Trevor C2, I say, hey, delete this comment code section and change this variable because it's a hard-coded variable. If you do those two things, you get around Windows Defender. Very difficult, right? Now, here we're going to use legitimate living off the land binaries and scripts. So we're going to use a Russian technique and download an ISO. We're going to open up that ISO, and we're going to call a bat file, a batch script, that's going to use registry-r32, but it's going to combine it with using wget as well. So we're going to take wget, but we're also going to change, so to get a scriptlet object to run with registry-r32, you have to call the system32 scrobj.dll, right? We're going to copy that name and rename it to a different extension called moo.dll. So if you change moo.dll and you don't have the download functionality in registry-r32, you completely circumvent the Windows Defender criteria for looking for law bins. Easy peasy. So go ahead and run that. Doesn't look suspicious at all. And over here, we get our connection to our Windows machine running, the latest version here. Easy peasy, right? Couple minutes of change. I actually timed it. It was 4 minutes and 22 seconds to get around Windows Defender in here. Now, here's an example of doing the same thing to CrowdStrike. This took 11 minutes and 42 seconds. So here's running CrowdStrike Falcon, the latest version. We're going to use a little bit of a technique here that, because I'm sure there's people from CrowdStrike in here, they're going to probably like, oh, I'm going to try to write a signature for that, because every time I give a talk on any vendor, like literally, I was actually in a talk. By the end of the talk, there was a signature up. I was like, you sons of bitches. Messed up. We're using I'll just put a generic, we're using a time-based delay here so that when you start a process, CrowdStrike goes to scan that process, see it's malicious. After a certain period of time, it times out, we can run our code after that, right? So you can see over here running CrowdStrike Falcon, we get our box, we have full access to that machine, everything's good to go, right? So fragility, right? Now, here's the difference. If I'm going into a company and I know that they have CrowdStrike, I know they have SentinelOne, I know they have this product, what am I going to do as an attacker? I'm going to make sure that my tools and techniques get around that specific product, right? I'm sure nobody here posts on LinkedIn, hey, I have CrowdStrike, I have SentinelOne, I have whatever. No one does that as their resume builders. So I'm sure I don't know that you have that, but I'm going to go in there. Now, where the difference starts to come into play and what snags me every single time is when you use the tool beyond what comes out of the box. And you make that tool your own based on your own unique environment. Your environment is completely different than anybody else out there. Maybe you use TeamViewer, maybe you use Microsoft Remote Assistance, maybe you use PSExec, maybe you use this tool or that tool. All of these tools are different, right? Your behavior, the systems that operate and manage are all different. So how do we build things faster that are unique to us that really mess me up as an attacker? And that's what the difference is. So when we move beyond today, I want you to leave here thinking about what can I do differently and creatively that's going to mess an attacker up? Now, my whole mind is offense. I've always just loved breaking into stuff, right? That's just been my mind. I actually hate defense. No offense to you. I love you defenders. You're amazing. I love working with you all. But it's like breaking stuff. Like there was one time I was doing an engagement for the parent company hired us to work on one of their subsidiaries. The subsidiary hated us because we were getting hired by the parent company, right? They hated us. They stuck us in this tiny room. It was like an ice box. They made it like 50 degrees in there intentionally. We had we're like jammed in here, barely being able to type. And they start removing and unplugging our ports just to mess with us in the middle of the pen test. Like, it was very adversarial, like super mean to us. They'd be walking past the meeting room, and be like, I'm like, geez, like this sucks. Well, right in the middle of it, I pop one of the domain controllers, and I'm dumping, I'm using LSASS to dump all their usernames and passwords. This is a little bit before the times we had safer methods of doing it. And everybody knows the whole LSASS method, especially in domain control. It's kind of risky sometimes. You know, you have a decent chance of dropping that domain controller if anything goes wrong, especially if somebody unplugs your cable in the middle of you dumping the LSASS controller, right? So domain controller goes down, happens to be their only DNS server, which drops the whole company. Always DNS, right? And literally, this guy comes charging in, wanting to fight me. Now, mind you, I'm like literally fresh out of boot camp. I'm this Marine. Like, I just got done with 2 wars. And like, this guy's like 4'3", you know, weighs like 50 pounds. I'm like, man, come on. Like, this isn't gonna go down well for you. I'm like, I don't want to get in a fight. Like, I'm gonna get fired, but like, come at me. Anyways, so, you know, the whole intent here is when you're looking at what you're focusing on, the focus tends to be a little bit different in most organizations, but we're unique to every single company. Now, if I was to give you 5 things to work on, it'd be this right here. And if anybody ever asked me, like, what's the first position you would hire as a chief security officer for Diebold? And I never went back to the story of like how I ended up doing that. Like, once I made friends, our program went from an insane slow speed to an insane fast speed. Because I was able to work with different organizations and business units because they knew I was trying to do the right thing. MFA, we implemented in less than a month. Globally. Awesome, right? We were one of the first to adopt Cisco's NAC stuff, ICE. Their identity-based access control down to the switch port level, which is cool. So like, you have a user login, you know, in Canton, and then they go to, you know, Japan, and it would be the same level of access and restrictions based off of that user's identity, right? And that's back in 2010. Cool stuff that we're doing back then that we were able to implement very quickly because we had the ability. But if you were to tell me, like, listen, hey, you're coming into an organization, what's the first person you would hire? It'd be a threat hunter. Period. Hands down. And guess what? That threat hunter is off limits from scheduling meetings. Off limits. You're not doing anything else. You're not doing firewall stuff. You're not writing reports. Your whole job is to, 1, make sure we have visibility, that we can see both cloud infrastructure and on-prem. Does anybody here feel like they have equal visibility in cloud as on-prem as well? You got 1? All right. Good. What about that cloud provider having access to, anyways, Microsoft's a good example. Start getting a little hairy when you start getting into that, but the telemetry access and being able to see is most important. From there, how do we make things our own? A good example, Registry 32. Should Registry 32 ever be used in the context of a regular user account in your own environment, period? So regular user account running Registry 32, does that ever happen? Just the process created. Well, no, or maybe it does for two places, put an exception in for that. But if we ever see Registry 32 ever being executed, we need to know that it's there. We need to know it's malicious. I don't care what parameters, what it's being used with, what it's being chained with. We need to understand what's happening. Lateral movement's a good example. Okay, we have all these service accounts originate from source to these specific destinations. If we see other accounts running from different places, what does that look like? Those are behaviors specific to your own environment. We were just doing a threat hunt the other day, and we noticed that an organization used predominantly Microsoft's remote assistance for their IT help desk stuff. So they'd remote into people, help them out, right? We found one box that had TeamViewer on it. Well, why would there be one box that's a non-standard process running TeamViewer? Now, TeamViewer is a code-signed application. It's an enterprise-grade, you know, remote assistant software. Not going to trigger a flag within any company. Why is it there? Well, we find out that the person got, you know, someone called them up on the phone, social engineered them to download a TeamViewer, and now they had, you know, internal access, and we're working on lateral movement at that point, right? But you wouldn't find that if you weren't looking at the behavior of your organization, and that's the difference of what we're facing today, is that the attackers are using similar tools that we use. They're using administrative tools, they're using TeamViewer, they're using remoting stuff that we would use. And we don't detect it because it's legitimate stuff, but it's unusual behavior in our environment. So if we could focus on just, and this is the quick stuff, so while you're building your 4-year, 5-year, 6-year, 50-year, 70-year, 3,000-year strategy, you know, this is like the 3-body problem, right? You know, if you've seen the 3-body problem on Netflix, you know, I won't ruin everything for you, but basically we got 400 years before we're gonna die, right? It's like, well, we have 400 years before our security program is gonna be done, then we have another 400 years as well. So our security program is never gonna be done, so what can we do to move faster? Visibility, building things to our own, and I will tell you, every single organization that I've ever been caught in or our red team gets caught in is because they made it their own. It's not because you had a tool. It's not because you had a product. It's not because you had a preventative technology. It's because they made it their own. Now, I won't even talk about deception. Deception scares the living heck out of an attacker. Like, and let's just say you have the worst deception stuff. It doesn't even look real. stupid. Like it's like, hey, this is a deception account. I'm still terrified because I think everything's a deception account. Like that might mess me up even worse. They'd be like, oh my God, they put that there because they know I would see it. They're like, hey, come at me, bro. I'd be freaking out. And I freak out. When I see deception, I freak out. So being able to put things in your own environment that looks legitimate, looks believable, that only attackers would go after and monitoring off of that, what I don't understand is like, again, I would have my threat hunter or my team working on detections and deception in my own environment to make it my own. Scares the crap out of me. I have been caught, 4 times in my career have I ever been caught by deception. And you know how many times I've ever run into deception? 4 times. Every damn time. It's a 100% success rate that I've been busted, okay? And I wish I saw it more because it's literally, you're creating a whole fake and simulated, attack scenario that, by the way, has literally no false positives whatsoever. So if you see it, you're like, oh my God, like, there's someone good on here, right? This is some good stuff. We know they're there, high fidelity. So there's a lot of things we can do to change the dynamics of saying, well, if we're missing a patch, we're missing this, we're missing that. These are the things we can do to actually go and fix it. And then we're there, focus on testing, making things different. There's a talk I gave with my good buddies that works at the FBI, Ryan McFarland. This is like 10 years ago. So you can tell, like, Zeus, Phoenix Exploit, we're going back some time here. Kubeface. And what's interesting when you look at data and deviations of patterns of behavior, there's a book on selling, basically, but they introduced the concept of what's called the long tail. And the long tail is interesting because you can see here on the left, if you look at this from a data perspective, here's your commodity, right? This is the easy stuff. This is what's normally a baseline in our environment. When you start going down to the tail, here's the stuff we should probably be focusing on in our environment that we don't. And so when we look at applying detection engineering, it's to things that, again, are specific to our environment that are deviations of those patterns of behavior that our company normally operates by. And when you look at it from that perspective, the whole thing changes. You flip the reversal on offense. So James Lee had a good Egypt, good buddy. Egypt's amazing. He had a good discussion. There was somebody arguing with him about red teaming. They said, well, it only takes, an attacker one exploit to have full access to an organization. And which is true, right? That initial entry point, and then from there you move out laterally, you get post-exploitation scenarios, et cetera. But, James said, well, I'll flip that on you. It only takes one detection for that attacker to be completely booted out and all of that work done. I'll tell you a really funny story. We were doing work for probably one of the best security programs I've ever tested. Really difficult to get into. And we do what's called more of what we call a no notice, where basically we're opportunistic. So if a 0-day comes out, let's just say tomorrow, we'll weaponize it as fast as possible and try to use it against that organization, right? Or maybe we'll have our own 0-day that we find, and we'll use that against the organization. They don't care about the initial entry point. They care about what happens after the fact, the post-exploitation scenarios, and can they snag us. And so we have an entirely dedicated research division. We have this C2 called Scoutmaster, which 4 years in running, still haven't been detected once, which is amazing. The tool itself has been detected. We've been detected. So when we found this exploit, we built the exploit, we found somebody we could use it on, gained access to the machine, and we had full access to this box, right? We're like, yes, we're high-fiving each other, everything's great. It's a celebration for the red team because we just popped an amazingly high-end customer that has probably one of the best programs I've ever seen. 4 minutes later, our shell dies. I'm like, well, what the hell? Like, something must be wrong. Let's run it again. No, it's not there anymore. It's dead. It's gone. 4 minutes. I'm like, wait a minute. What happened? Now, what was interesting is they had done behavior-based detections, and they said, okay, we're going to, based on title, we're going to have one category of users that we're going to put into the technical users category based on title. So developer, PowerShell user, whatever. And then we're going to have a second category, people, sales, marketing, whatever, non-technical. If we ever see technical people running technical commands, we're going to trigger an alarm saying, hey, there's some person that's technical on this box. We should probably investigate because it's an unusual behavior. So we were running things on the box, not like who am I or net user, things like that, but we were doing technical things on the box that trigger this behavior alarm of a non-technical person, maybe a person in sales, running on there, and they snagged us and they shut us down in 4 minutes. Crazy, right? But that's an example of understanding your own environment. So wrapping things up, to move fast, detection can move fast. Does it take a change control to build a new detection if you already have the telemetry data? No. It's a matter of focusing on the things that are important and building those layers in fast and having a program and process that can work fast to get things done. And if we can do that, we're way better off as an industry, right? That's the stuff that matters right there. Yeah, yes, this other stuff, the governance structure and PCI compliance and all this other stuff, it matters, to the business and everything. Putting more preventative controls matters. It makes it harder, right? But it's going to take time to do those. Our first program, the thing that's really going to save our butts is making things our own. And if we do that and we're creative about it, that creativity that the early hackers had when we were coming in, and I remember like a lot of my stuff, my motivation comes from all the amazing folks like the CDC and the SMU group and Ed over there as well, comes from the creativity of those hackers, right? They would go on stage with like friggin' cow skulls, right? I'm like, this is cool. I want to wear a cow skull. I wear a chicken outfit one time, and for a DEF CON talk, it was pretty good. I had 2 guys dressed up as chickens, holding signs saying, "Let's pop a box," and then, long story. Rough night. But, last thing I'll do with this is the creativity is important. When I was at Bbot, I gave a talk at DEF CON called Owning One to Rule Them All. It's one of my favorite talks I've ever given ever in my career. Like, it was the highlight of probably my existence. And what was so cool about it was I was literally live on stage, and I'm in the Penn and Teller room, and there's like 6,000 people standing room only. And I figured out a way to essentially patch SCCM to patch the rest of the network with malware, okay? So you could use SCCM as the deployment method to patch it. It was the first time that anybody had ever done it before. And so I'm like, well, I want to do a big thing, so I'm just going to patch Bbot's network live on stage, the enterprise network. I'm not going to ask anybody. I'm just going to do it with malware. And I'm going to get shells on the screen and see what happens. And so I literally had heavy metal music going with a lighter in my hand, and you see like 30,000 shells just raining on the screen as I'm patching my production network with malware. It was amazing. It was like the best time ever, right? But the creativity is what we need to focus on in our own environments. And if you do that, we're going to have a great story. Making things your own in your own environments, moving fast, having those things in place, all things we can do today. So let's make a difference. And I just want to thank everybody for having me here. It's such an honor. I definitely will make it out to Louisville next year. I've tuned Louisville out since the Derbycon days because obviously I have so many memories there. So it'll be my first time really back in Louisville to hang out. I mean, granted, I've had a lot of bourbon there since then, but definitely want to come back to HackRadCon and see what you folks are doing there. And again, thanks for everything you're doing. But really appreciate everybody listening to me today, all the stories and everything else. And I'm here all day today. Unfortunately, I fly out tonight. My kids have basketball tournaments, so family first always. But I will be here hanging out with everybody. So thank you all very much for having me. Appreciate it.
Well, like we were saying earlier, Dave is certainly a busy guy. As you heard, he's flying out tonight, but we're super glad he could join us to give that talk this morning. Daniel, that was a pretty good one. I enjoyed that.
Excellent talk. I thoroughly enjoyed it. You never go wrong with Dave Kennedy's involved, right? He's been around the world. He's seen some things. He's done some things, obviously. And bringing that experience to his talks is always what makes that the creme de la creme when it comes to the talk experience.
Now, you may have noticed we've got another face up here with us on the stage. This is Charles Shirer. I get that right?
Yes, you did.
I got it right. Thank you so much for joining us, Charles.
Oh, glad to be here. HackSpaceCon is always an amazing time. Always having a great time. Look at all the hackers in the room, and we're just, we're trying to hack to get to space, I guess.
Weirdly feels like the safest and most dangerous place.
Oh, at the same time, look at that. Well, not really dangerous. We're harmless.
It's like walking on a high wire with a good net below you.
Sure,
right?
yeah. I've got a healthy fear in me about this.
You know what? It's like having a huge dog that looks super scary, but you pet it. It's like a little puppy.
Yeah, it wants to be a lap dog.
There you go.
Look
at that.
That's a good way to put it. That's a good analogy. I'll have to remember that one. So, Charles, I know you've got a talk coming up later today.
Yes.
Maybe you can give us a sneak peek, perhaps, or is it confidential?
Oh, I can talk about it. Let's rock out.
All right.
Today, I'm going to be talking about hacking APIs.
Oh,
yeah.
That's a very important field in the cybersecurity.
Yeah, because it's raining APIs everywhere.
Well,
APIs here, APIs everywhere.
APIs just make our lives easy.
Yeah.
And then I'm not going to slow it down or do anything stupid like put security around it.
I mean, why not?
You know, then I got to work through permissions and am I leaking sensitive information? I'll just put all that in a JSON and
send it out.
Yeah,
just
YOLO.
send it. You know, just don't even seal the envelope. Just let it go on out. Yes. So
Who's going to see it? Who's going to see it? That too.
Look, I plead the fifth.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
definitely going to be talking about hacking APIs, the difference between hacking web apps and APIs, because there's a lot of confusion there when it comes to attacking APIs. And the purpose of my talk is just to kind of bridge that gap. Folks that are new into hacking the API space, how to go about approaching an attack, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about getting into like how to find API keys through OSINT and whatnot, right? Definitely talk about the differences of APIs. I'm not going to really focus too much on SOAP because SOAP is kind of like more like legacy systems.
Yeah.
It's just going to be the talk of REST and GraphQL. So you're going to see a couple of GraphQL attacks in there as well too. Awesome. And so it's going to be a combination of both. So I'm super excited to talk about it.
I'm excited.
I'm super excited to share about it. I can't wait. But I love sharing this information because it's a difference between REST and GraphQL. GraphQL, of course, we know was created by Facebook or whatnot. Going to have a good time with some slides. I will warn everybody, I'm very energetic when it comes to being on stage. I move around.
Yeah.
So
we ain't mad at it.
Well, I would hope not, you know. But you know, you want to grab the audience attention and really focus on this because I think it's a huge thing, especially in our industry that we're in. And APIs are everywhere, from mobile to cars to elevators, IoT. Yeah. Even your coffee pot has an API.
I'm getting it right now. Yeah, I have it on good authority.
Oh, look at that. See?
APIs are not going anywhere.
No, they're not.
Soon, so.
No, they're not. Even satellites. Look at that.
Yeah. Sounds like it's going to be a pretty relevant topic then, to say the least. That's probably an understatement.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'm always excited to just come to HackSpaceCon. Shout out to Red Sear. I love everybody here.
Yeah, they're put on a heck of a con.
Like,
for them to be this far down the road and just be like, they said this is their fourth con, but this is the second HackSpaceCon.
Yes.
To be this mature.
Yeah.
Right? And to continue to it's growing so fast, they're having a hard time keeping up with it.
Right. And that's the thing. That's the thing I love about the community, right? Yeah. We're all like, somebody's trying to do a conference. Okay, let's see what it's all about. Let's donate our research. Let's help, volunteer, speak. I mean, it's just that's just who we are.
Every time we come to a conference like this, it's great to hear stuff like that. We are going to have to cut to Jason in just a second. He's going to be talking really, really quick. If we have time, I do want to go over the schedule really quick for today. We have a couple graphics we're going to put up so that y'all can see some upcoming presenters there. Victor, Daniel, Hannah. It's going to be a great day.
I know Hannah.
You know Hannah? You've met her?
Yeah.
Okay. See, we've got first person. This is my first year here, so I don't have as much FaceTime with these folks.
That's
but
okay.
Daniel's connected.
I try to make my rounds.
Of course, we've got Johan, Jason, and Barrett, a couple of the other presenters coming up later today. And, of course, we mentioned Charles has a talk coming up as well. But the next presenter is going to come up here. You just saw Dave Kennedy, and up next is going to be Jason Haddix. I believe he's getting set up right now. So, Charles, you want to go ahead and toss over there?
Yes, definitely. Jason?
All right, we will get started in a couple minutes here. So I'm going to start at 1:15, but I have a favor to ask all of you. So this is my first talk as my own company. I am now employed by myself. I run my own consultancy. Thank you. Thank you. If you guys could snap a couple pictures, I'd really appreciate it. I never get a picture that's good of me. I don't know if you guys have that problem where like you take one, and you just look like an idiot, you know, and you're like, if you guys could snap a couple, that'd be dope. Yeah, so this is the first con talk as part of Arcanum Information Security. And I'm pretty excited about it, honestly. I think that hopefully you can get some inspiration from this. And this rabbit hole of AI is, it's vast. I've been researching AI as a consumerist, as a power user for the last year and a half, pretty much since GPT 3.5 launched and kind of changed everybody's lives. And I immediately saw the potential for kind of how it could work in cybersecurity. So we're going to jump straight into it. Okay, so my name is Jason Haddix. I am the owner and CEO and head trainer of Arcanum Information Security. We do red team, bug bounty, web hacking training. Our flagship class is called the Bug Hunters Methodology. And then I'm also the field CISO for a company called Flare, who does exposure management, basically credentials leaked to the dark web. They monitor the dark web for creds that have been leaked there. So that's a part-time gig. My full-time gig is the consulting and training at Arcanum. Now, we're going to talk a lot today about generative AI. And I assume if you're here, you're interested or at least have dabbled a little bit with ChatGPT, right? It's the most entry-level thing that you can do is just grab a ChatGPT account, or you can get the Pro subscription and use it to do whatever, right? Now, I'm going to talk about a lot of use cases for AI in both red, blue, and purple, which is how we split up cybersecurity, the cybersecurity domains usually. Now, one thing that you have to know about AI is that even though I'm going to go into these wonderful use cases that we can use it for, you also have to make sure that you verify everything that you get from an AI, especially in a security context, right? I think many people will just launch into using it and forget that sometimes because it is a fancy autocomplete, they will forget that you need to verify. You also need to understand that every model that you use, GPT, ChatGPT being one of them, or if you use Claude or one of the other models or something like that, it has a model training cutoff date, meaning it doesn't know anything after a certain date of what it's been trained on. And so that's a problem for us because sometimes it'll make shit up. It'll just be like, yeah, sure, I know what happened last week with Microsoft's APT 420 report, you know, whatever. And the other thing you have to know is that training data is only as good as what's on the internet. Usually most training data sets are built by scraping companies that scrape all of the internet. So, you know, Stack Overflow for code, you know, GitHub has a great data set where they're pulling code stuff for. Wikipedia, you know, all these big data sets of information, that's where the training data mostly comes from for the big models. And so when you're trying to get into really super specialist ways to apply large language models or AI, you have to understand that it only knows what's been printed out there on the internet, right? So although there may have been an obscure blog on, you know, some security incident or how to set up some security defense, if it has that in its data set, it'll probably find and be able to create you a facsimile of what you're looking for to use, you know, AI for. But if you're talking about new cutting edge stuff, it's not going to have any context into that research that comes out tomorrow or the next day. And so it's really important to know that when you're using the AI. So these are some gotchas that I put before I launch into what I think are some pretty amazing use cases for AI and security. Okay, so basically what happened was ChatGPT 3.5 hit, and I have a whole bunch of buddies, and we're giant nerds, and we play games together. So we play WoW, Helldivers, Diablo, you name it, we play it. And when 3.5 launched, my buddy Daniel Miessler had been talking about AI for, I want to say 10 years. I mean, the name of his newsletter is Unsupervised Learning, right, which is an ML concept. And he had been like, yo, this is going to change the game. And it was kind of like a hype thing for me, like crypto was, right? Like many people jumped on the crypto game. I didn't want to jump on the crypto game. It wasn't my thing. I thought it was kind of overblown and hype. And then when OpenAI launched 3.5, I realized right away I was an idiot. AI is absolutely going to change the game for everything we do. There's just no question about it. And security people, we have a pretty good positioning when it comes, and I'll talk about that at the end of the slides about like how we're positioned as professionals and using AI and how it impacts everything else that we do. But the first thing that I had to do, we're not connected for some reason. Hold on. Okay, let's go to hotspot. Yeah, right? The AI is listening. All right, let's see if we can re-grab this. Yeah, I mean, you should always not do live demos, but that's okay. All right, let's see if we can get it again. With hotspot. Don't hack my hotspot, please. Yeah. All right, let me move back to the Wi-Fi. Yeah, we're definitely connecting to NASA, right? That's the thing we're going to do. Where is HackSpaceCon? Where are we? AMF guest Wi-Fi, there we go. Okay. Has anyone got the password? Oh no, there we go. I think we got it on the hotspot. All right. Boom. Load, please. There we go. Okay, cool. All right. So the first thing we started doing in my friend group was trying to reverse engineer what we were going to use AI for first. And so we were in this Discord, gaming Discord, and it kind of turned into an AI research Discord. And we're like, okay, well, if we're going to apply AI before all of these mega companies do, what do we do? You know, like, what are some cool problems? And the first things we wanted to do were red team things, because we're all red teamers in our day job. But really, we took a step back and we're like, hey, AI can affect a lot of different things, and how do we organize our research? You know, especially with generative AI and LLMs are kind of what we're thinking of. And so what we settled on is taking Rafiq Rehman's CISO mind map. Has any of you guys seen this before? The CISO mind map? Okay, so Rafiq Rehman does this survey of CISOs all over the world, Chief Information Security Officers, the head dogs at the companies who manage security. And what he does is he does these interviews, and then for every year he maps out what a complete, like nuts to bolts, if you had all the money in the world and all the people in the world, what a complete security program could look like. What security operations could look like, what vulnerability management could look like, what leadership looks like, what development looks like, DevSecOps, all this stuff. And so he puts it into this CISO mind map, and we're like, perfect, this is the greatest place to start so that we have some places to say, hey, look at this little chunk in this corner here, let's apply AI to this problem. And so this is where we started, was the 2023 CISO mind map. Rafiq's new mind map just dropped last week for 2024, and it has a whole bunch of AI stuff in it, which is really interesting because we're using AI to reverse engineer his thing. Okay, so when we started looking and reversing out domains that we could use AI with, we also had to ask ourselves, what is AI really good at doing? And what we figured out is that AI can really help you in preparation, mostly around documentation. And it's really, really good at taking docs that exist on the internet, help docs for different products, and building alerts, queries, rules, and checks, which is fantastic for us as defenders. It's also really good at making microcode, both services and tooling, but it's not super great at creating holistic applications with a single shot prompt or something like that. It's really good at building templates and policy, and then we figured out it was good at doing some other things. So we started with these things in mind when we broke down the mind map into its sections. So the first section was red. So red teaming, pen testing, vulnerability management, whatever you want to talk about. We started talking about how we can apply AI here. Now here are just 4 of the areas that I carved out for the presentation. This presentation comes, I mean, you're basically getting a preview of a full class that I'm running that's going to last 2 days, right? So you're getting 4 very cherry-picked sections of that. But some superpowers that you can gain in the red teaming world is in your phishing, is in your payloads, is in building your templates, and automating your assessment. These are 4 ways that you can get superpowers via generative AI right now with the tools that exist today. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about phishing in the first area, right? And this is where everybody is kind of worried about, and I'm here to tell you that you are justifiably worried that social engineering is going to get way worse before it gets better with AI. The tools that are available to even novice adversaries now to make way better phishing payloads, way better phishing pretext, way better phishing voice clones, it's scary. It's really, really scary stuff, and we're going to have to move fast to mitigate some of these things. But the idea inside of phishing, if you've ever done an enterprise-level phishing assessment, is that the first thing you have to do before you build a payload or before you build a phishlet or whatever you're doing is build some pretext to get the person to click on the link or download the file. And so one of the things that is going to go through the roof is how easily attackers are going to be able to build pretext. Now, what I'm going to show you is an example of 2 friends of mine. So this is my friend Preston and my friend Danny. And at DEF CON, at the last DEF CON, as part of the Social Engineering Village, they released a presentation called Phishing with Dynamite, Harnessing AI to Supercharge Offensive Operations. Now, this tool was so dangerous in what it did and how well it could build phishing context, they did not release it after the talk. Several people came up to them from the government and were like, please do not release this yet. And so they're doing another talk on the idea around what they made, but they haven't released the code yet. And I only know of one person who's actually done this so far, who's released a phishing framework that does kind of what they're doing. So let's talk about what they did. Okay, so the keynote was Dave Kennedy. And it just happens to be that he's in my slides today. And so what they did, Danny and Preston, is they made this piece of AI technology that used agents. And if you haven't heard of agents inside of LLMs, it's the idea of instead of asking ChatGPT like a whole question, have it solve a problem, you build microbots. They're called agents, and they go out and do one specific thing really, really well. And so what they did, my friends Preston and Danny, is they made a framework that they made 50 microbots. And they would give a name, such as David Kennedy, and each one would go to a different social platform and download all Dave's pictures, all of his Twitter posts, all of his company blogs, all of his friends' connections on Facebook. All of these agents would go collect all this personal data that was public on the web about Dave, and then they'd bring it back to an overseer AI, an LLM overseer. And it would stitch it together, and its goal was to build the most convincing phishing email for Dave. And they used him live at DEF CON as the target. So this is what their phishing framework came back with. So their phishing framework identified that Dave, at least currently, is very, very, very into this idea of health and bodybuilding, right? If you follow Dave, you know his journey is tremendous. And he really cares about that community. So what the bot came back was, hey, bodybuilding.com, their new Cleveland chapter needs Dave as a community representative, right? That Cleveland is where Dave lived. And here's the email it generated for the phishing fishlet. It said, hi, Dave. Hope you're doing well. Over the past few months, we've been considering to expanding bodybuild.com's community program. I covered it up with the screenshot. You've been on our radar, given its active, or given given Cleveland's active dedicated members like you and your unwavering commitment to health and better wellness, we thought it'd be great to have you play a pivotal role in this new community program, and we would love to get your input. Please find the attached document outlining some initial plans and roles, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Tiffany Broche, Community Development, bodybuilding.com. So I'd made this, and then we were live tweeting Dave on stage. I was live tweeting Dave from the stage, watching my two friends give this presentation. And I said, Dave, would you have clicked on this email? And Dave, who is a seasoned cybersecurity professional, has done red team engagements all over the world, broken into most of the Fortune 100. He said, absolutely, I would have clicked that email. I would have downloaded the file. So we're up Schitt's Creek for some of this stuff. Now, I don't have any magical solutions except for that we're gonna have to get really good at what I call human two-factor authentication really fast. This is one of the frameworks that released, and this was 8 months ago when we barely had any good models. We had 3 good models at the time between Hugging Face and ChatGPT 3.5, and agents were just starting to come out, and they could only do limited things. The new version of this tool I've seen behind closed doors is scary. It is just really, really scary. So if you are on the red team side and you are trying to emulate an adversary, you can use this type of tooling to supercharge your phishing engagements. Now, another thing that you can do in phishing is basically after you phish somebody, you have an opportunity to do 2 things after you've built your context. One is have them click on a link and visit a web page, and then you try to capture their credentials via a site that looks trustworthy, and you try to capture their Microsoft credentials usually. And if you can, you also try to steal their cookies after you authenticate them and you're in the middle. The other thing you can do is try to get them to open a file, which is less common these days in practical red teaming. But it is about to be really, really scary. So on this slide is basically a Windows anti-malware service bypass exploit that came out 2 years ago. And so this exploit allowed basically code to bypass Windows Defender signatures, and it was patched by Microsoft. So they built a signature that Windows Defender would then be able to find this exploit in most C2s that were using it. And so someone took the original C2, and Dave was talking about this in his talk before. Someone took the original exploit from 2 years ago, and they ran it through ChatGPT, and you can ask it to do the following things to malicious code. ChatGPT, will you refactor my malicious code? ChatGPT, will you rewrite my code? ChatGPT, I need you to modularize this code. ChatGPT, I need you to change the methods and function names. ChatGPT, can you obfuscate this code for security? By doing these things, you break 80% of the really weak and fragile detections that a lot of companies build. And all you have to do is take your code, dump it into ChatGPT, and it will do these things for you. I have had tremendous success with this, and it's the first thing that I now try when I'm up against a CrowdStrike or a Carbon Black or some EDR that's really crazy. I'll take some known exploits that were considered to be patched, and I will ask ChatGPT to do this stuff to the exploit code, and then I will use it, and 8 times out of 10, it will bypass the really fragile checks we tend to make for malware. So if you're a red teamer, hot tip. All right, what else can you do that's kind of cool with generative AI right now? So how many of you have used a Hack5 device before? Oh, a couple of you, cool, yeah. So Hack5, if you don't know who they are, they're a company that make hardware hacking devices of different types. On here is their Ducky, and what a Ducky is it looks like a USB stick, but really it's a HID device, meaning it acts like a keyboard when it's plugged into a computer. So you drop this sucker in a parking lot, and someone picks it up. And in the old days, we used to be able to just put malware on files and on a USB key, and people would, run it. But not anymore. There's better controls these days for that kind of stuff. But when you plug this bad boy in, the computer recognizes it as a keyboard, and the keyboard has an auto-run script on it to start typing actual commands out. So the first thing it does is it holds down the Windows key and R, which opens up the command line. And then it enters in a whole bunch of system commands to try to get the attacker a shell. So in order to build a Ducky script, you have to know their custom DuckyScript scripting language, which is a community of maybe 400 people on Hack5 who are really good at this. Well, if you ask ChatGPT to build you a DuckyScript, because all the documentation is online, you can immediately start to execute payloads and use your Ducky without having any previous coding knowledge in this very specialized hardware hacking tool. So I've used this to build tons of Ducky scripts that do all kinds of fancy things. But this is an example of one you can do just to get a PowerShell prompt with admin privileges to download an executable file from the internet. And so you can do this, and then you put it on your Ducky script and drop it in a parking lot, and hopefully you have some success. Okay, so if you are a red teamer, or you're in the red team world, you have probably chosen one of the 150, 160, you've probably chosen one of the C2 frameworks out there, command and control frameworks. So when you're in red teaming, Dave talked about it a little bit, like, one of the things that happens is you'll get initial access, either through some creds or some people download a file or run it, or somehow you get initial access. But the first thing you need to do really is make sure that you maintain access, and that's the goal of a C2 server normally. And so when you choose one of these, there is this project, and it's called the C2 framework. It's like a spreadsheet that tracks all of the C2s. You'll notice that every C2 has different features for it. And so like if you use Merlin, one of the C2s, it may not have jitter, which is the idea that you add basically packet loss to your callback connections so that it doesn't look like malicious traffic to a SOC person. Automatic kill date, maybe Cobalt Strike doesn't have the feature for automatic kill date. Maybe Mitnick doesn't do exfiltration over SMB, right? So these are all features that these individual C2s have. With ChatGPT, I've been able to build entire features as part of modules inside of C2 frameworks within a day, which used to take, probably like weeks of research. And so, my C2 of choice has been Mythic lately, and I've been able to add a whole bunch of custom stuff into Mythic by just looking at the spreadsheet and being like, cool, what doesn't it have? It doesn't do this. All right, let's go to that repo of the other tool that has that feature, dump that module code into ChatGPT and be like, hey, I want to add this to Mythic. That's literally all I did. It's like, cool, here's how you add it to Mythic. Here, you make this module, and here's how it works. So you can instrument your hacker tools really, really, really quickly with ChatGPT. How many of you in here have used Nuclei before? Cool, very cool. So Nuclei is a scanner tool, basically. So if you've ever used Nessus, Nuclei is like the open source equivalent of Nessus. And there's a lot of documentation on how to make Nuclei templates. And it's really easy because it's all YAML. It's like dumb, stupid how you can make like super cool Nuclei scripts based on what they do. Now, ChatGPT, you can ask it to make any type of check within minutes, and you can use this as a red teamer, or you can use it as a vulnerability management person. So one of the big things that happens is lots of times we will find a new vulnerability, and it takes a company like Tenable, who makes Nessus, it'll take them 2 to 4 days to build a check inside of Nessus for your vulnerability management team to go scan it and root out that vulnerability. Sometimes they'll have it within a day, it just depends. But their research team is limited, right? That takes them time to reverse engineer some of these exploits. The open source community, aided by ChatGPT and Nuclei, can build checks for this kind of stuff within minutes. I've seen 0 days come out and people publish Nuclei checks within minutes. And so here's an example of me building a subdomain takeover script, right? So if you've ever worked in bug bounty or you've ever had a subdomain takeover submitted to your bug bounty, the idea is that at one time you used a SaaS service and you gave it a subdomain of yours. And so when people went to that subdomain, it would really go to the branded SaaS page. And then you decided not to work with that SaaS company anymore and you terminated your contract. But you didn't remove the DNS subdomain forward. And so if someone goes to the company, the SaaS company that you work for, and they ask for the same subdomain that you used to have, they basically get a website of yours. They can forward, they can forward the traffic once you land there. They can say they're you. They inherit all of your trust, basically. And so what happens when you're looking for these things is that you go to a target, and I've done a few on Uber before, and so I'll notice that Uber once had like, this is a fictitious example, but like salesforce.uber.com or something like that, right? And that's a branded subdomain for Uber. But I go there, and it redirects me to what used to be their Salesforce site, and it says, oops, this page is not found. Would you like to register it with us? And so I just put that word, that matcher, inside of Nuclei, or I put it inside of ChatGPT, and it built me a whole subdomain check for that service. So I have like 40 subdomain takeover scripts that I've made with Nuclei that run constantly for different SaaSes, and it's a pretty good part of my bug bounty workflow. It's also a really great part of a vulnerability management workflow as well. So me and my friend Jonathan, he's a funny guy. He's actually he's a doctor, like a real doctor. Like he's a cardiologist, and he just loves hacking. And so it's really weird. And he's never gonna make enough money in cyber that he will from running his own cardiology practice, but like he's literally with us like on Discord calls making hacker tools during the day while he's like in between patients. It's super funny. Anyway, so my buddy Jonathan and I started to make bots for this class we're going to do, and the first one we built was this bot called Nuclei Ninja. And so what Nuclei Ninja will do is it'll actually take out a whole bunch of the middle research from your daily life. So let's say there's a proof of concept bug that someone publishes on GitHub, like some web hack, some binary hack, whatever. You give it the URL, it will go parse all of the code, pull it down, and then it'll build it into several Nuclei scripts that'll attempt you to detect it across your organization. So I'm gonna release this tonight. It's in our like little private repo thing, and so we're starting to build bots like this. So here we've given it a exploit for HTTP remoting, basically from a company called Code White Sec. And you point it to the GitHub, and then it builds us a working Nuclei script. And we did this within 5 minutes after they published the blog of having that. So we were faster than most testers and most bug bounty hunters when we were looking for this type of stuff out on the internet. Okay, so another one is if you're working with Tenable products and Nessus, right? The Nessus templates are even a little bit more obscure than I would say some of the other tools are, like Nuclei. But if you're working with Nessus internally for your vulnerability management, and what we did at Ubisoft is we would have a Slack channel. I used to be the CISO at Ubisoft, a video game company. And we would have a Slack channel, and basically when a new 0-day would come out, we'd encourage anybody just to dump it in this Slack channel. And then we would all as a group be like, yeah, we need to worry about this, or we don't need to worry about this. It's not really risky. And now, with that process, you can build that Slack channel, and then immediately you can have a bot like Nessus Ninja or Nuclei Ninja build you a check for it immediately from a Slack integration. So this is how fast you can be with assessment, and we do it for bug bounty hunting, etc. So here is the same thing, the same HTTP remoting object leak vulnerability, and it builds a Nessus check for us in a minute. And we can dump this into our Nessus identification folder as a file, as a NASL script. Okay, another thing you need to do in offensive security sometimes when you're analyzing code is identify hashes and extract if you can maybe reverse engineer a hash, or if it's known or getting cracked online, or if it's not actually encrypted but just encoded. And so when you have huge swaths of source code to look at, it's hard to do that process sometimes. So you can do this with AI. So we built a bot called Hash Ninja, which will look through, most of the time we give it JavaScript, really large JavaScript files, and then it identifies algorithms and hashes and tries to give us the plain text. So here we've had a conversation about what this piece of code is. And at the first glance, none of this is crackable, but it does identify the hashing type for us, which gives us a starting place to know where to hack, or know where to crack the codes themselves. So Hash Ninja is another tool we've been using for web research. The next one is Subdomain Ninja. So if you're a part of a red team or a bug bounty, part of your job is to find all of the sites on the internet for a client. And what this does is it'll take a list of known subdomains for a target, let's say Uber, and it'll go out and find those, and then it'll build guesses on what other subdomains you should look for if they're named predictably. So sometimes you have like, you know, dub or dub1 as a subdomain, and then dub2 would be your next guess. Well, this AI bot will go out and check syntactically and guessing using large language. It will go out and try to guess subdomains for you, which is a big thing in recon for red team and bug bounty hunters. So. And so here we give it a list in a file. Here are some patterns, and then it comes out with a whole bunch of endpoints and subdomains we might want to look at based on its research. Okay, the last bot in this section is one that I made called, it used to be called SecGPT, but I had to change the name because OpenAI doesn't like the name GPT. So I named it to my company, Arcanum Cybersecurity Bot. And this is a bot that I keep open all day, every day in one of my windows. It's available to anybody who has a ChatGPT subscription, a pro subscription, so you can access the GPT store. I've spent about 8 months putting this bot together. I've trained in how to do what's called prompt engineering. I've uploaded a bunch of data to it that I think is relevant for different use cases. It's got like a 5-page prompt on how to handle different queries, but it's really like having a buddy next to you who is doing offensive security and you can ask questions. I have had hundreds of people DM me about how useful this bot is. And I really love it because it allows me to ask stupid questions. There's a lot of stuff I should know as being like a cyber guy that I have no fucking clue about. And so I don't have to feel bad about asking my buddy, Arcanum Cybersecurity Bot, like, what the fuck does this mean? Like, you know, what is this supposed to be doing? You know, like, and so I use this all day, every day. I have plenty of friends who are pen testers, junior all the way up to senior, that use this bot, and I ask it all kinds of random questions. But here's some of the things that I've asked it to do. So I have given it front-end application code for a web pen test, and I said, tell me about this application. Include context, frameworks, libraries, and technologies it uses. It's really great at that. I say, what can you tell me about the API calls or routes for this web application? And it will print them out line by line for me. Can you attempt to deobfuscate or unpack any code in the app? It'll attempt to do that if it can. Can you tell me about the authentication methods for the API calls or the app calls, which is really important in web hacking? Based on the functions, do you see, based on the functions you see, do they require authentication? Which for API testing is a really big thing. A lot of times you'll get a web test, and actually the web test is just an API masked with a JavaScript front end. And so then you have all these API calls, and so what I'll do is I'll ask the bot, I'll be like, well, did all of the API calls require authentication before we sent them along? And it'll be like, yeah, 9 out of 10 did, but this one didn't. And then I'll go look at that one. I said, for each function, can you create some minor documentation and curl commands to execute the API function, which is really useful because I don't always want to manually type in curl syntax. Can you parse all the endpoints and routes and build a full list of URLs for me in a bulleted list? And can you identify any possible sinks for vulnerabilities like XSS, DOM XSS, or DOM cross-site scripting? I use all 3 names here for it to pick up on. And so it'll go through the language or the front-end language, and it'll try to identify any dangerous things like set inner HTML dangerously or whatever that one is for React. It'll find those, and it'll be like, hey, that's on line 47. I'll be like, cool, I'm going to go check that out. So AI is really good at parsing data, and that's kind of some of the more advanced-ish ways I can use that bot that we built. You can also have the power of an LLM right in Burp. If any of you are doing web testing, you know that you use Burp Suite a lot. And so there is an extension called Burp GPT where you plug in your API key, and you can ask these same types of questions right inside of Burp. So you know all your traffic flows through Burp. It's an interception proxy. It sits between you, your browser, and the website you're trying to hack. And so you're logging all this traffic, and you can start asking really intelligent questions about about all the traffic it sees, about all the logs. Okay, so the last thing in the in the red section is exploit development. And actually, we were on the hot tip for exploit development before we even got GPT 3.5. So several years ago, DARPA did a grand cyber challenge for AI exploit development, where Each of these server racks right here were made by a different CTF team. My alma mater Shellfish is there. Go Shellfish. We did not win, which sucked, but that's okay. But each one of these racks was set up by a college or professional entity to solve a whole bunch of exploit-based challenges, increasing in difficulty. And this was 7 years ago now. And I think the one that finally won was Played Parliaments of Ponings box, their setup. And they were able to crack, I think, like 17 of the 20 exploitation challenges. And they were not allowed to touch the box after the competition started. There was no troubleshooting they could do. They had to make self-correcting systems. So AI exploit development has actually been going on for at least 7 years now at scale. Now, modern exploits where you have several pieces of a chain, especially stuff when you're targeting phones, it struggles with contextual chains a little bit in building exploitation. It's way better at just like one-shot binary exploits like stack-based overflows, stuff like that, but it's getting better all the time. So we were already on this tip for a while, but they didn't release this code. The government took it, so and the universities have it too. So. All right, so let's go into Blue Team. And one of the questions that I get asked a ton is like, well, who benefits by all of this AI stuff in security first? Is it red teamers or is it blue teamers? And I actually kind of bucked the trend a little bit. I think there is an opportunity for blue teamers, defenders, people who protect us, to use this technology in a way that they would benefit more. But they have to take advantage of it. And that's part of this talk, is giving you ideas on how to take advantage of it. So what are some AI superpowers in the blue team world? Well, AI is really good at data normalization and correlation. It's really good at making templates and queries. It's pretty good at writing secure code, and it's really good at writing documentation. So if you've worked in security and you've ever worked in leadership, you know that a lot of your money when you spend budget money in a security program is like, you'll spend it, you know, your biggest purchase is probably your Microsoft subscription, which includes your EDR, your antivirus. And then the secondary big purchase is your SIM. And like a lot of companies, I'm including some of those paid tools here to show you that you can make detections with AI for those things. But I also think that one of the superpowers that we're going to get is small companies, small little businesses that can use the open source variants of those tools and write custom queries for them and custom templates really quickly. I think that that's one of the superpowers we're going to get. So these are all open source products that are like SIMs. They are memory analysis tools. They are dealing with patch stuff. There's email protection here. These are all open source tools that are alternatives to, you know, kind of the big players that you would pay a lot of money for. So one of the things that Dave talked about was using TeamViewer as an exfiltration thing. So in one of my red team's assessments, we had a group of attackers that actually installed GoToMyPC. Any of you heard of GoToMyPC before? No. So GoToMyPC is like TeamViewer. It's like a remote desktop app, but it's an application that you install from the internet. It's a signed package by a legit company, and it allows you to remotely control a computer. And so these attackers had installed GoToMyPC on a couple of machines for their access back into an organization I was working with. So we were working on the kind of purple team part of an assessment, and we were like, okay, so let's build some list of outbound domains that GoToMyPC has to call to work, because we want to cut it off at the root of its source. So all this documentation is online. ChatGPT had already parsed most of these addresses. I did have to add a few, but these were all the domains that GoToMyPC needed to work. They needed to resolve these domains in order to make a connect back for the product to work. So I said, okay, so let's build a Suricata rule that will alert on any outbound traffic on port 443 to the specified domains on those addresses. And here is an open source rule set that'll do that. Now there is an error in here. I have to fix it, and I had to manually fix it when we did it. So remember, verify everything you do. But it got very close. It got 99% of the way there. So using Suricata, we can now alert on this type of malicious traffic. Okay, so can you make a similar suricata rule for Dropbox? Because we also found that they were using, instead of just raw HTTP uploads for some stuff, they were using Dropbox to exfiltrate files from our customer. So it said, sure, I'll write you an alert for that too. This took 2 seconds. All right, another example is I just went through Twitter and I was like, hey, is there any newer exploit modules that that any of the C2s have? One is called Havoc, and that evades current EDR. And I just did this by looking at Twitter. I follow a lot of really smart people. There was one called LatLoader for a little while, and it was a module to do automated lateral movement within the C2 framework. They called it to demonstrate, but really you could use it as an attack technique. It used specific forms of evasion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I plugged this into ChatGPT with the source code. And I was like, I want to create a detection for the LatLoader technique using OS query. Could you monitor for DLL sideloading and lateral movement activities? Here's an example of how you might set up such a detection. And I gave it like a little bit of breathing room. And then, sure enough, it created 2 OS queries that could be combined, which OS query is a pretty open source-ish tool, to detect both DLL sideloading and lateral movement from protocols, basically. And this mitigated that attack 100%, and I did about 5 minutes of work for this. So there is a lot of opportunity on the defender side if you know a little bit and you can be a little dangerous in understanding how to defend a network and use these open source tools to, well, one, save a lot of money because you're not buying an enterprise solution to this, and 2, being faster than an adversary. Okay, and then I said, well, now, fuck, I have to tell the staff. I have to tell the staff they can't use GoToMyPC or Dropbox, right? So I was like, well, I don't want to really write that security policy. Have any of you written a security policy before? Yeah, it sucks. It's not the greatest. So like, write me a policy. And I was like, yeah, cool. Prohibition of certain remote access for file sharing tools. And it wrote me a whole policy that I could distribute to the company in 2 seconds. And so this was my starting place. I had to edit it a little bit, but worked out in the end, saved me a bunch of time. Okay, so what about a Splunk query to identify the number of Active Directory logon failures for a user within a 24-hour period? Well, luckily, Splunk queries and documentation are on the net. Everyone and their mother has written a blog about writing a Splunk query. It's really good at that. If you need that kind of information, it's out there. Okay, well, what about write a Splunk search query to detect command and control beaconing using subdomain DNS requests? I was like, yeah, dope, I can do that. I'm going to make a regex for subdomains that include alphanumeric characters, and then sort it by stat count, and then add it to the alert search. All right, so that is building kind of open source checks and defense scripts in some different tools. You can also use LLMs also to do secure coding, right? So there's SemGrep, there's CodeQL. SemGrep will search through code for bugs, and then you have to do it yourself. CodeQL will give you advice and search for bugs in your code. If you want a deep dive into, if you're going to use secure code scanning augmented by AI and ML, which both of these products talk about, you can look at this blog called Comparing SemGrep and CodeQL. It was the best one I could find on this research. But if you want to build your own SemGrep rules to find mass assignment vulnerabilities in a certain language like Laravel, and I can even misspell stuff here, it can do that. Here is the SemGrep rule for some of that stuff. All right, so what about GitHub Copilot, right? This new cool feature we have inside of GitHub. One of the biggest things I think is a misnomer is there's been actual academic research. People are like, oh, all of this AI stuff helping you build more code, helping developers code faster, it's going to introduce more vulnerabilities. That's actually not the case. When benchmarked, GitHub Copilot on average, builds safer code than humans do, much more often. And it is the security cynic in you that wants to say that it's going to copy all the bad shit on the internet. Turns out we're wrong. There have been 3 studies now, this was the first one to come out, that talk about this phenomenon. Even if it's copying shitty code off Stack Overflow, the aggregate is good code that gets pumped out by most of these models. What? Yeah, exactly, yeah. You can get common information. It'll figure it out normally. All right, so purple teaming. So what are some purple teaming activities that we can supercharge with AI? One is threat modeling, 2 is adversary emulation, and the last one is tabletops. So, how many of you have used Stride before? Okay, so Stride is a threat modeling methodology to tell you like how much attention and what you should pay attention to when it comes to an application or a network, right? It's a methodology to threat model an application or a network. So Stride GPT is an open source project that gives you a web GUI, and you have your developers self-service this basically. So you make it part of the development process, and when they start talking about building a new app, whether it's internal or external, you're like, cool, here's our Stride GPT portal. If you could just fill out these 4 sections. What does the app do? What kind of data does it house? What does it connect to? And what kind of accounts does it use to connect to those places? Those are the 4 big ones you need to know. And then there are some extra little ones you can put in here too. And then you hard code your company's OpenAI key, or you can use a local model. You don't have to give that information to OpenAI if you don't want to. You can use a local model. And using the Stride methodology, it will automatically threat model your application or network that you want to work with. And what that does is it gives you this little report for your developers, and it says, hey, you should think about how the scope of this credential works, about what we're protecting here. Hey, this looks like a crown jewel app. It should have EDR at the very least on the system that it's running on top of. It should have network-based access control. It should be in line with our zero trust policies. So this threat modeling tool is super dope. On the other side, there is Tram, made by MITRE, which is also a cool web GUI thing. And what Tram does is, let's say you work in the automotive industry, and you're like, okay, well, a competitor of ours, let's say we're, I don't know, BMW, and let's say Mercedes just got hit by a very interested group of attackers, and they seem to be very, very interested in attacking other car companies as well. So what you can do is you can take any article or report of an attack by any attacker and dump it into this web portal and add your key for a local or external model into Tram, and it'll break down the attack vectors that attacker used. The more articles you add, the better it gets. So I've taken 15 or so articles from different threat actors, dumped them to Tram, and then it maps out specifically how these attackers operate in specific. What are their modus operandi? What are their tactics? What are their techniques? And what do you do to defend against those techniques? So this is an amazing tool that you can use from MITRE. You can also do it on the command line. I made this script very early on in my research. I just made a Python script to do this. And I fed it at the time, the Metropolitan Opera had been hit by Snatch ransomware. And I fed it 5 articles, and then it did technical analysis, and then it spit out the TTPs of the attackers. So this is the kind of stuff you can get to. All right, I'm almost done, I promise. All right, are we safe? This is the biggest question I get from people is like, is the cybersecurity job domain safe? The real, as humans, we're worried about like what we can do. The answer is yes. In order to get in a really good place where AI would automate all cybersecurity jobs, we would need to have excellent integration and execution, and we need to have all of our data in one place, which we are really bad at right now. Like, if you guys work at a company, and I ask you, are all your security logs in one data lake? Like, 90% of you are gonna say no. They're fragmented, we use some of them, we don't use some of them, whatever. It struggles without heavy prompting, right? I had to do a lot of prompt engineering to make my bot good. It's 5 pages of text in order for it to understand exactly what I want out of it. It still struggles with hallucination. It needs validation before and after by an expert, and it itself will be the target of attacks coming up in the next 5 years, which this talk is not about, but I have another talk about attacking AI systems. All right, so if you're interested in more, I'm gonna do a whole class on this in May. It's 2 full days of using AI for security, red, blue, purple topics, and that's my company, Arcanum, there. So really appreciate you guys.
Definitely a hot button topic no matter what conference you're at, but it was really interesting to hear it broken down. Red, blue, and purple, the combination of the two. What do you think of that talk?
Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed that topic. Obviously, Jason has mastered the craft, and if he hasn't, then there's no hope for me. Right? Because AI, there's so much we don't know about it, and then we've got people saying that, you know, oh, you can't use AI, you can't trust AI, but Jason comes right along and goes, well, I mean, if you use it the right way, maybe you absolutely can, and it can be actually very helpful. So I can't wait to hopefully get to talk to him about that and how he's integrating AI into his bug bounty hunting and how he's come to where he's at right now with this.
Over the course of the time that I've been learning about this stuff, I get more and more paranoid every day about stuff, you know, things get brought up, like, this could go wrong, this could go wrong. So I do love when they end the talk with something like what he did, where he's like, hey, are we safe? For now, we're good, don't worry too much, you know, and how this, like you said, can actually be a help instead of a hindrance. I do feel like sometimes it gets artificial intelligence in general gets a bad rap. People think AI and they think like, oh, that's a ChatGPT.
Well, we like doomsday scenarios. They're way more fun than, oh, this is just a tool.
Yeah. It's no fun to be like, yeah, it's a tool and you can use it for good or for evil, and just like anything else, you know.
We like to polarize. Yeah. That's how you know us.
Yeah, we do. We did lose Charles. I think he may be off in the showroom or networking, something like that. He may actually be preparing because I know he's got a talk later.
He has a talk later.
On APIs, he said.
We don't want to ice the kicker.
That's true. That's true. Maybe he went to enjoy the park a little bit because that is one of the things that I think if you're here as an attendee, you can go enjoy the Kennedy Space Center Park.
It's true. It's true. The pass to the con gets you a pass to the park, so it's fun to kind of bop in and out of the con and go, okay, let's take a break and let's jump over and look at some rockets and, you know, where they got the new stuff with the SpaceX stuff inside.
Oh, yeah,
it's so cool. I haven't been here since they've added that to the park, so
okay, yeah.
I really it was awesome.
It is really cool. It's like until I got here, I didn't realize how much I'd be like, oh my god, this is so cool. Kind of nerding out a little bit.
Yeah.
We saw like a astronaut walking around, like dude in a spacesuit, right? He's walking around like a park mascot kind of a thing. Didn't get to get a picture with him, so I'm a little disappointed. But
I'm disappointed.
You're disappointed in me. But
you let me down.
That's nothing new.
That's on a regular basis.
I do. So I'm being told that they've dug up a photo of my astronaut career. Yeah, I actually I did go to space in a simulated environment.
In a simulated.
And that was before. You can see the fear in my eyes.
Yes.
Just very, very slight. So I got to do that yesterday. Got a little bit scared. But I did also see a real astronaut in one of the gift shops. So that was really cool. He was just there. He was there to give a talk. Speaking of giving talks, I believe we have the previous speakers about to join us here on stage. Jason Haddix is going to join us in just a moment. We're getting him set up with his headset. So hopefully we can maybe get some insights into how he prepared that talk, you know, maybe some things that we didn't quite get to touch on during the talk. You probably have some more insightful questions than I would because you've got more knowledge on this stuff.
Honestly, I'm going to go ahead. Jason Haddix, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Right. So I'm gonna freak out. I'm a fanboy a little bit because I was following you back when you were doing the bug bounty methodology, right? And I think I came in probably at like version 2 or 3.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
I was like, this is good. I love all this that he's doing. Now you've pivoted into AI and you're kind of bolting the two things together and doing it very successfully, apparently.
Yeah, it's been really fun. I think that it's very much one of the things I didn't mention in the talk is it's very much like when we first got into web hacking, where it was like the Wild West. There were crazy vulnerabilities everywhere.
Just doors as far as the eye
can see, exactly, right? And so with the AI stuff, it very much feels like if I go to sleep for a night, there's new AI shit tomorrow, right? So
it's like, can you guys slow down for a minute?
Exactly, yeah, and it's moving that fast, and so I love domains like that. It's really fun.
Yeah, it's super awesome. And you know what was interesting is, you know, when AI kind of broke through with ChatGPT, and a lot of security companies and researchers were saying, "Oh, I'm going to use this. It's going to be a great tool."
Yeah.
And then we saw a lot of people going, "No, you can't use that. It's wrong. It doesn't work right. You're going to get jacked up code," which is true.
Yeah.
But we saw some people talking in the chats and saying, "I guess I'm not using it right because he's using it way differently than I am."
Yeah.
It's all about how you train the model and let it. And then start to work with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's different models that are better at different things now. We have more models than ever before. So some are better at coding, some are better at writing, some are better at creativity, some are better at structured things. So that's the model decision you have to make. But really prompting is the skill set, right? Like the skill set of the last century was Googling, right? Like you were really good at your job, whatever your job was, if you could Google and find information.
Google foo.
Google foo, right? And now it's going to be prompting and how to get these AI models to give you the information you need. So.
What would you say would be if I'm a newbie out there, I'm like, I want to start kind of getting my hand into this whole AI thing and utilize it as a tool for my hacking, my defending, whatever it is I'm doing. What would be the first thing you would say? This is the foundational nugget that's best, and I recommend?
So I am not affiliated with them at all, but my buddy
Sure.
Sander runs a site called learnprompting.org.
Okay.
And it is not about cybersecurity. It is about using, that's how to build your prompt engineering food. It's like how to ask the right questions, right? And so first learn how to do proper prompt engineering. There's a whole bunch of tricks that nobody teaches you in how to ask LLMs good questions. And then after you learn that, basically just sit down with people at your organization or look at your own day-to-day job and be like, how can I help automate this? How can I help make this better? How can I give myself superpowers? That's all we did. We went through threat hunters, detection engineers, IR people, SOC engineers. We went through all of those day-to-days, our red teaming jobs, you know, and it's like, all right, well, what do we think we could apply this for? And then we'd test and see if it worked. If it didn't work, then we'd move on. And if it worked, then we'd add it to our stuff.
Yeah.
Well, it's really great to hear from you kind of more on a personal level, but we also really enjoyed your talk. Some people in the chat saying that you're going to be speaking at an event they're going to later this month, and they'll definitely be going to your talk there. So
Nice.
Positive reviews. I want to take a look at the schedule really, really quick because we're going to toss to our next speaker in just a moment. So got some great speakers coming up. Tiberius is here. Got Mike and Tim going to be speaking later on. So hope you enjoyed the talks that you saw so far. We've got one more graphic here. We got some layering going on. I'm not speaking, just so you know. I know I'm on the screen.
When's Sophie's
I
first
will
talk?
not be
I wanna
speaking.
know.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
there.
We've got a couple more speakers up there. Ooh, we've got a team speaker, looks like going on. And Matthew Eidelberg is actually going to be up next, I believe, if I am not mistaken. So hope you enjoyed that talk by Jason Haddix. We're going to go ahead and toss it to Matthew in just a moment, but be sure to stick around with us. We'll be back after Matthew's talk.
All right, hello, thank you everyone. We're going to be talking today about Microsoft Graph and Teams and how you can use it together to create some fun attack scenarios. If you don't know who I am, very briefly, I've been around for about 10 years in this space. A lot of the research I've been doing in the past few years has been focused around EDRs, evasion. So being able to dive into Graph in the cloud was truly an awesome experience. And that's kind of what a lot of this talk is going to be around, is kind of that process that I took to kind of figure out and find a way to these exploits. There are a lot of conferences, as you can kind of see, but we're not really here to hear about me. We're here to hear about Microsoft and Teams. So we're going to talk a little bit about GraphRunner and then webhooks and how to kind of find them, and ultimately then creating them, as well as some other fun email-based attacks. We're going to wrap it up today with a bit of defensive measures. Obviously, we don't want to just leave these exploits out there without any kind of protective ways to ensure that we don't leave any dangling O-days. So, GraphRunner. GraphRunner is actually a post-exploitation toolkit focusing around the Microsoft API. It's written by DavTac, or Bo, who's somewhere here today in the crowd. If you haven't had a chance, please go say hi to him. But it really does focus in on anything from Outlook to Azure CLI. So Microsoft has basically taken the ability of every single service and put it through this one API so you can communicate, access certain resources, and as a result, pull information, which is what we care about. It is a post-exploitation framework, so it's not initial access, so you need kind of credentials or access to actually get something from it first. So we're going to be talking a lot about the Graph API, but there are some limitations. And those limitations are pretty much just two things. While it can pull a lot of information, it is very limited on what it is. And Microsoft's kind of set those by what services and permissions you're allowed to pull down. And typically not everything has been implemented. Microsoft kind of looked at it and goes, what do you think we should put in the cloud for our customers versus what everything is there? So there are some limitations, some things that are still, you know, hard kind of on-prem, if you will, access versus the cloud. So what Microsoft has done with all this cloud introduction is they've also wanted to create the access for third-party companies. As most organizations are not just using Microsoft tools, their focus is on integrating multiple different things together into their own ecosystem. So you're still living in Microsoft's world. As a result, they've created these Microsoft connectors. These connectors just allow third-party apps to connect into your environment and perform certain tasks. So you can kind of see right here, you see Azure DevOps, RRS feeds, or even Jira Cloud. But there's way more. There's hundreds upon thousands. And these are all kind of unblocked, whitelisted by Microsoft. And what that means is that if you install this in here, Microsoft whitelists it in your environment. This screenshot is actually taken from a default tenant. So there's no, manipulation or anything else. If you have an organization in Microsoft's Office 365, you have all these third-party apps already ready for you to just import and use. And it's pretty simple to use. So we can kind of walk through. If we look at this demo, we're going to create a webhook in this channel. So let's call it hello. We just create it, and boom, we're presented with a URL. So I've kind of talked about it. We just saw how you create them, but what are they and why are they so important? Well, very, very simple. Webhooks are basically HTTP callbacks that get triggered to do a certain set of instructions based on something that is sent to them. So how are they sent information? Typically by a post request. So these URLs, when they receive any type of information, they basically process it. So they expect certain structures in there. So a header field, a body, and based on those information, they will pull that information out and perform a task. And this could be something like run a scan. If you're performing, say, if you're a defensive team and you want to do a monthly or weekly scan of your perimeter. Or it might be something as simple as like printing out TPS reports. Why, from an attacker's perspective, we care, or from a defensive? Because these webhooks are externally facing, meaning anyone can access them and send information. They avoid email filters and go directly into Teams. So if we think about it, it's an HTTP request that bypasses all of the email gate filters, Proofpoint, you name it. And because when it's presented, it's coming through Microsoft Teams, it's already kind of legitimized. So when a user looks at it, they don't really have the same type of guards and defensive perceptions when they see an email. So you probably are thinking, well, okay, probably there's some security around there so that way not everyone can create them. You'd be wrong. Any user in your environment, from someone who just has basic domain user privileges, can create and view these webhooks. And as I mentioned, there are thousands of different apps that you can use as a backbone for this. Now, there is authentication. Per the RFC standard, there are multiple different ways you can implement some kind of authentication, from password, API key, even like a token. However, Microsoft said, nah. All of those apps, their webhooks by default come with no authentication. This means that any external user can unauthenticatedly send a message, and that will appear inside your tenant as a message. When we began this process and we just talked to Microsoft, their basic feedback was, this is not an issue, because if you have to get in, you need to get in through another way, and it's very rare that people get into our cloud tenants. Okay, so I'm not the only one. So now we know the impetus of why we care about webhooks, so let's start looking for them. I mentioned before GraphRunner. I highly, highly recommend, if you haven't had a chance, take a look at GraphRunner. There's tons of videos out there. On our site, blackhills.com, there's a great walkthrough on the tool, all the different modules. But at a very high level, it uses graph and API and tokens to basically access and interact with this API. So we request a graph token. We do a device code auth. We get a refresh and an access token. Perfect. So our next step is to take that, because it's signed to graph.com, we want to move it over to space.skype. Once again, Microsoft never changed the backbone domain, so it's still Skype. But once we have it kind of set towards a spaces.skype, we actually have the ability now to start interacting with any of the APIs related to the connectors. So this is kind of where we start going off the reservation and kind of start having to cobble together our own type of code, because not all these things are public. There's no documentation. And so once we refresh to a different type of token, we have to start looking at what Microsoft calls Skype spaces. And when we request this following URL from Outlook, we get a lot of different tokens. And if you actually look at the third one below where it says request verification token, that underscore L2 is actually a hard-coded variable that it's across every single tenant. We've tested this against 20 different organizations, and they all have the same value. But nonetheless, we're just going to focus on 2 tokens, the bearer workload and Skype space tokens. You're going to hear me say Skype space, Skype token space a lot because they name them all these different things. So please bear with me. If you think I misspoke, I haven't. It's just someone got really not creative with these naming conventions. So if we decode those tokens, we can kind of see some things that kind of look human readable. We can start making some kind of data points and kind of putting the pieces together. We can see on one side, we see connectors. We see that word, actions, and user impersonation. We see on the other side, apps, and read-write, and authorization. So from this, we can kind of assume that these tokens are used in some combination to read and manipulate these connector apps. What we need, however, is what's called a connector configuration ID. This is actually the unique value that identifies the connector in the channel. You can have multiple connector apps in a channel, and this is how they distinguish. And it's very important when we want to query them to get that information. However, when we use those tokens I just showed you before, we get an error. Doesn't make sense. You can kind of see right here, exact same flow. We've kind of sent this through burp, and we can see that there's an actual document error. Seems like we're missing stuff. But if we look at a legitimate web request that's sent through Microsoft Teams, the actual proper client, we can see that it works. But there must be a difference. And if you actually look closely, I've highlighted that that Skype space token field is a lot smaller. So the previous one was this big, this one's this big, and it worked. That's because, and this is where we start to go really off the rails, that token is a different value. And this value is actually generated from a different API altogether. This API, as you can kind of see right here, is from Teams, not Outlook, but from Teams Microsoft. Microsoft has provided us a way to actually authorize and authenticate to Teams using just a bearer token. Another big thing you can notice from that size is that it's probably missing a lot of data. And if we decode it, we can see that this token has no information that we can read. There's no read-write permissions or anything else. And in fact, it's not Skype space tokens, as I mentioned before. It's actually just a Skype token. But this is the proper value. This is what we need. So how do we start doing this from an attacker's perspective? Well, we have to do something that probably shouldn't work, which is cookie editing. So at the top here, we can see our request. We're going to send a request to that API as a post. Once we get a response, we're going to look and convert it into JSON. From there, we're going to actually look for the name Skype space tokens and copy its contents. Then we're going to find that Skype space token in that copied version and replace it with what we found and got from that above URL. And when we do this, it works. This shouldn't be a thing. Someone should be validating our tokens and what we're doing, but the simple act of creating a whole new set of cookies, manipulating them, and no verification or validation works. Once again, when we brought this up as a concern to Microsoft, their example was this would be an issue, but you have to have access, so we don't deem this as a security risk. So it's a feature. But now we have our connector IDs. And as you can kind of see, it's a long string, but we need that because that's what we want to request all the information about it. So with that, we can now send to that same connector API a request, this time with all the proper tokens, that connector ID. And when we see in the response, I know it looks kind of garbled up, but we can see the term copy to clipboard. And if you remember from the beginning, our URL was in that copy clipboard message. So obviously, this is not an easy way to read these. So part of GraphRunner we've introduced is some new modules. And the first one is get webhooks. And as you can kind of see right here, just by automating this process, we can get so much information about these webhooks. First off, the URL, who created it, is it allowed to be updated, is there a mailbox associated, is there any type of description of what it's used for? So you can see right here, there's Reddit news, GitLab notifications. So we can start to see what they're using it for to kind of craft a great ruse. Now, what happens if there is no webhook? Well, we can create them. Using the exact same steps, we just add one extra step where instead of it being a GET request, we send a POST request with a WebKit. This WebKit has a series of fields, and I've listed out a couple of them. A lot of them are redundant, but the ones you really do care about are the type of webhook, obviously what the name is, the channel, and what value you're going to assign it. That value is what they use to create the GUID ID for it. There's no way to kind of decode or figure out what they are. It's just kind of a starting point or a seed value that they then randomize into a base 64 string. So, once again, when we try to pass the request, we get an error. And I think I spent far too long and a lot of late nights trying to figure this out, because every time I would send a request, it would work for the general channel. But any other channels in a Teams organization, it would just fail. That's because the way it's structured is that you have to include in your submission both the channel you want to put in the webhook, but also the root channel, which is the general. So when we look at the first request, we can see the first red box, that value that ends with 115, is identical to the first string that's in our cookie. Because I would assume, if I want to create a link in, say, the channel demo, I'd put the demo ID. Nope, that's not how Microsoft works. They want you to include the general channel and the channel you want to put it in. So you can see in the second picture, under line 5, cookies, it's a different value, and that's the value of the general channel. And all of a sudden, it starts working. So it took a lot of time and a lot of late nights just going through burp, parsing, sending requests, trying to see what it was, and manipulating these fields to find out what this is. Because once again, there is no documentation about this at all. So another module we introduced into GraphRunner, which was the create webhook feature. This allows you to choose what type of channel you want to create, so what channel you want to put in, what type of webhook, and the name. So in our case, we put evil hook. Yes, I know it's very original, but it shows the point. And this module does the rest of the work for you. It spins everything up. It connects, and then it actually creates the webhook for you. But what's kind of interesting here, actually before we get to that, when we tested this against a lot of our continuous testing clients, we noticed that almost all tenants had this on by default. There was no way, like, there are options to disable Teams apps, but it's either all or nothing, not selected. Microsoft kind of pushes it back onto the IT admin team to fix in this regard. And their kind of response was that if you don't need it, they would have disabled it, which brings us back to that initial point. It's prevalent everywhere. What we did also notice was when we created webhooks this way, we never actually installed the connector app into the client. So what would happen is typically if you wanted to add, say, Jira or Jenkins, you would first install the connector app. Then you would configure it. But by doing it this way, we can kind of see right here, it never gets actually installed. So we see a Jira Cloud message. Low privilege user has set up a webhook named Jira. If we go and look in this general channel, webhook is being asked, do you want to add it? So we're able to actually create webhooks without ever installing the package itself. So I know I threw a lot at you, but now we get into some more weird things that I deem should never be a thing. Would you believe me if you said that you could set any user can set a channel email address? They can. So Microsoft had created this feature called get email address, which can be assigned to any channel, and you can delimitate who can send an email message to it. So it could be anyone externally, it can be only internal, it can be specific domains. Their purpose is if you want to work cross-tenant, as most companies do, they don't just work solo by themselves, they work with partners, vendors, and sometimes there's collaboration. So this feature allows them to have real-time communication or even email sharing between two different organizations. Or so they say. What we can do with it is send an email, once again, that bypasses email filters. So by looking through the API, we can actually see there's only 3 options, as I mentioned. And they kind of get really, really fine-grained down to anyone, only the internal domains. So if you have multiple domains in your tenant, those would be the internal ones, or specific ones, so that you could have it set to different companies. But we really want to focus in on external. And this means that any user from any domain can send a message to this URL, to this email address, and it will be received with no issues. Once again, we talked to Microsoft. They said, well, it doesn't come on default. I hate to tell them, it does. We've observed in numerous different organizations, our own development tenants and even research tenants, they're all on by default. And all it takes is either a GET request, post, or a put. I will say, but if anyone is worried, if you have a government Office 365 plan, it is disabled. So there's some kind of security around this. But I thought I would just show very clearly how easy it is to kind of create and set these values. So there's an API called beta channels. And you take that string at the end you see right there that ends with TAC-V. That's the ID for each channel. So when you pass it to this, if you pass a get, it will pull all the information. So it will either pull down and say, hey, here is the email address associated and the permissions. If there isn't one, it'll just say not found. Okay, so that's great for getting it. But what if we wanted to create it? Well, all we have to do is the same request, but with a post and 2 variables, the allowed sender type and the domains. So if we want to send it to anyone, we just set it to null for the allowed domains and then anyone. And it automatically generates us a random string email ID that we can then use. But what happens if there actually is one and it's secured, set to maybe an internal domain or something like that? Well, there's still the last option, put. Put allows you to update the existing records to change it to whatever you want. You don't need to know the information beforehand. You just overwrite whatever is there. And we can kind of see once we send that put request and we once again run a get, we now changed it to anyone. So we've now set up an email address. So how do we send it? So I want to actually kind of take a moment here and give a huge shout out to Reverse Shell Steve Borsch. He's in the audience. He helped me out a lot with this. You know, as you can kind of see, I was really thick into Burp. I lived in there for probably a couple months, and he kind of came up with a great way to kind of use these addresses to send emails. So the first, very simple, you can set up an Office 365 tenant. There's great trials and everything else out there. He also developed a tool called Find Ingress Email, which is a great way to kind of find great potential domains to use if, say, for instance, you're not sure what the security controls are. And then he has written extensive articles about using Azure's console to send emails and using internal or Microsoft as a relay. Highly recommend these blogs and tools if you haven't had a chance. But with all that, we can then send a message, and this is how it appears in the Teams channel. Now, once again, it does bypass a lot of the security controls. So I know a lot of content, a lot of pen tester, red teaming stuff, so let's kind of tilt it a little bit and look at the defensive side. So let's talk about these webhooks and everything else. So first off, until Microsoft publicly acknowledges these issues, there won't be a lot of changes. And the whole hope of talking about this, providing this information out there, is to kind of create this change. But from talking with several people in the industry, as well as working with some close colleagues, we've kind of come up with a couple of ideas. First and foremost, if you have Azure Sentinel, you can actually write custom rules to detect the creation and any type of outside messages coming in. Now, you might have a lot of false positives if you actually use it, but that's one way to detect it and be proactive. As I mentioned before, with webhooks, there's no real way to kind of filter, stop. It's either you disable all of them or you're forced to allow them all. For those channel email addresses, there are policies you can put in place that actually will prevent and enforce these email addresses from being created without specific domains. So what we've come up with is a way that if you kind of create it so that way it's only to your internal domain, you prevent any external users from being able to use it. So they can generate them all they want, but it will always append to the rule that internal domain. Microsoft has also, since going back and forth, kind of come back and said, hey, there's a way to actually disable this. So in the admin console, you can see that there's an option called users send email addresses, on or off. And if you turn it off, you can kind of see that get email address is gone. What this actually does is it just turns it off from the GUI perspective. So same setup, using that same module, get channel email from GraphRunner. We can see it's still there, and we're able to create it. So they are slowly working on it, but it's very Band-Aid and duct tape. And that's why, to go back, the best defense against this is to kind of create your own rules and work with your teams to figure out a way. If you don't need them, disable them right away. So I've mentioned a lot of how I proceeded with this and what the results were. But if anyone here is interested, it's really simple. And I want to kind of create this cadence because Teams is a staple of every organization. I don't know of any company out there that doesn't use Microsoft Teams in some form or fashion. And having these huge security vulnerabilities that are being left alone or ignored are easy windfalls for attackers. So I have kind of 3 goals with this. Shed light on it, bring it into the public's eye, but also begin a discussion on how do we solve and defend against this, and to open up the floor for other people to kind of look and find, because I'm sure there's many more different attacks. And you really don't need a lot. My methodology was pretty simple. Just a Windows VM, some kind of, I use Burp, but any type of web intercept traffic tool, and an Office 365 tenant with Teams. All you have to do is intercept the traffic, look at the requests, manipulate them, repeat. And you'll see very different things every time you change a parameter, remove a parameter. And those responses are not necessarily all failures. They give you different information. That information could be leakage, or it could lead to different attack paths. So my hope with all of this is to kind of educate and provide the tools for other people to kind of continue down this path. If you're interested in GraphRunner or any of these modules, you can take a look at the tool on GitHub. The article about all this research is right below it. But thank you for your time. Any questions? No one has ever said that about me. All right. Thank you.
Where we've been. Where we're going. Why we will never forget. Support the Astronauts Memorial Foundation at Kennedy Space Center. Visit astronautsmemorial.org. Purchase your Challenger Columbia specialty license plate today.
We are part of something larger than us, and it's this very profound and spiritual need that humans have to explore and to expand our God-given desires to reach out to the heavens.
The Astronauts Memorial Foundation was founded in the wake of the Challenger accident, and we have a two-part mission. The first part of our mission is to honor our fallen astronauts who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our country and for our space program. And the second part of our mission is to inspire the next generation. The programs we have here at the CSE are extremely important for our space industry because the industry needs the next generation of rocket scientists and engineers and astronauts. We need pipe fitters, we need welders, we need journalists, we need artists, and our job here is to inspire that next generation to come back here to Kennedy Space Center and work in our industry.
They say that hydrogen and kerosene or natural gas propels our rockets. What really propels our rockets is brain power, is having these incredibly talented individuals that can build and design these wonderful flying machines. And we can't do that unless we start at a very young age.
It's important for students to come here on site to Kennedy Space Center and to come here to the Center for Space Education because there's no place like it in the world. You don't get the same experience in a classroom as you do here. Students can come here, participate in a program, come to one of our events, and then walk outside and run into an astronaut in the hallways, or step outside and see SpaceX launch a rocket, and they can feel the ground shaking beneath them. They can see this rocket taking off before them. There's no other place like Kennedy Space Center.
We have a unique opportunity when we bring students on site because not only do we get to teach them about space and the current NASA missions, but we also get to show them what that looks like in real life, and they can make that real world connection that they wouldn't get if they were just in the classroom.
We have a very diverse set of programs that we do, from very, very young children, pre-K to college. But we also have programs that include professionals, PhDs, and adults. And we educate from the full spectrum.
The best part about what we do here is connecting students with the space industry. These students need to know that Kennedy Space Center exists and a career for them exists.
As adults, we are learning, we are exploring. We don't know everything there is to know about space yet, and students are constantly learning and exploring throughout their everyday life as they grow up. And so we are able to come together on an even playing field and show students that we don't know everything either, and we get to explore together.
I want, and my goal is, to make sure that students that don't think that they're cut out to work here at the Space Center, or they don't think that working at NASA or for one of the commercial companies is attainable, we need to change that, and we need to make sure kids know that space is for them.
Our part is to inspire and to educate, and also to remember those who have given it all, given the ultimate sacrifice, their lives for human spaceflight. What's probably most touching about that is even those who experienced and lost loved ones, like our family members, will tell you it's worthwhile, that we should not stop, we should not let that deter us, that we have a very, very worthy and profound mission that we need to fulfill, and it's important to mankind.
Ignition sequence start.
Capsule is turning around.
First orbits.
Oh, that view is tremendous.
First walks. First landings.
3, 2, 1.
But best of all, realizing our greatest achievements are yet to come. The Astronauts Memorial Foundation at Kennedy Space Center. Visit astronautsmemorial.org. Purchase your Challenger Columbia specialty license plate today.
Hey everybody, welcome back to HackSpaceCon 2024. I got a special guest with me here today for a cool little quick interview. This is my boy Jacob. Jacob works with Dark Wolf Solutions, who is one of the major sponsors here at HackSpaceCon. I met him a couple of weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago?
Just last weekend.
It was just last weekend.
Yep.
An instant bromance.
Instantly, like that.
He was giving a talk there about exploit development and everything for Android applications and Android kernel. You're doing a lot of really interesting stuff, and I thought, man, I got to get him over here. We got to pick his brain a little bit about how he got to where he's at, what he's doing, and what he's up to. So, Jacob, Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing over at Dark Wolf.
Absolutely. So my background mainly consists of penetration testing, and as of recently, it's been a lot of binary exploitation, reverse engineering on various different platforms. Specifically, we are actually focused on Android targets. And yeah, it's been quite an adventure, and I love it.
So obviously, you know, exploit dev doesn't seem like the first thing most people are going to drop themselves into when it comes to jobs. You have not actually been doing that for very long, right? It's only been, did you say, a year and a half now?
Yeah, it's been about a year and a half now.
What was it about exploit? Like, how did you go, okay, I'm pen testing, and this is cool. Like, most people would be super satisfied with the fact that they had landed as a pen tester. But you weren't. You were kind of telling me it wasn't what you thought it was going to be. It wasn't all it was cracked up to be. And then you saw this shiny diamond off in the corner. Exploit dev. What about that like drew you in?
Well, honestly, I've never backed down from a challenge, and whenever it comes to school, that was on like whenever it came to exploit development and reverse engineering, I was always like, wow, how am I going to get into that? And I was presented with an opportunity to better myself. And as a result, I was like, let's take it all the way. So I ended up coming out with a complete blog series as an introduction to it, and which I shared to you, and it had a massive positive feedback on LinkedIn. So I can't thank you enough for that.
Of course.
But yeah, lots of hard work that has went into that blog series, and I just love sharing my knowledge.
Bro, and this is why I totally hit it off with you immediately, because what did he do? He looked at something that looked interesting to you. And you said, I know this is going to be like a lot of hard work, but you did not shy away from that. Would you say that the fact that you pushed yourself to get out of your comfort zone, really press into the hard things, is why you've become so successful at what you're doing?
100%, absolutely. So my background in schooling, my first 2 internships were actually completely help desk based. And so my cybersecurity background, as well as my developer background, is actually based solely off of my out-of-school experience and like free time, which is absolutely mind-blowing to most people. And it honestly just stems from the insane amount of curiosity that I actually get from that kind of work. And it just leads me into like more of like a snowball effect, and I want to keep learning these types of techniques and procedures.
Yeah,
so.
that's what I love, right? That right there is the fact that you're like, this wasn't even my job, but right. So you did a help desk job. I think you did a college degree, right?
Yep.
Is where you went. Then you went to help desk. Then you land a pen testing job. Now you're exploit dev. You're a dark wolf. And you talked about his blog. So I shared his blog on my LinkedIn. And for good reason, because you meet somebody at a con, you're like, yeah, I'll share your blog with me. That'll be fun. That'll be a good time.
It was worth a shot.
I scrolled over. He even said, I think you sent me a message. You're like, have you checked it out yet? I was like, not yet. I'm kind of busy.
Kind of busy.
As soon as I opened it up, I was like, well, hold on here.
Rabbit hole.
This is something different. This is good. Oh my. If you need a resource that has just about everything, basically Jacob's history of learning and hacking, it is all in his blog down to the most minute detail. So if you need a great resource, you've got to check his blog out. It's amazing.
Yeah, so one thing that I actually try to do is a lot of this information is public knowledge. So one thing that I do is I try to essentially dumb that information down as much as possible and make it accessible and learnable and actually like obtainable for all audiences. So I take something that I learned from one blog post and try to put a spin on it, essentially.
And that really helped me because, I'm just out of the trees and with opposable thumbs. So I've started using these things. I think we call them tools. It's been game changing for me. So lots of fun. But right, you brought all this stuff together, put his own spin on it, and it was really accessible. So if someone were out there watching right now, how could they access that blog?
So it's actually not indexable by Google, so I would have to share it with you directly, or somebody else would have to, but I do have plans on making a completely public one for anybody to access, as well as Google. So.
Hiding from the old big machine.
Exactly. Yep.
Well, hey, if you need it, you can go to my LinkedIn. So check out my LinkedIn. There's a recent post on my LinkedIn that will take you to his blog, and it's a great resource.
I appreciate it.
Well, Jacob, thanks so much for having us. I see we got Sophie finally
Yeah,
decided
I had to go to the
join
bathroom.
us.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm human, just like everybody else.
She's out in the con. That's what
nice
she's
to meet
doing.
you. I'm Sophie.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Sorry, I missed the first half. I might have missed. Real quick, do I have time for a question? Can I ask a question? I might have missed this. Maybe you mentioned it. How long have you been doing this for? How long have you been like into cyber?
So under 3 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Me too.
Yeah, awesome.
I'm still learning, so I'm gonna have to definitely check out that blog, and hopefully that'll get me on the right
100%.
track.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you for taking over. I appreciate
Anything
it.
else?
No, I just figured I would just ask a question. I'm sitting there listening, and I'm like, I kind of want to know.
You know, get out of his face, man.
I'm a novice. I'm still very much learning, and most of what I do is the courses that we do, and I ask questions, but I have yet to get super in depth on anything. So I'm always looking for stuff like that. So I'll have to stalk your LinkedIn and find it, I guess.
Yeah, go check it out, and you can get in contact with me, and I'd gladly share it with you.
Awesome.
So,
I appreciate that. Thank
for
you.
Sure.
Any socials you want to shout out?
Yeah, no, no, not yet.
See, he's not a public figure yet.
Not yet, but I do have massive plans on changing that.
Awesome.
All right. Well, I think I'm getting
We're
a
getting
signal.
to wrap it up.
We're getting ready to. I think. Do we have another speaker coming up? He's setting up. Oh, we've got another guest. Let's go. It's Joe.
Ooh, Joe, bring Joe on.
Awesome.
Jeez.
There's always room for
You
one
don't know
more.
this guy, right?
No,
You've
not
never,
yet.
Never heard of him at all.
I just ran into Joe in the showroom.
Never heard of him.
Yeah. Awesome. Hey, Joe. Thanks so much for joining us.
Hey.
How's it going, Joseph?
It's going okay.
How are you finding Hackspace Con?
It's fun. I'm meeting people's mothers for the first time.
Yes, my mom is here, and she did meet Joe just a few minutes ago on the showroom floor, so I got to show her around a little bit. Thank you for sitting and chatting with us for a second.
Hi, Mom.
She is watching. I'm glad she's here. She's able to see
She is a
stuff.
treasure.
She is the treasure. We tried to get her up here for an interview. No dice today.
Oh,
She's
well,
not making any public
listen,
appearances.
The day is young.
The day's young.
Yeah,
That's
well,
true.
Let
That
me
is
work
true.
on it.
Yeah. So, Joe, how are you? I know I saw you walking around the showroom floor. How are you enjoying HackSpaceCon so far?
It's great.
Having a good time?
Lots of people.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
You
got any talk specifically you're excited about?
Yeah, we're going to talk about CV hunting at 2 o'clock.
Ooh.
In the Tatooine room.
That's right. You kind of do that in your off time, don't you?
Yeah, it's
I
a
always see your
guilty
posts.
pleasure.
You're always like, I was bored today, so I found a CVE.
That's literally the name of the talk. How I was bored one night
Yeah,
and
you're
found
right.
all kinds of CVs. I just keep adding to it.
Yeah, when you got nothing better to do,
right?
Go CV hunting. Who doesn't, right?
I collect CVs.
That's right. Some people collect coins, some other stamps. Him, CVs.
That's Joe's thing.
It's how we know him.
It's weird. I get it. I got the shirt on actually.
Oh, do you really?
Oh, actually? Wow, there's
I'm
layers.
undressing on the.
Cue the feather boa.
Ask me about my CVEs.
There you go. There it is. Ask me about my CVEs. Any CVE you're specifically proud of finding?
You know, so if there's any Ruby developers out there, and I don't know why you would do that, there's a library called Rack Attack, and it's supposed to prevent brute force attacks against like login panels and APIs. I found a vulnerability in how the default Rack Attack is deployed. It's not a vulnerability of the library itself, it's a vulnerability with how
deploying of it.
It's deployed and managed by the server administrator. So what ends up happening is there's a check to see if a specific endpoint is there, and if that's what's being requested, and if it's requested a certain amount of times, it gets, you know, that traffic gets 429. But if you append some junk strings to the end of it, like .json or .lol, you can just attack that thing all day long. So I found it in Chatwoot, which is a really popular open source, customer ticketing platform. I found it in a couple other ones as well. So the Rack Attack thing was pretty cool.
Very cool.
Because
it's an outside of the box thinking thing.
Yeah.
You were just like, well, what if I do this?
And now I just put junk strings everywhere.
Yeah, he's just like Joe junk strings, Ellie.
Put it in the IP address and see if I can get something out of that. Put it in this interview. Joe is
I
here.
know the emails you send me are very strange. All junk strings.
That wasn't
I
me.
don't know what it means.
I thought you didn't check your email.
That wasn't me.
Just for me. I see. I get it. I get it.
It's a joke, Sophia. Work with us here.
I'm going to be sad the rest of the day now because you barked at me. I'm going to be so sad. I'm curious because I know that y'all are a little more well versed in this stuff than I am. And like Daniel, you've been going to cons for years. I know you were at HackSpaceCon last year. Is this y'all's first year at this particular con, or were y'all here last year? First year?
It's my first time.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my first time, and it's actually my second con ever. I was just at B-Sides last weekend.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Is that where you guys like met in person?
Yep.
Okay. See, I missed the first part of that conversation.
That's where the
Oh.
the friendship was formed.
The bromance.
Now it is stronger than any bond.
Makes me feel better when I hear like it's my first time at a con, and like I'm like, okay, good. I'm on the same page. Like
Same
that's
page.
awesome. Same
Yep.
page. Yeah, absolutely. And there's always so much to do here. Do y'all have? Does TCM have like a table set up here?
No, so I don't know if we were going to or not. I know Don, our marketing guy, his flight ended up getting canceled yesterday, so
Oh, Yeah, we
I had to
got a
come
little
down
bit
and
of
handle.
weather.
Yeah, so I ended up having to run a pizza party that I had no idea what I was. Just showed up and put my hands up and gave money away.
He's never seen pizza.
I've never seen pizza in my whole life.
Yeah. It's like, what is this round thing?
What
Yeah.
is this?
Oh, so they've really been keeping you busy then.
Yeah, and, as I've moved up, with the company, I'm more, doing the forward-facing thing now. So cons are a pretty new thing for me as well. I've gone to a couple in the past, but I'm going to be lined up for a whole bunch this year.
Awesome.
Oh, awesome.
Well, we look forward to seeing you out there, bro.
Yeah. Will you be at WoW with Hackin' Fest by chance? Do you know?
Probably. I've submitted
right.
some talks. Sorry. I've submitted some talks.
Oh, nice.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe they'll accept them, maybe not. I don't know.
We'll definitely see you there either way. I mean, I hope. I think we're going. I hope so.
Yeah, we're going.
We're going?
We're
I really hope so.
That's
I hope I can say that.
I'm going to.
I'm going to make
Awesome,
it happen
yeah.
right
awesome.
now. We are going.
It's-
to Wild West.
We are
We've said it
going.
now publicly,
If we're not
so
there,
we
then
can't
you
take
should
it back.
out-try hard. Send
protest.
emails too.
So if you're doing a talk, in the Tatooine room,
Yep.
I totally forget because we're in here that there's like 10 rooms out there that have
Yeah.
different breakout sessions going on. So have you had a chance to duck into any of those rooms yet? No.
I jumped into Tiberius's SQL
nice.
talk, which, he's always got good content, and he's brilliant when it comes to web application testing. So.
That guy knows a thing or two.
He
about a
does.
thing or two, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Do they have like workshops going on too, like hands-on stuff?
I think they definitely have like a lockpicking village, and they did have training yesterday and the day before. So if you wanted to do some pay-for training, you can come and get that with people from like Bo Bullock from Black Hills, and I know he was doing training yesterday. So he's a phenomenal trainer. You definitely want to do that. Get you some cloud game boosted right up because that's what he specializes in that stuff. He's kind of a big deal. I'm just going to say.
He's the Ron Burgundy of cyber.
Yes.
Okay.
He's the
I
Ron
see.
Burgundy of cyber. And he has that massively amazing red beard that he sports.
Yeah,
Plus
that's
he
true.
plays guitar, so.
It seems like beards is like more of a common thing in IT than I would have thought. Like
It's kind of our
a lot
uniform.
of people with beards.
I'm still working on it.
Still working, yeah. It's okay, me too.
It's
Me
going to
too.
be a while.
I'm lacking.
Like you said, it's only been a couple of years.
Yeah, he's been growing his for like 2 years now.
Yeah.
It's finally coming in.
I shaved this morning.
Sounds
We got
about
plenty
right.
of time. We got plenty of time. Well, we do have, I know in just a little bit, we'll have Drew Kirkpatrick, you can see on the screen. He's going to be our next speaker, so I think they're still setting up, working on getting that done. So I think we'll probably get the word once they're ready to go. In the meantime, though, because, we've mentioned that we are at the Kennedy Space Center. There's a lot going on. People can go visit the park in their free time. But we do have a whole schedule of events going on. So we'll go ahead and refer to that again now in case you didn't catch it the first couple times we've been over it. We've got some speakers coming up. Jonathan Rogers, Paul Coggin, Millennium Falcon is, oh, that's the room they're in. Gotcha. So you may have noticed we have a Star Wars theme going on here, but you can't
Somebody
guess what.
named their child Millennium Falcon?
I thought that was like his
That's
handle.
awesome.
I'm like, how did he get
I
that
love it.
handle? That seems like it'd be hard to get. And Chirag as well in the Death Star room. So if you are here at HackSpaceCon, check out those breakout rooms. And a couple of other presenters here. We've got a team. Travis and Ralph going to be presenting in the Tatooine room. Drew Kirkpatrick here on the main stage in just a little bit. And Dwayne McDaniel in the Endor room in just a little while. So Drew Kirkpatrick's going to be the next guy that you'll see behind us and here. We don't have live streams in the breakout rooms because that's top secret information. So, but here on the main stage, you'll be able to see that streamed live. And I didn't get a chance to look at what his talk's going to be about. I don't know if you saw it all.
I know, I haven't. We're just so
it's
busy.
like-
We've just been like,
It's been
nonstop.
Yeah.
Nonstop.
We're
yes.
living on energy drinks right
Yeah.
now. But they do have a bunch of, like on the website, all the speakers are listed in a big long list, and it took me like 10 minutes to scroll to the bottom. So
It was pretty huge.
I'm having like Control F my way through it to find the stuff I'm looking
Yeah.
for. So I'm trying to read my way through it, but I guess it'll be a surprise for me then what his talk is about, and maybe we'll get lucky enough to grab him after for a chat. So we've got just a couple more minutes before he's going to go on stage. In the meantime, though, like I said, we're at Kennedy Space Center. Have y'all had a chance to explore the park at all while you've been here?
No, so I definitely have plans on it. I just recently found out that with this badge, we actually have access to the whole entire campus. So definitely going to be taking advantage of that.
It's the best news you've ever gotten.
Oh, wow.
Have you ever been to Kennedy Space Center before?
No, this will be the first
oh,
time.
Yeah, you're in for a treat.
Second time. I love it here.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, so hit the Atlantis building for sure. Go check out the space shuttle.
Yeah.
And go in there and just always, they always have an astronaut in there that you can talk to. And
that is so
to see an actual space shuttle there. And to learn that part of it was made out of cloth. Like the exterior cloth is nuts.
Yeah, it's insane.
Blew my mind.
We're putting people in space with cloth ships.
Yes.
Sounds like a great idea.
Like, I like linen for my space shuttles. That's going to look nice as it goes up. A fun fact, I used to actually deliver the Delta series rockets for here. I would escort those rockets from Boeing in Pueblo, Colorado to here at Cape Canaveral and in Vandenberg Air Force Base. That was before I was in IT.
On your shoulders, right?
Yeah, I just carried it. I was like,
hey, somebody has to carry them.
That's right.
Doing log drills with your friends with a Saturn V rocket.
But it was a really cool job because I got to see them like test fire rockets and stuff. So it was a lot of fun. I kind of miss it actually.
I feel like I need an edited picture now of you as like a Giga Chad with a rocket on your shoulder.
100%.
And you're mewing to the
Just
camera.
mewing
You've
to
got
the
it,
camera.
yeah, with the song playing in the background as you.
That's awesome.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
We had a little. Oh wow, that's awesome. Yeah,
There's-
you can see
there's
I'm
Sophia.
trying to mew in that picture.
What are you looking
But
at
my
there? The
fear-
stars?
Oh, trying to find God because
Thank
I was
you.
getting ready to go on that shuttle experience and
was
I
getting
was
right with Jesus
terrified.
before
I was
she was-
so scared. It wasn't that bad, but I was
Making sure
terrified.
you were at
dude.
peace.
They
Yeah.
like you get in. It's like I'm looking it up online. Like, how bad is this thing? And they're like, oh, it's just like riding in a car with bad suspension. It's not that bad. They do this. You're in a capsule and you do this. You sit like that. I'm like, really?
I need to
Last
do
time I
that.
drove in a car, it's I don't know. It's like separate. You walk in the door like a Disney ride where you get on and it's like on its own track or something. Like that's not like riding in a car with bad suspension.
If your car ever got like that, there's ambulances involved.
Exactly right. OnStar
No good.
is like on
Yeah.
they're on their way.
I
So
see you've been in a crash.
I felt like that was a little misleading. I didn't get like motion sick or anything. I didn't get dizzy. It was
Yeah.
just like, oh, this. And you just have a little cloth seatbelt over your lap. There's no
There's
like.
cloth
Everything
again.
here is cloth.
All right.
Everything's cloth.
Build the whole
That's
thing.
what runs on cloth.
Tinfoil and
Reusable.
cloth.
For the hats, right?
Yeah.
It's reusable. Yeah. So I would recommend doing that though. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. But if you don't like being turned like 180 or 90 degrees, I would not recommend it if that's
Sounds
not
like
your
a
thing.
good time.
You got a favorite ride, Joe? Or thing, attraction?
So the Atlantis exhibit was
Yeah,
always
Atlantis
mine.
exhibit.
Yeah,
I
it's
really
super
enjoyed
cool.
the SpaceX stuff that they had.
Yeah.
Over what was the name of the? Because it's new to me. I had just gone in there. I was telling Jacob about it. They've got the booster rockets that come back and land. They got one up in the ceiling
Oh, neat.
that has actually been fired and come back.
Wow.
Unreal.
Yeah, and I think the Dream Chaser is there as well. It's just it's amazing. It's so cool.
Speaking of SpaceX, I think they have a launch tonight.
Until tonight, that's
Nine-
right.
I
At
think
9
it's at
o'clock,
9
right?
o'clock, yeah.
We're
Yeah.
hoping for good skies.
Better skies than
skies.
yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, man, it was rough yesterday. I thought the world was ending.
I know, I really got to
Serious.
explore Central Florida going in circles in the
Yeah.
airplane as we waited and waited and waited.
People don't realize this, but Florida gets like a ton of tornadoes. Like we're pretty up there, not Tornado Alley level. We don't get the big F5s and stuff. We get a bunch of little tornadoes all throughout the year. So.
Tornadoes.
Flornadoes.
Flornadoes.
No,
That's
they'll
pretty
take
good.
up. You know, they're little, but they tough.
That should be. We should rename the podcast that Flornado.
Flornado.
That's
yeah.
the interesting.
You don't want to hear the other names. we
Pay
came
up
with.
No, we don't.
Completely
we don't wanna hear those
inappropriate,
names.
yeah.
This is a PG podcast. We
Yeah,
don't want to hear those
that's right.
names. Well, we're going to go ahead and we've got our next speaker coming up. Drew Kirkpatrick is going to give his talk on the main stage here in just a second. So thanks for joining us. We'll be back after Drew's talk. We're going to go ahead and toss it to him.
Okay, is this working? Hopefully that's not too loud. Look at all the people who want to talk about JavaScript. You can always tell the lunchtime talk, right? All right, so my name is Drew. Y'all can find me online as WhoDoer in all the usual spots. And I'm an application pen tester at Trusted Sec, so I'm kind of a web app nerd. I'm here to talk about JSTAP version 2, okay? Now this is a tool that I wrote to help red teamers attack web applications, okay? Been working on it for a while, a little over a year now. Version 1 was really all about monitoring users. Red team finds a way of sneaking in this little JavaScript payload, and then you're able to watch users as they use the application, steal their creds, their cookies, their tokens, things like that. The past few months I've been using JSTAP pretty heavily, and I've seen a lot of room for improvements, both in usability, scalability. Probably the most important change for version 2, even though it's the least sexy, is refactoring it to work with Gunicorn. It is a Python Flask backend, and for about a year I've been running it as a single-threaded server. Now it scales quite nicely and can handle quite a bit of load. I've got a blog post coming out hopefully very soon that kind of shows how to configure all that stuff on a production server deployment. But probably the more interesting development in the recent version 2 is the addition of a C2 system. Now the JSTAP payload itself is very generic. It's designed to kind of jump into any web app and re-instrument it. But the C2 system allows you to bring in custom JavaScript that targets the specific application that you're implanting it in. And this allows you to do very specific attacks if you have someone to write those payloads for you, okay? We're gonna do a lot of demo today. I don't have very many slides. I'm gonna go through using this as a cross-site scripting payload for kind of a traditional social engineering attack. I also wanna talk about how to use this as a post-exploitation implant. I've been doing that a lot lately, and there's a good number of options there. Works really, really well. And I'm gonna kind of sprinkle in some C2 demos as we go. Before we get started, there's some background information on the payload itself I want you to understand, because understanding the differences between these two modes is critical for configuring the payload for different scenarios, okay? There is implant mode and trap mode. And the difference between these is primarily in persistence. Implant mode is assuming it's going to have persistence based on where you have implanted it. If I'm adding this to, say, a JavaScript file in the application, I'm picking one that's used everywhere in the app. Okay, so that way, no matter where the user is in the application, that JavaScript file gets pulled in, and so is the JSTAP payload. Trap mode, however, is really kind of designed initially for cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. When you attack a cross-site scripting vulnerability, the execution of your malicious payload is often fleeting. You know, user clicks malicious link, page opens, they navigate away, and the payload's gone. If I have a targeted payload that performs a very specific action in the application, that's probably fine. I may be done in a second, but JSTAP is foremost a data collection system, and it needs extended runtime to collect that data. So in trap mode, it establishes its own persistence using a technique I call an iframe trap. Now, when I originally wrote JSTAP, I envisioned implant mode was for post-exploitation implants, and trap mode was for cross-site scripting attacks. In practice, it turns out trap mode is incredibly helpful for post-exploitation implants in some scenarios, okay? We'll demo a bunch of these scenarios here in just a little bit. Just 2 more slides, and we'll get out of here. Let's see if I can get my laser pointer's not working. So this is an example of what the iframe trap persistence technique does, okay? In the background, you see a pink page. This is the page with the cross-site scripting vulnerability. If we can get a user to click a link to this page, we can get our arbitrary JavaScript to run. Now, as an attacker, I don't control what page has this vulnerability, and it may not be an interesting page. The user may see it, close the browser tab, or navigate elsewhere, and we're done. So what we do in this technique is we create an iframe and we stick the user somewhere else in the application that is hopefully more interesting, okay? In this example, you see it's the WordPress admin login portal. The problem with this scenario is that the address bar is showing the user the location of the vulnerable page and not where they think they are in the iframe, and this is very suspicious. JSTAP is bringing a ton of instrumentation with it. It rewrites the client side of the app. we are monitoring where the user is in the application. And we use that knowledge, if I can get this to advance. It will not advance now. And I've lost my, while I try to figure this out, we lose, it spoofs the address bar, okay? Let me try this again. Yes, okay, here you see the address bar is showing the location of the iframe and not the vulnerable page. Now, our ability to do that is not a vulnerability of any browser. This is intended functionality. While I cannot change the host, the domain, the IP address, whatever, that's a big no-no, the path below it, I can make say whatever I want. So in this case, JSTab just duplicates the location of the iframe up into the browser. And when this iframe is configured to take up the whole page, this is a very compelling ruse. Okay, if we can keep that user in that tab, using that application right there, we have coverage. All right, so let's get out of slides. We are going to start with WordPress. I have the JSTab portal working over here, and this WordPress installation has a vulnerable plugin with it, that one you just saw on the screenshot. And we will bring up a payload that just runs an alert box, right? This is kind of the traditional cross-site scripting proof of concept. Hopefully my self-signed cert is valid. I will be struggling with self-signed search through this demo. That's not how you use JSTab in production. But it can be a pain with local demos. So instead of the alert box, we will pull in the JSTab payload here, okay? So pretend like the user clicked this link in a phishing email. And now they're looking at the admin portal. The address bar is correct. Maybe we sent them a phishing email saying, hey, I'm your boss. I need you to log into our portal, add the new admin user who we onboard next week or something. They look at the link, it's to their domain, they click the link, they're on their domain, everything looks secure. This is the lie, this is not where they are. They are still on this page, so our payload continues to run. So we'll log in, and we are a WordPress admin, and we will go in and add that new user as instructed. We will set their user role to administrator. Now, you see here a randomly generated password, okay? We'll pretend that I write this down to give to that new employee when they start next week, and we'll add this user. And you can see we've got our hooked client. Let's go see what they saw. Oh, I know what's killing it. It's my laser pointer. In the client list, we only have one client. You can see that we have their IP address, their OS, their browser. We see a button for adding notes. This is client-specific notes as we go through kind of the loop. The run payload I'll show a little bit later when we get into the C2 stuff. But I can select this client, and then I'm going to get a time series of events that JSTab has seen. At the top, you see a cookie. Okay, JSTab is monitoring cookies, local storage, and session storage. These are the locations that sensitive data is often stored. When it sees a value there, it will report it out here. It will monitor that value from that point on. If it ever changes, you'll get a copy of the new value. Okay? Now, WordPress does use cookies for authentication, but fortunately for them, and unfortunately for us as an attacker, they have set the HTTP only flag on that cookie, which tells the browser that JavaScript cannot read or write that cookie value. So we will not be able to directly steal the session for this client, which is kind of sad. We are getting URLs visited, HTML. So as they use the application, we are stealing a copy of the source code. You can view it directly in the app. Personally, I prefer to download it and use a nice code coloring IDE. Stealing the HTML and stuff is very useful if you can take it to your web app pen testers. They can write tailored payloads from some of the stolen data. And we're getting screenshots, okay? So this is the login page. That's not a surprise because we forced them into that. When you are dealing with a lot of clients, clicking a client and just scrolling really quickly through the screenshots is a really useful way for getting some situational awareness. What app is it? What are they doing? What is their user role? Now, while we can't steal the session directly, that's okay because we're keylogging everything they type into the application. This is a great reason to have a pretext in your social engineering to force them to the login page, because we just stole the admin's creds. And this is definitely something you might want to put into your notes. Okay, we'll save that. And this is also something new in version 2. JSTAP is now intercepting all form submissions. So this is duplicate data in this case because we got their creds from the keylog when they typed it, but also when they submitted the login form, we got a copy of that. But there are other instances where we'll get some data that we wouldn't have seen otherwise. And we see after they log in, they're on the WP admin, and we see a screenshot. Clearly they are an admin. This is the administrative console for WordPress. And then we go down a little further, and they're at the users page. We get a nice screenshot of the users list, not very interesting at the moment. And then they are apparently adding a new user. I'm going to pull this screenshot to the side so we can kind of look at this next to these inputs. This would be helpful if I could use my pointer, but we get a username. This is the first entry in the form. We get an email, okay? We get the form submission. We don't have the password because our user didn't type it, okay? If any of you have seen a demo of version 1 of JSTAP, you know that this password was displayed to our user. It's in the HTML code we have stolen. We can backtrack to that code and go through it and find this password, but you don't have to do that anymore because we also captured it in the form submission itself, okay? That is the password. So that saves us a little bit of time. That gives us a second admin account. And all these client notes can be exported in one fell swoop at the end. So that shows kind of the majority of the data that's being collected. I want to talk a little bit about the C2, okay? If you go up here to custom payloads, you can add in arbitrary JavaScript. And as a quick example, we'll just do an alert. We'll save this. Now you see it shows up in the list. You can have an arbitrary number of payloads saved in here. We have a couple buttons here. The first one is auto run. If you toggle this button on, when a new JSTAP client connects, it will run this payload on startup one time. This is a great way of kind of tweaking the configuration on startup if you make adjustments on the fly during an engagement. If you turn on the repeat payload, the JSTAP payload will continuously run this payload. There is a task check option in the payload where it will call back home for a task, and it's variable timing between those checks. You can add jitter. You can change that timing on the fly with a custom payload. When it checks in with that turned on, it'll just keep running that payload over and over again. So you kind of change your execution loop. The run button payload will run this payload once on all clients, okay? Now, if you want to get a little bit more focused down on specific clients, if you hit the run payload button on the client itself, you get the repeat payload and run, but that will only impact this client, okay? So we'll close our screenshot and we can quickly show this is our hooked client. We'll run that payload and there's our alert box, right? So this shows that we can distribute custom JavaScript on the fly. Of course, an alert box is not very useful or terrifying. We can pull in some I've already written. And let's look at WordPress add admin user. This is a pretty useful one. This payload is pretty simple. There's tons of examples on these on GitHub. But we're going to add a new admin user called Red Team with this password. Okay. There we go. All right, if we go over here and look at our users list again, we should have another admin there. Okay, so that's a really simple demonstration of using tailored payloads, custom payloads to actually do something specific in the application, right? You just have to have that little bit of JavaScript code that's been written. Red Teamers, if you provide the loot from JSTAP, the form submissions, the stolen HTML, and the network stuff I'm about to show you, that should be enough for your web app pen testers or developers to write these payloads for you if that's not something you're comfortable with. Now, WordPress serves static content, right? A lot of web apps are dynamic. What you see on the page changes without you having to refresh the page or navigate somewhere else. The way web apps do that is with JavaScript. That's why it was invented, okay? In the background, that JavaScript code is making network connections. It's sending data up to the server. It's retrieving new data from the server. And when it needs to change what you see, it'll just rewrite the HTML code on the fly. The language of JavaScript provides two main APIs for making these background network calls. There's the older XHR API and the newer Fetch API, although a lot of developers love to use jQuery, Ajax, all these third-party libraries that add lots of nice programming features. If you dig under the hood of jQuery's network implementation, deep down it's building on top of the XHR API, and so is Ajax and a lot of other libraries. If the JavaScript language has a lot of quirks. It's a really weird language. It's not a good language. It's really bad. Stop using it in places you don't need to, please. One of the quirks is that these two built-in APIs are presented to developers as if they're normal JavaScript objects, like any developer-defined object. And the other quirk is that JavaScript supports monkey patching, which means JavaScript code can be rewritten at runtime by other JavaScript code, which puts us in a scenario that something as silly as a cross-site scripting payload can not only rewrite the client-side logic of your app, it can rewrite the underpinning network implementation. And if you're a consumer of pen test reports and you have a cross-site scripting finding in it with an alert box as the proof of concept, please just know that does not demonstrate potential impact. These are devastating vulnerabilities. We can completely take over the client side of your app with that vulnerability, okay? So I'm gonna start up a little demo app here. And what this little app does is it implements 3 different ways of making network calls, okay? There is the older XHR request, fetch, and jQuery, okay? They're all hitting the same server, they're just pulling back a different answer to this question, okay? And there's a button to simulate a cross-site scripting attack. It'll just inject the payload. But it's injecting the same payload we use for WordPress, so we need to make some configuration changes. This is the JSTAP payload. We are going to keep it in trap mode. Server's staying the same, but we are changing the start page of the iframe trap. This is the WordPress login, and in this case, we'll set it to this. This is a single page app, so we'll just set it to that. In JSTAP, you see this little WP precursor. This is an optional tag. That means WordPress. If you are targeting multiple apps at the same time, you can have as many JSTAP payloads as you want with different configurations, and it'll all work at the same time. You can add these optional tags, and they'll show up differently in the client list, and you can filter that client list really easily. So I'll change this to NP for monkey patch, and we will turn on the monkey patch API feature. This feature tells JSTAP on startup to seek out the XHR and fetch implementations for that browser instance, that tab, and rewrite it. So we will go back and inject our payload. You see the iframe trap taking over, and you see our client just popped up in JSTAP. We'll go ahead and make our calls. There's XHR, there's fetch, and there's jQuery. The app's still working. These API calls are still making it to its server and back again. We come over, and we got something new. Local storage. This API example implements an authorization token. Not a very good one, but this is very common, and these are often not sent as cookies. They're often as a header, which means that JavaScript has to be able to get to it and send it in the requests. So any app that's using non-cookie based auth, we will steal those secrets, okay? So this is our secret API key for this demo app. Maybe something I want to save. And this is where we get to the new stuff. It's easier when I have my laser pointer working. The API events, okay? We are rewriting a couple of different methods in this API because there's a couple things we want to capture. If you look at the open, this is kind of the initial configuration. We are stealing the URL. This is the endpoint that the client's going to send the request to. If I'm going to write a custom payload emulating this network call, I need to know this data. I need to know the method, the post. We are capturing headers because, again, I need that data to write a custom payload to emulate this, but this is also often where those authorization tokens are sent. And then once the client has finished configuring this network call, it's going to fling packets, right? It's going to send that request across to the server and hopefully get something back. JSTAP grabs the body of both of those and pairs them together. And you can see the request body on the left and the server response on the right. So in a real app that's using these back-end network types, you can probably collect a lot of really useful data there. And our screenshot updated with the answer that came back. Now coming down here, you see fetch API events. Now for the fetch API implementation is very different. The monkey patch code is very different, but we're extracting the same data, same kind of data. So it's presented the same way, all right? Scrolling down a little further, you see another set of XHR events, but if you look at the endpoint, I don't know if you can see it, this is the jQuery answer. So this is us intercepting jQuery-based network communications because we've rewritten the API that it builds on top of. So this will also get AJAX and other things like that. So that's a pretty good start on the data that's collected by JSTab. I want to show you how to use this as a post-exploitation implant, because I think a lot of red teamers really aren't going to want to hunt down a cross-site scripting payload and then spend a lot of time social engineering one or two users to try to get some data out of it, right? If they've popped a shell on the server, or the server hosting the JavaScript files for the app, adding an implant and capturing all users might be a little bit more fun approach for them. Maybe get them a lot more loot. We're going to start with OpenCart, okay? Now this is an open source online market. The easiest way to figure out where to add JSTab as an implant is to use the site, but while you're using it, look at your web developer tools at the resources that are being loaded, the JavaScript files, okay? This is a JavaScript payload. Adding it to other JavaScript files is a really easy entry into implementation. Now I see Bootstrap in here, I see jQuery, but I also see a file called common.js. If you see something called common.js, main.js, these are files that developers often throw all their custom JavaScript into and often gets included everywhere in the app. And if I start surfing around this store, I'll see that common.js is still loaded, common.js is still loaded. So this looks like a pretty good target. It is down in the catalog/view/JavaScript directory. But maybe I don't only want to capture shoppers. Maybe I want to capture the admins, because those are the folks that can get to credit card stuff, right? The really juicy stuff. Well, let's go look at the admin portal. If we look at the resources that are loaded, I see another common.js. This is promising. However, I know it's probably hard to see on the screen. This is in a different directory. This is admin/view/JavaScript common, not /catalog. They've got a second common.js file. So the question is, if I log into this, what happens? And because I don't have internet, the OpenCart login is going to take a little while. I'm interested to see, on the other side, once I log in, what resources are being loaded, because sometimes it's very different. Sure enough, common.js is also being loaded. So if I target these two common.js files, I should have full coverage in the app, okay? Let's look at a payload configuration for this. This is OpenCart. One big difference is that the mode is set to implant mode instead of trap mode, which means none of that iframing stuff starts. It's kind of a much simpler setup. So the start page doesn't even matter because we're not doing iframes. I have set the tag to be OC for OpenCart, so we can tell it differently in the thing. And really, that's all we need. Very simple configuration. Now, how do we implant this? This is a little one-liner that will add in that JavaScript file. So let's jump over to that server, OpenCart, and we'll open those two common.js files. And let's just go to the bottom. We'll do this really simply with no obfuscation. And we will paste that one-liner. That's the wrong one, OpenCart. So this is just saying, hey, add to the top of the HTML in this object a new script element, and the source code for that is our OpenCart JSTab configuration. Okay, we'll save that. Actually, I'll copy this since I apparently pasted the wrong one in here. And go to our other common.js, which actually is quite different from the other one, strangely enough. And we will save that. Now, here's a quirk you need to understand when you're adding this to JavaScript files. Browsers love to cache JavaScript files, which means if you do add this to JavaScript files, you might be waiting some amount of time before your target's browser decides to refresh that code. I can't tell you how long that's going to be. There's a bajillion variables that go into it. Different browsers do different things. Just know that you may not be getting hits immediately. I'm going to skip past that by whacking my data in this browser, which means I'm also going to have to clean this up a little bit. It's not going to accept my cert. So if I go into, we'll see the error here. When you were running this in production, you see failed to run the, include the file because of the self-signed cert. When in production, you would be running this on a VPS with a proper certificate. This would not be an issue. I do have that blog coming showing how to configure Nginx. JSTAP has a proxy mode to help it work with Nginx. It's really simple stuff. Hopefully get that out in the next week. But now, since we've accepted that cert again, we should be able to open OpenCart, and there's our client popped up. We can kind of poke around, look at some different stuff, and then we'll jump into the admin section. If I can type. Okay. And we were waiting for the timeout. Couldn't get the Wi-Fi to work. This particular server does not like being disconnected from the internet. There it goes. And let's go see what we've got. Now this is kind of funny. If you see that cookie at the top, that's a session cookie. The reason we're getting that is because this version of OpenCart is not setting the HTTP only flag. So we are gonna be able to steal that session cookie. And funny enough, once I log in as admin, this never changes. This also has session fixation. You should change that cookie when someone logs in. They don't. So once logged in, you can actually just lift that session cookie. Most modern apps are not forgetting to set the HTTP only flag on session cookies. I'm a little surprised at that. But we do see the screenshots of the user kind of poking around the site. And we get down, we see they're going to the admin section. There's our login portal. And there's our credentials. So we were able to steal their credentials. And they redirect into the dashboard. And we have the admin dashboard. So by targeting those two files, we've been able to get full coverage, right? Takes a little bit of research, but JavaScript files are very easy to research because of those web developer tools, right? That's a really nice way of looking at it, a quick way of finding our way in. However, I did cheat. I had credentials, and I logged in to study it, right? I have seen apps that on the admin login portal don't use any JavaScript files. I have seen ones that use JavaScript on the admin login, and once you log in, it uses something completely different. What do we do in a case like that, okay? We're gonna look at OS Ticket. This is an open source help desk ticket system, right? And there's two classes of users. I can go to log in as a standard user and submit support tickets and get help. But there's also an agent login, and this would be kind of your elevated privilege users, right? My admins, my people working with the actual help desk tickets. Those higher privilege might be able to see some juicier tickets or be able to do more interesting things in the application. Now, this is a completely separate login form for those agent/admin users. If I was interested in targeting these users, what could I do? I could look at, just like we did the other app, what resources is this loading in our debugger, right? I'm looking at the JavaScript files, and I see the jQuery is being loaded here. But I don't have creds. I have no idea if that's still being used on the other side of this, okay? Now, I do have a shell in the server. I could do code review till all week long and figure it out. But if I wanted to do something quickly, what I could do is I could implant JSTAP on this page with trap mode. Using trap mode as a post-exploitation implant, and I don't have to get it everywhere. I just have to get it one place that the user I'm targeting hits. Because what we'll do is when that iframe opens, we'll set them, their location, to this page. We're basically duplicating their current location into the iframe. And if they log in as an admin, they carry into the administrative sections in the iframe trap and basically take us with them for a ride. whereas in the background, they never left the login page. So the payload keeps running. Let's look at a configuration for this. OS ticket. So we're back to trap mode, again, even though we're using this as a post-exploitation implant. And I really wish I had my laser pointer, but that really breaks things. You'll see I'm setting the start page, instead of hard coding it, I am setting it to window.document.location. That says whatever my current page is, set that as the start page of the iframe trap, which means that it doesn't matter where they're hitting this payload, they'll just start the iframe trap in that location. This configuration is fantastic for stored cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. I have seen stored cross-site scripting vulnerabilities pop all over the place in an application as the user just kind of bumbles their way through an app. If you don't know where it's going to start, set this up for stored cross-site scripting. It's basically a landmine. The second they hit it, they're in the trap from that point on. It's a great configuration. And I think our tag is OT for this one. And our one-liner is OS ticket. We're going to do something a little bit different here, because it turns out the source code for this is in PHP. And there's a lot of benefits to doing this in PHP and not in JavaScript. Now, this PHP is very simple. It's basically HTML content and some JavaScript that's being returned for PHP. The browser knows that PHP is a dynamic language, and it cannot guarantee that the response from a PHP page is going to be the same. It's not going to cache this response like it would JavaScript. So by adding it to something like PHP, we don't run into that caching issue that you see with JavaScript files. So a little bit more research to kind of figure out where to put it, but there's a lot of benefits there in that it's going to definitely pull this in without issue, as I tempt the demo gods. So we'll go to OS ticket, and nothing's happened. I go to the normal user sign-in, nothing has happened. But once I go to that admin sign-in, you see that we've got our new client down here, okay? And we'll go ahead and log in. If I can type my password correctly. Okay, we're logged in. We can go over to admin. We can look at our current list of admin users, okay? Let's go look at our loot. And strangely enough, we have another session cookie. I'm surprised that I set up these demo servers and I find two with this ridiculous vulnerability. They also are not setting HTTP only flag on the session cookie, okay? So what? Okay, let me show you. So this is Firefox. This is Chrome. I am not logged into OS ticket. Let me go to, let me show you just hijacking their session. We'll go to sign in, go to agent, and I'm not logged in, but let's go check out our cookie. Yep, and we will steal the admin's cookie session. Now if I go to staff.php, we're in as the admin, and we didn't even log in. We will totally steal these credits, but that's one less authentication log, right? If someone's hawking the logs very carefully, they may see something strange that the current session for this admin user changed source IPs. They dug a little bit deeper, they might notice that the user agent has changed. That's really weird. You wouldn't see a session jump from Firefox to Chrome, but whether or not anyone's looking that closely, I don't know. So that's a great way of stealing sessions. Same technique will work with API keys and tokens. You can just drop them in your browser or your requests and use them. And of course, there's our creds. So now, what are some interesting things we could do against OS ticket? They need to support their users, right? With being able to, oh, wrong app. With their help desk tickets. What if we had a payload that just, where's my OT? Did I put in the wrong payload, didn't I? I did. I put in the open cart payload. Let's try that one more time. Yeah, I got time. Did I? Yep. Try that one more time. Clear everything out. Good OT, there's our OT, okay? All right, we're logged in. Let's go over to our agents. I've got a couple payloads here. We can take their, we could disable their ticket system. That's a fun little payload. So now when their users come to do a ticket, they say the support system's offline. That's kind of fun. What if we wanted to be, not that I'm a malicious jerk or anything, but what if we wanted to change the support ticket system? We'll save that. Go back, OT, change offline text. Let's refresh that page now. This is what their users see. Go away, all right? A more practical, maybe run add admin user, right? Where's our admin? Let's see what our agents look like. Oh, that didn't work. Am I running this in the OT, run payload? There we go, red team, new admin, okay? So these tailored payloads are really helpful for targeting very specific features of the application. If you get someone who can write that payload for you. If you want this, it's open source. That's the repo for it. It's free, you know. Just don't crime, please. Use this for red team engagements, pen tests, or educating the blue team as to what to look for these implants. I've got a few minutes for questions if anyone's got them. Well, here, hold on. I got a good one if no one's going to ask it. How do you defend against this, right? This is basically JavaScript. I mean, don't have cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. That's a great start. Output encoding is your friend. Okay, as far as the implants go, keep the red team off your servers, but keep an eye on your file contents. Has anything been modified, right? These are one-line edits. These are very tiny, and they can be hidden. I just dropped them unobfuscated at the bottom. They can be hidden anywhere. Are you keeping an eye on the file contents of your applications? Are you pulling in JavaScript files from third-party hosts that you don't control? Besides that, if you're working with custom apps, a content security policy will break the snot out of malicious JavaScript. It is really hard to get around a decent content security policy. It breaks nearly everything in these malicious payloads. So that is something you should look at. I've also got blog posts on that. And with that, I will wrap it up in case unless anyone else has questions. Yes, sir. So when I'm doing those admin actions, I am using the session of the current admin that I have hooked, right? Even if I don't have their password, I didn't capture their creds, I'm running the code as them in their browser. That payload gets delivered to their browser and runs in their browser. So it's coming from their IP address with their session. So even if I don't have those creds, that's fine. And most weaponized payloads I write in client engagements are like that. They just sneak into someone's current session, an admin, and perform some action. Download some files that I don't have access to and exfiltrate it, upload a plugin, get code execution, things like that. Changing passwords, I usually can't change a user's password because to do that, you often have to have the current password. And unless I've stolen that, I can't just send a new password. I need to know the old one in good system design. I've seen systems, saw one this past week that you didn't need to do that, and that was a problem. There are some things you can and can't do. If you are developing an app and have admin functions, it's really good to ask them to re-enter their password for a really sensitive operation, even though they're logged in as an admin, because if I've got JSTAP in there, anything they can do, I can do, right? If I've just written that little bit of JavaScript code, and it's very easy. I've got webinars on how to write this code. Yes, sir. Well, for those implants, I was adding it to the source code of the server, right? For the cross-site scripting, no. It's being reflected through like an XSS vulnerability. If the WAF catches that, great, but it's not actually in the server-side source code. A stored cross-site scripting would be in the database and served up later. The implants, though, I am actually adding it to the source code of the server. So it just depends on what your scenario is. They can be very minor edits to get it in there. Certainly the XSS is a lot harder to stop because if the red team finds one of those and takes the time to do a social engineering campaign, they can target somebody and it's going to be very hard to catch that unless if you're already missing the cross-site scripting exploits. So, Miguel. It doesn't matter what the network stack is. I mean, not this Wi-Fi. Sorry, Ken, wherever you are. I know this facility is difficult with networking connectivity. So, a better question, does it work over LoRa, right? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Anyone else? Yes, sir. So I'm not a red teamer. I'm a pen tester. I do red teaming for CCDC, which we were just here 3 weeks ago. We did use this year. I don't know if we'll use it next year. If we do, it'll look very different. If there's any competitors in here, sorry. This is what it looked like this year. Won't be next year if we use it. We made it very apparent to the blue teams that we were there because it is a collegiate competition. We want to drop hints where we are, right? It's a 2-day competition. If we were just being stealthy red teamers, that's not really fair in a 2-day competition. So we trolled them with little spacemen floating around their web apps, blocking things, and Elton John songs playing and stuff like that, right? Because we want them to kind of get an idea where we are so they go hunt. And I did talk to students that were hunting for it. They were hunting for a domain of a bucket where I was pulling in resources like the images and the songs for these trolls, and they missed the C2 network community. They were so close. They were looking in the right place, but they were looking for the wrong thing. What I have up on GitHub is not obfuscated at all. I mean, the endpoints are like /loot, you know, like it's kind of obvious. Red teamers, you're gonna need to swap some of this stuff out in practice and obfuscate things, but that's pretty trivial to do. I haven't heard of people using, well, that's not true. I have heard of people using it in the wild or red team engagements. I don't know if anyone's been caught with it yet. I don't think a lot of people are looking for stuff like this. So I think Beef Framework gets caught, but that's pretty old now. So I've heard Beef Framework gets caught. I don't know. I'm a web app pen tester. What do I know? I stare at burp all day. All right. Well, if that's it, thank you all for coming out. Hope you have a great conference.
Another great talk here at the main stage of HackSpaceCon. You can see the showroom floor is still buzzing in there. So if you are here at HackSpaceCon, go and check that out. See some of the booths, the tables that are here. I got to say, I was not expecting the heavy metal guitars coming in over. I mean, it matched. It was cool.
I mean, I'm going to give props to our production team.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Yeah.
excellent.
It matches the vibe. It matches the vibe of the rocket ships. You may have noticed Daniel and I are not alone up here. We've got a special guest over here. We mentioned earlier a lot of dudes in cyber have beards. This is no exception. This is InfoSec Pat. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're excited to have you here. Have y'all met before?
We have met before.
Okay.
We've B-sides became like a very odd little thing that we kind of all met up at and hit it off. We had Jacob up here not too long ago. And, but yeah, we had a good time and And we're continuing the revelries here at HackSpaceCon.
Yeah, no kidding. It seems like you know everybody here, so maybe I'll get there eventually.
I get around.
You
get around, yeah.
Round, get around.
They've got me chained. Help me.
We brought a radiator with us so we could chain you to it. Yeah.
So I get comfort, is that my radiator's
Yeah,
there.
there's no place like home.
That's right.
So have you been enjoying I mean, I'm sure you have been enjoying the conference. Is this your first year at HackSpaceCon?
Yes. Yeah, this is the first time.
Okay, so you like it so far?
Yep, there's some awesome people so far, so that's always the best thing, right? Networking and seeing some folks that you see on the internet.
I know. I ran into John Hammond, and he's like, man, you know what I love about doing cons? Is like it's a big family reunion. You know, we all get back together, and there's my brother in arms, there's my sister in arms, and everybody kind of, because we don't get to see each other in real life land a lot. So that's one of the big reasons we like to go to cons is we get to kind of, share the same air and kind of, in real time. I hate the asynchronicity of doing texts or messages in different platforms. So it can be nice to just be able to have a regular conversation with people like yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely always like so good to like you said, seeing John, seeing Jacob, seeing yourself, seeing so many other people. It's like, okay, cool. That we can actually shoot the stuff and get to know each other outside.
I like how you kept it PG there for the kids. Earmuff it for us, kids. InfoSec Pat gets going.
I think we've already had a couple S-bombs get dropped during talks. So we're kind of at this point. It's like, all right, all bets are off.
The seal has been cracked.
We've lost hope. We're going to keep it PG today.
That's true. Any talks you're specifically really excited about you're seeing?
Yeah, I want to see Joe from TCM. We'll love to see his. Robert, he's doing. I think his is at 4 p.m. today. He's been doing like command and control C2. Awesome. And that's pretty much the ones. And I saw Hannah from.
Oh yeah. We met her at B-Sides.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like B-Sides was crazy.
Jeez.
It was that goes back to this. Why do we come to cons? A, to have a family reunion. B, to meet new people and make those connections and build our personal networks out because they become really helpful to us when it comes to, hey, I need to get some work. How many times have you seen people that you might know from the internet or whatever, and you're like, yeah, I see you need a job, but I don't really know you. But if you knew someone from a con, you're like, absolutely, I know that person is awesome.
Yeah, it's not only like just seeing some hack and sack, and you actually communicated and seeing. So that's always good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should go to B-Sides Tampa next year then. Jeez.
B-Sides Tampa was big.
The who's who of Florida hackers.
Not bad.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll add it to my list.
What's funny is we're all here too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's pretty much across the way, right?
Right. We said, well, it's just on the other side of the state, so I guess I'll see you there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other coast or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to check out the park at all?
Yeah. Yesterday we did actually the first day, Thursday we did a little bit. Yesterday it started pouring, so we couldn't. The weather was really bad. So hopefully today maybe we'll sneak out.
Yeah. It's supposed to be beautiful all day today.
Yeah.
So like perfect weather.
Yeah. So maybe I'll sneak out and check out some stuff.
Yeah. I mean, they've got everything. Rocket ships, churros,
Yeah.
the original.
I mean, that's the only reason I came.
They got a whole truck just for the churros.
Man.
I think they said it was like a flash freeze ice cream or something. It's Dippin' Dots.
Yeah,
it's Dippin' Dots.
That's
which
exactly.
I'm not complaining.
But Dippin' Dots is trademarked, so they can't say it's Dippin' Dots unless they are purchasing Dippin' Dots.
It's astronaut ice cream.
Right.
It's special. And they sell, I think, freeze-dried ice cream sandwiches and stuff in the store, so it was pretty cool.
They got a kicking gift shop going on here, man.
Yeah, and you check it out because then you get some gifts.
Some very authentic gear up in that gift shop. So if you're ever in Kennedy Space Center, you got to stop by the gift shop. Bring money. Just bring some money and know I'm going to spend 150, 200 bones and walk away with some really cool space memorabilia. So very cool. What's InfoSec Pat up to these days? Like, what's the thing that's got your juices flowing and your beanie turning and you're just all excited about?
Yeah, this was one of them, obviously. So I'm super grateful to be here.
Yeah.
And the next thing I have some courses that I'm creating as well.
Anything I'd be interested in?
It's probably below your pay grade.
You don't know me that well, Pat.
No, but doing some like entry level junior penetration testing type stuff, and just like bringing that forefront from like people that don't really know much about cyber, getting into the world of pen testing, and just easing their way in. And that's something I'm working on, as well as like some like network fundamental projects too.
Right.
Because InfoSec Pat is more of a InfoSec person, but my my bread and butter is still in like network engineering, system administration.
Yeah, you were telling me you were like a huge Palo Alto. Like
Yeah.
That was kind of like your thing.
Yeah, Palo Alto, Checkpoint.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, that world. So yeah, that's really my bread and butter. So that's, you know, I'm creating like a I don't want to say SSCS, which is Checkpoint Certified Security Administrator, but more
something along that line.
Yeah,
yeah.
To learn how to administer, deploy checkpoint firewalls, and working on some stuff on that as well. So that's always fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it sounds like you're pretty busy, which I'm assuming literally everybody here is
We
like...
do nothing.
they've-
We just hang out.
You're never not busy, it
Watch
seems like, in
movies and
this
drink
industry.
great Kool-Aid.
There's well, you do that while you wait for the stuff to spin up, right?
That
That's
is
when
true.
you
That
switch
is
on Back
true.
to the Future, and then, yeah, you're
That's a true
in it,
story
or
right
Star
there.
Trek or whatever. Yeah.
Turn your IP camera off in my house. You know what I'm doing.
It's a free country. I'll do what I want. But I'm curious, Pat, if you're I'm new to the cons and stuff. This is my third con. Do you have any other cons lined up for this year that you're going to be going to?
Yeah, I want to go to, obviously, DEF CON. I would love to go to Black Hat. That's more of like a salesy, you know, conference. But
You have to get the shirt that says, I have no purchasing power. Otherwise, you're going to get mobbed.
Exactly. DEF CON, what was it, Wild West Hacking Fest?
Wild West Hacking Fest, yeah.
That's what we were talking about yesterday. That would be something that's really, really on the agenda this year. I really want to hit that up. And I don't want to wait another year because I know tickets are going fast, so hopefully I'll get mine probably this week, probably. There is a B-side in New York I would love to go to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, just represent my hometown. Yeah. And yeah, that's all the ones I have on my agenda at this very moment.
Awesome.
Sounds like you got your work cut out for you the rest of the year. You've already got your lineup set. And I know at Wild West, it's kind of nice because, I don't know, for me, living in Florida, the weather's nice up there. It's cool. And I heard that they're looking at maybe in future years moving it up a little because it reduces the chance that it'll snow during the conference or something like that. Is that true?
Yeah, I think it has snowed more years than not when I've been there. And then there was one year it really kind of snowed good. And most people were like, what is this white stuff on the ground? I don't know what to do with this. And people were slipping, and they didn't know how to drive in the snow. So it made people a little uneasy. So that's when they started talking about moving it a little bit earlier in the year so that was less likely to happen.
The one year I went, there was no snow. I'm kind of bummed.
It was beautiful, right?
And I haven't been there.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that's right.
But if you're from up north,
gorgeous.
like if you're from the New York area,
Yeah.
I'm sure. Like for
I'm
me,
familiar with the snow and stuff.
right. Being a Floridian, it's like snow. Like I've seen it twice. So, but you know, and I know you used to live further north in Florida.
I
so
lived in Missouri when I was a kid. So
Did it
yeah.
snow there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's
I've
an
never lived
understatement.
there. I don't know. So you
Whole
guys are
state
used to
gets
it.
whited out from time to time.
It's like I'm like, oh, snow, and you're like, oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
You'll get tired of that really fast. Seems like that's always
No,
the.
it's fun. My kids love it.
Yeah?
We typically try to take a snow trip because.
Oh, really? You try to
We
line
don't
it up
want our
intentionally?
kids to just be Florida kids.
Okay.
That all they know is beach.
Yeah, that's fair. You give them a well-rounded weather experience.
Right.
Yeah, and of course, being here, like you said, it poured yesterday. So you get the full experience here in Florida too with the rain.
And then there was like a tornado warning.
Yep.
Oh yeah. That does hit North Florida a decent amount. So Central Florida is maybe a little more rare for the tornadoes to come through Central
In
Florida.
Central Florida, no, I would say we get them. Yeah.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well see, I guess I wouldn't know. I don't pay attention to anything. I have no idea.
Oh, I know.
Well, Pat, I'm curious to know, have you had a chance to go around the showroom floor? We've kind of been back and forth from here to the showroom. Have you had a chance to go around and like see what's going on in there?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Anything
Seen
cool?
Obviously, it was more of my thing was focusing on the people instead
Yeah.
of the actual tables. Maybe I'll have to go another round and actually look at the tables. But you know, seeing Zach Hill from IT Career Questions, they said John, Joe from TCM. There was a few folks that I've ran into, so it's like you said, it's more about the reunion.
Yeah.
For me, at least. You know.
We spend more time just standing in a hallway talking to people that we don't get to see.
Yeah.
Right.
And actually.
And as soon as you get done going, okay, well, it's a good talk, man. I'll see you later. And you turn, it's like, oh, hey.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You and Zach are twinning today, I think. Y'all have the same
Yeah,
shirt
you
on.
kind of are, aren't you? Yeah.
Is he wearing the hat too, or no? He's got the Run CMD hat, maybe.
I'm not sure.
He might be because I think they.
I got this
print
from.
these?
Thank you, Zach. I got this from Zach today.
Yeah.
Oh, how neat. Look at that.
He's a giving soul.
He is a giving soul. He's a sweet guy. He's a nice guy. I hope I get to chat with him a little bit later. But he was like swarmed when I went in the first time. There's a bunch of people. I'm like, I told my mom, I was like, we'll come back later.
Yeah,
we'll come see him later because she's here with me and she recognizes all these people from the shows that we do.
Right.
So maybe we could get you on All Things Cyber in the future.
That would be awesome.
What do you think about that? Would you be interested in that maybe?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Twist his arm, right?
Twist his Maybe we can get you up it's hard for us to get people in person because everybody's all over the place, but it'd be cool to get a guest in the studio in person at some point.
We got to find them because we got a lot of Florida hackers.
Yeah.
We got to find some of these Florida hackers. I think Jacob's in Tampa, isn't he?
Yeah, Jacob's in Tampa.
So
no, is he in Tampa? No,
I think he is.
Oh yeah, he is in Tampa.
Yeah. And you're down
right.
down south, yeah.
Yep.
So that's a bit of a ride.
Yeah. It'll probably be easy to fly from West Palm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this would be the place to look for local folks to maybe bring into the studio. So we'll have to explore that a little bit further. We are going to take a look at the schedule really quick in case you've forgotten some of the speakers that are coming up. Carlos is going to be up next on the main stage in just a few minutes, but let's take a look at some of the other speakers that are going to be making appearances here and in the breakout rooms. Graham Helton, we've got a team there in the middle in the Rebel Alliance room. I'm having trouble reading the font, so I'm struggling. And Angelina in the Millennium Falcon room. I didn't realize they had like team speakers. So you could bring a buddy. I would do that. If I didn't have to do it by myself, I would do it. Team up with somebody. So those are going to be in some of the breakout rooms here coming up in just a little bit. Again, we're going to be going until 6 today, I think. So a lot of speakers coming up. Carlos here on the main stage. Speaking of Joe Helly is going to be in one of the breakout rooms, and Jared Folkins over in the indoor room soon as well. I did mention earlier that I'm here with my mom today. Once we sign off here and toss it to Carlos, I'm probably going to take her around, show her some more of the stuff. I've been told by our lovely production team we've got a font for my mom. I'm wondering now what you can see her poking out from behind our screen. She's here with me today because she's also a Floridian, so she was able to come to this one. Wave, hi Mom. They have a font for they do. The mother of Sophie Goodwin.
Hi, Mama Goodwin.
It's her favorite title, I'm sure. It's her proudest title, probably, maybe.
That's right.
Well, it's because she doesn't have a mic on. She might be like, actually.
You're her big achievement in life.
Sure.
God help her.
Sure. Wow. It's good. It's good.
I'm throwing shade today.
I'll wait till after we sign off to cry about this.
She hits me.
I do. Yeah. Abuse. It's a love-hate relationship is what we have here. Well, I think Carlos is going to be coming up pretty soon. I'll have to take a look at the site and see some of what he's all about and what he's going to be giving his talk on because there is a lot going on today. So it's hard to keep it straight in my head sometimes. I don't know. Do you know if have you gotten word in your head yet if he's up on the stage ready to go? Because I know it takes a little bit to get things set up.
The only voice I hear is my own.
Oh, you don't get the voices in your head?
And the devil's. What? Do what?
Oh, sometimes, yeah. The voices in my are telling me to kill you.
Yeah.
Genuinely, they are. I've got the production team in my head, and
I have
they keep me posted.
This is complete zero. I might as well just.
That's probably good. It would be distracting for you. I think it would struggle. You'd struggle a little bit.
Sharp and shiny things.
It's like a crow.
What's going on over here?
Wow, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful crow illustration. We're going to give Carlos just another minute to get himself set up because it does take a little bit to transition between speakers. But let's give some love to some of the sponsors of HackSpaceCon today. There are a whole bunch of them. There's a whole giant screen, HackRedCon, ThreatLocker, RedSeer, just to name a few. Of course, there's TCM, Trusted Sec. We've got, I'm trying to read. Good Lord, there's a lot. Black Hills Information Security down there at the bottom. We've got a bunch of. Hey, Dark Wolf, is that Jacob's?
That's
Jacob's place? Okay, cool. So a lot of folks here that we know from these companies. So it's neat to see that all these companies kind of support each other. You see a lot of the same sponsors at some of these conferences, I feel like, and it's just cool because they all want to support each other and see everybody succeed. Let's take a look at the showroom as well. Still buzzing in there. We did mention, I think there's a lockpicking village going on. Do you think you'll stop by there, Daniel, if you have time?
You know, a lot of times I do because I just I don't want to let the skill get too rusty.
Yeah.
So every now and then I got to grab some rando locks and see if I can still pop them open.
Did you stop by the lockpicking village, Pat?
Yeah, actually in B-side Tampa, I did.
Oh, really?
And it was fun.
Okay.
I like lockpicking.
It's very addictive, right? Like that's the kind of thing where you're just like, let me try this for a second here, and you're, okay, I almost got this, and then you go, oh, wow, how did 3 hours go by? How did we get here? Oh, well, I guess I'm having fun, and you just go right back to it because I used to walk around with like locks in my pocket. That's how deep I got into it. I was just like locks. I'm going to like U-Haul places and saying, you got any old locks that you don't want anymore?
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
especially like you can create your own now, right? You get a couple 2x4s, put a lock, and actually create your own little. Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of neat. Yeah.
That skill has come in handy though, because I have used it on multiple occasions. Someone's locked themselves out of the house, or
For legal reasons, right.
Yeah,
You can-
like some people at work. I think one of our people in finance, they locked a drawer, and it had had checks or something in it, and the keys were in the drawer. And I was like,
how do you lock? Because the drawers, it's like you got to turn the key and then.
Oh no!
So
I'm sorry. The
the
keys weren't in the drawer. You're right, because he'd taken them home. And when he came back, he didn't have the keys with him. That's what it was.
And it's easier to just pick the lock.
And he was like, "What am I going to do?"
Yeah.
And Nate came over to me and said, "Hey, don't you have a lockpick set? Can't you pick a lock?" I go, "Yeah, let's give it a shot."
You're ready for a life of crime,
Yeah,
right?
I got it.
Why don't you
open.
just take care of this for
it
us?
Popped.
Well, myself, I can't say I've ever picked a lock. I am a lock. The lock on my diary, I did pick.
He did have keys inside, but it wasn't the keys he took home. There was a spare set inside. That's why I was thinking.
Okay, I see. Yeah, geez, that'd be a pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever picked a lock before. I am
You
a
should totally go to the
law-abiding
lock
citizen.
picking. Go to the village. Learn
Yeah?
to lock, pick a lock. It's fun.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll stop by if I've got time. I'll have to see if I heard there's one that's like clear. I think
Yep,
Joe maybe
so you
mentioned
can
it, so
see
you
it.
can see what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
pins.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it kind of gives you an idea of what you're not seeing on a regular lock, so you can get the idea of what you should be doing. And then it's like a cyber range, right? You got things like Try Hack Me, right? They go, okay, go here, do this, click that. And you do it, and it works. You're cool. And then explain why it worked. Same thing with the lock. You get the clear lock, you look in, you can see, okay, I'm trying to move this shear pin, I'm trying to move this push pin, I'm trying to get all these things to do what they're supposed to do. It all works, and then the lock pops. Now, here's when you can't see.
Satisfying.
Let me take you, no more hand holding. Let's see what you do.
Okay.
Use those.
It's like training wheels.
Yep.
That's kind of nice. Maybe I'll try that. The only lock picking I've ever done has been in like Fallout 4 when you pick the lock up, and I'm not even very good at that.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll try my hand at it for legal reasons. For legal reasons, of course. I think they're still setting up for Carlos back there. He's got some technical aspects that he's setting up for his talk. I know, y'all know, I love my stickers on my laptop here.
Did you get some new ones?
I went and walked around, and I did find some new ones. I thought this one was real cute. This is from neurodiversehackers.com. It's a little cat. Little cat with a spaceship helmet on. I'm a sucker for a cat. Most of these are, they're
You should
cool
make
looking.
your own sticker that's a cat that's mewing.
Mewing?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a pun in there
I gave
somewhere.
that to you for free. That's
You
on
familiar with the mewing, like that whole phenomenon?
Nope.
Okay, it's like a.
It's completely ridiculous. It's supposed to be, so it's a technique that was for people to like accentuate their jawline, try to give you a more chiseled looking jaw. So you push your tongue to the roof of your mouth, and it kind of makes your jaw pop, right? Kids nowadays are doing it to tell their teachers, "I'm not going to answer you because I'm mewing." So they'll go just like that. So it's kind of like being a jerk kind of thing.
Well,
yeah.
No, you're a Sigma. You're not a jerk.
Oh,
you're
there
a
you
Sigma.
go. Yeah.
That's the term.
Is there a difference?
Sigmas don't have to say they're Sigmas.
No,
That's
alphas
the
are
thing.
alphas are jerks, right? Sigmas
Alphas are a little bit more like they have to kind of show.
Yeah.
Sigmas don't care.
Yeah.
Like Peaky Blinders. If you're familiar with Tommy Shelby,
Yes.
Peaky Blinders.
Perfect example.
He is the like poster boy for that whole movement.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying whether I agree with it or not.
Nothing
I think it's fun.
damages his calm.
I think it's just fun to mew.
Yeah.
I think it's
It
just
is kind of fun.
you just make a little face. I think it's fun.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah, because I'm not. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and we've talked enough about mewing, and I think Carlos is all ready to go. So hope you've enjoyed the talk so far. We'll be back right after Carlos's talk on the main stage.
Cool. Okay, well, hello everybody. Thank you for being here. We are going to get started with the talk, Intro to macOS Protections for Red Teams. So as the name implies, this is going to be an intro. We are not going to be doing any deep dive of any of the protections of macOS, but we are just going to be talking a little bit of all of them, and then I'm going to be talking about some bypasses I found for some of these protections. These are going to be this presentation is going to be fairly easy to follow. You don't need to know any previous knowledge about macOS, so don't worry about that. And actually, it's that easy to follow that the thing we have choose for this presentation is Winnie the Pooh. So you will find out later why Winnie the Pooh, but for the moment, it's just something funny. Cool, so my name is Carlos Polop. I'm working as principal team leader in Halborn. I do pen testing, red team. I have several certifications, and I have been captain of the Spanish team in the European Cybersecurity Challenge in 2021. And I was member of the winning Team Europe in the first ICC of 2022. These are very interesting competitions that if you don't know about, I recommend you to check, because actually there is a team from the States participating in the ICC challenge. If there is anyone from the team here, hello, because I probably know you. Hey, man. And I'm also author of Hacktricks piece and other open source tools that you can find in my GitHub. Okay, so let's get started. Probably most of you are know more about Windows and Linux than about macOS. That's what I feel in the cybersecurity space nowadays. There is a lot of people focusing on Windows. There is a bunch of people focusing on Linux, and there is a few people focusing on macOS. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be talking about I'm going to be comparing macOS with Windows and Linux, so we understand better the steps we need to do in order to actually compromise a macOS device. So here we have a very interesting diagram about the steps you will need to follow in order to be able to compromise a machine, a macOS machine. So you will need to have an entry point. This means that, for example, sending some kind of phishing with an attachment, with a malware that is going to be executed. If we will be talking about Windows environments or Linux environments, probably that means that you trick the user somehow to execute something. They're going to be doing double click, the malware is going to be executed, and you're going to be compromising potentially a user inside Windows or Linux. In macOS, if you send a malware via an email, and then the victim downloads and executes it, probably it's just not going to be executed. And this is going to be because of gatekeeper. So macOS starts this way, making our life harder. Or if you decide that, hey, I'm going to be tricking the user, I'm going to be uploading this very stealth malware to the app store, and then I'm going to trick the user to download it from there and execute it. If the user just follows and do that, probably it is going to be executed, but it's going to be executed inside a sandbox. So this way, macOS is very lives as red teamers, very, very complicated, and these are protections that we don't have in Windows and Linux usually. In Windows, you just send the binary, the guy is going to double-click it and execute it. But okay, let's suppose that we are doing this red team in macOS, so we managed to bypass somehow these protections. Maybe we had some zero-day, maybe we trick especially the user to accept several prompts or do several stuff in order to execute our malware, or maybe we just found so you know, we'll later talk about this, but maybe we just send some Microsoft Excel macros with a bypass of the sandbox, which is kind of a common vector in the past to use in order to bypass the sandbox and compromise a user's machine. And we just got execution as a user. You might be thinking, okay, I'm a user. It's time to start checking all the files of the user, try to find credentials, sensitive information, all this stuff. And you are not going to be able to do that. In Windows, you will be able to access folders such as documents, desktop, downloads, photos, anything. In macOS, we have TCC, which is a protection that is going to be preventing your new malware being executed from accessing all these folders without having a user acceptance. So it's kind of like a UAC that you shouldn't be able to bypass, not like UAC. So TCC in macOS is even if you are executing some program as the user, you are not going to be able to access these files. We will be talking, we are actually going to be talking a lot about TCC. And actually there is a kind of root in TCC which is called FDA, a full disk access, that basically allows you to do anything in TCC. And also, of course, in a traditional privilege escalation path from user, you would like to go to root or to NT authority system. Which, of course, you can do this in macOS if you have the exploit, if you find a misconfiguration or whatever. But this is going to be fun because TCC is also protecting from the root user. So actually, root in macOS is no more than another user. It's true, it's having some more privileges, so it's still interesting to be root. But actually, in macOS, usually it's more interested to become full disk access than to become root. Why? Because not even root is going to be able to access the documents folder of a user. TCC is going to be still preventing that. So root is not that interested anymore in macOS. And it is not that interested also because SIP, System Integrity Protection, which is the rootless mechanism of macOS, which is stripping root from more and more permissions. Every once in a while, they introduce some new module in SIP, and root will have even less permissions than it has now. So that's what I'm telling you, that root nowadays is not like other users. You have some special privileges, of course, but it's not that interesting anymore. And now macOS is super protecting the kernel. It's super complicated to load a module in the kernel, even if it's your machine. So imagine from an attacker's perspective that you don't even have physical access to the machine. So yeah, at the end, what you can see here is that in order to perform a red team in macOS, in order to just compromise one machine in macOS, it's not like I send a file in a phishing, they double click, and I just use this 0-day, or I've used this Windows outdated privilege escalation, and I am anti-authority system, and I can download the stuff from memory with Mimikatz. In macOS, you have Gatekeeper or Sandbox, then you get the user, that you need to bypass TCC to become FDA, and then if you want to do harder stuff, you will probably need to become root, attack the SIP, and then go to the kernel. So it's not that easy anymore. I hope you get this comparison between Windows and Linux and macOS, and how macOS is trying really hard to make these kind of compromisions much harder. Now we are going to be talking a little bit about Gatekeeper and Sandbox, what they do, what they protect, and some CVEs found in the past to bypass them, because the best way to understand how things can be bypassed in the future is to understand how they have been bypassed in the past, because a lot of times when you read CVEs attacking the same component, you're going to be finding that they are actually very similar among them. And actually, in the last part of this talk about my research, it is just based in all the CVEs that have been found on how to bypass TCC. So Gatekeeper. Gatekeeper is actually, they usually talk about Gatekeeper about the compound of notarization, Gatekeeper, and quarantine attribute. So notarization basically is this process in Apple where you just send your program. They are going to be checking internally. They are going to be checking for malicious content. They are going to be code signing in saying, hey, this program is notarized, and this is what you need to do in order to upload something to the app store. This is interesting, of course, because now if you want to upload, well, now and for all the life of macOS, if you want to upload something to app store, they are actually going to be searching it for malicious content. So malware in app store is something that you can find, but it's not that common. And it's also because of our next step is the sandbox. Things upload to the app store are going to be executed within a very, very restricted sandbox. Then we have what is called Gatekeeper, which it's a configurations that decide what you can execute in your current computer. And actually here you have an image about what you can execute on a computer depending on the configuration on Gatekeeper. So usually you will have it in app store and identified developers, which basically means that you are not going to, Gatekeeper is not going to be allowing you to execute a malware that has been self-signed or that doesn't have been signed. Someone known by Apple that need to follow a KYC process. You need this kind of certificate in order to execute something, or maybe you won't even trust random Apple certified developers, and only things that are inside the app store that has passed all this process of notarization that Apple has already checked for malicious content. So this is what Gatekeeper is about. It's about preventing this initial access. So you download a malware, you're not going to be able to execute it unless you manage to upload it to the app store and download it from there. We have Sandbox, or you use some Apple identifier developer. And actually, you probably know about a lot of red teams and governments that actually use this, but this is very easy to prevent, because once they know that these people is uploading a malware, the certificate is going to be removed. People is going to know that this is a bad certificate, and everything that was signed with this certificate is no longer trusted. So it's a very easy way to also prevent this malware from being executed in the future once it has been discovered. And then we have the quarantine attribute, which is potentially one of the most, from a red team perspective, is a pain in the ass because it's super simple, but it's being super effective. This attribute is basically some string indicating, hey, this file is suspicious. It's suspicious because it has been downloaded. It wasn't in the system before. Somehow this has been downloaded, and now it's here, and it's marked as suspicious with this quarantine attribute. This quarantine attribute is basically what is triggering Gatekeeper, which basically means that every time you download something from the internet, it is going to be getting this attribute, and once you try to execute it, Gatekeeper is going to be called because this attribute is here. If you can just bypass the addition of this attribute to a file downloaded, so binary downloaded, Gatekeeper is not going to be bothering you. So this is why this attribute is so simple and so a pain in the ass for red team's perspective. And also, this is not part of the keeper, it's different stuff, Xprotect, but just so you know that we have kind of a defender in macOS, which is called Xprotect, which basically checks for malware based on hashes, bundle IDs, team IDs, JAR rules. You can actually find this information inside the host, but you know, this is not for finding new malware, this is just for finding old malware that has been recently discovered. Apple is going to be updating these rules every once in a while, every week I think it is, or every 2 weeks. And yeah, I just first search for known malware in your computer. Just so you know that from a red team perspective, we also need to know that this exists. So how was people able to bypass Gatekeeper in the past? There has been tons of CVs about this. I have just selected 3 of them that I think are pretty fun. So one of the first one was that when you extract something with archive utility, which is the main process in macOS to extract stuff, if file paths longer than 886 characters in the name, well, in the file path, they are just not going to be getting the quarantine attribute. So you could just create this kind of long paths, make the victim decompress the file, and the file won't get this quarantine attribute, which means that when they double-click it, Gatekeeper is not going to be called, and you're going to be able to execute it. Then we have another very interesting one. So in macOS, we have this stuff that is called Automator. Automator basically allows you in a very easy way to automate actions inside macOS using different applications. The thing is that the quarantine attributes is being added, among other things, to the main binary that is going to be executed in an application in macOS, because applications in macOS are folders, and at some point you are going to be finding this main binary that is going to be having this quarantine attribute. What this guy was doing is that, okay, instead of using a main binary, I'm going to be putting a symlink to the main Automator binary that is inside every macOS installation. And when the victim double-clicks my application, it is going to be calling this symlink that is linking to a legit application inside the macOS, and it is just going to be executing a workflow automator that basically runs whatever you want to run. So this guy was just abusing macOS binary inside the system in order to bypass the quarantine attribute, in order to bypass Gatekeeper. This was another CVE for 2021. Then, as I have told you, if we manage to prevent adding the quarantine attribute, we are going to be able to bypass Gatekeeper. And then another interesting CVE is that macOS supports ACLs. There is an ACLs that prevents writing these special attributes, like the quarantine attributes. And also macOS has this Apple double file format that allows it to copy files with these attributes from one origin to another, which basically means that you could send an Apple double file format, your malware in this file format, with an ACL preventing the addition of these quarantine attributes, basically meaning that when the user just decompresses the file in this Apple double format, the application is going to be created, and because there is a prevention of this quarantine attribute, it is not going to be added, and when the victim double-clicks on it, it is going to be installed. So this was another way to bypass the addition of Gatekeeper of the quarantine attribute. Actually, like these CVEs, you're going to be finding 2 or 3 more of each category that are just doing exactly the same stuff, but with a different file format, with a different binary inside the macOS, or with a different stupid measure like files paths longer than 886 characters. Okay, so let's suppose that we don't want to bypass Gatekeeper. We are just going to be following the App Store flow, and we are just going to be uploading our malware, and we are going to be bypassing the protection from the notarization brought in by Apple. The problem is that if you upload something to this App Store, you need to add this entitlement, which is going to be a string inside the configuration of the application in macOS, indicating that this application must be executed inside a sandbox. And actually, the macOS sandbox is a very restricting one. So there are a lot of files and folders you're not going to be able to access. For example, desktop, documents, any common folder, you're not going to be able to access it. Actually, an application is executed in its own container, in its own CH root. You're not going to be able to have network access. You're not going to be able to execute new binaries that you create. You are going to be having the APC communication between processes very, very, very restrictive. So actually, a sandbox in macOS is kind of hard to bypass. And that's why you will need to be executing stuff in the sandbox if you upload it to the app store. So how people has managed to bypass these sandboxes before? So of course, if you bypass the gatekeeper, you can just send the malware to the victim and not upload it to app store, and you will bypass sandbox by not executing it. Another very fun way to bypass sandbox in the past was abusing open. So in macOS, there is this open command that allows you to execute programs, applications that are already in macOS. The thing is that you could, in the past, indicate the parameters, for example, env or stdin. So basically, you are able to do something like, hey, execute me the terminal application, which appears in all the macOS installations, with an environment variable of bus_env, and in here, you're going to be executing my malware. Basically, you were allowed to escape the sandbox by executing a terminal, putting in an environmental variable, something different that you want the bus terminal to execute. Of course, nowadays, these parameters and other parameters from the open application are forbidden, but in the past, you were able to bypass the sandbox this way. Another this way to bypass a sandbox will be to do something similar. If you know that there is some applications with auto-start locations, this basically means that if you have write permissions over some folders in some specific paths, when the application is called, it is going to be executing the stuff you put on it, and you can still use open to open applications outside of your sandbox. You are going to be able to bypass it. The thing is that by default, the macOS default sandbox is not going to be allowing you to write in any interesting place. So this is not going to be useful. But if you have a custom sandbox that Apple somehow allows this, for example, the Microsoft Office is going to be having a special sandbox that has been bypassed several times just because of this stuff. They allow to write in a special location that you could abuse for auto-startup binaries. This way you could find other ways to bypass the sandbox. Also, if you manage again, so every time you create a file inside your sandbox in macOS, the quarantine attribute is added again. Why? Because if not, you could be able just to create an application, open it with open, which is opening the application outside of your sandbox, and then open it. Because the quarantine attribute is being added, gatekeeper is going to take in place, and it is going to prevent your execution. But again, if you manage to bypass adding these quarantine attributes, there is a way that I'm not going to explain now, but there is a way to just escape from the sandbox. All you need to do is to create a folder without the quarantine attribute. If you can do this, you can bypass the macOS sandbox. It's like the thinnest line I have found in order to do a bypassing sandbox. And I have tried hard. I couldn't find yet a way, but there must be a way. Like, you just need to create a folder without this quarantine attribute. And also, you need to know that macOS loves doing stuff in user space. So Sandbox is actually loaded in user space, and it is loaded when the library leave system B is called. It has a constructor that is going to be loading the process inside a sandbox. So if you manage to execute something in the application before loading this specific library, you're actually going to be able to execute something outside of the sandbox, even if later the process is going to be inside the sandbox. So this will be another way. If you can craft somehow an application, a binary that is going to be loading something before this library, you're going to be able to bypass the sandbox. Cool. Now we are going to be talking about my most favorite part of the talk, which is TCC. TCC basically, if any one of you, if you are using macOS, I'm pretty sure you're aware of this prompt that appears saying, hey, Zoom wants to access your camera. Do you want to give it access? Or Terminal wants to access access control to Finder. Do you want to give it? Basically, it's a prompt very similar to UAC in Windows that allows an application to give access over other applications or over other locations. You can find a couple of databases they are indicating what each application is able to do. And as I told you at the beginning, the full disk access is kind of the root of TCC. Basically, it will allow you to do everything. This is a very, very interesting concept because with TCC, what macOS did was that I'm not going to be controlling the privileges based on the user. I'm also going to be controlling the privilege based on the binaries that I execute. So if you're familiar with the suid bit in Linux that might allow you to escalate to root, this is kind of getting the suid bit in Linux and putting it in all of the binaries inside macOS. Of course, the permissions they have is controlled by the entitlements at the permissions that have been granted already by the user. But yeah, now we are controlling permissions not only by the user, but also about the binaries, which is very interesting because just a raw user might be able to do more, is going to be able to escalate privileges just because a binary inside macOS has been granted those permissions. Basically, they are improving the attack surface of macOS, which I'm not saying is bad. If you configure it properly, it's potentially better. Just from an attacker's perspective, they are increasing the attack surface. So very raw, easy, and TCC bypasses from the past, and that are still currently working. So TCC is usually prevented for write actions. They don't prevent write actions. So even if you cannot read the documents folder, you are still going to be able to write on it and read the files that you have written on it. So it's not preventing write. Also, you can bypass TCC. If TCC is granting permissions of a binary based on the absolute path, you can just modify this binary located in there and abuse these permissions. But usually, or if not always, TCC is going to be granting permissions based on things like the time ID, the bundle ID, and this stuff that you cannot just bypass. But the absolute path will be a different way. SSH bypass. Actually, I'm kind of running out of time, so you have actually all this information and more in Hacktricks. If you don't know it, it's book.hacktricks.xyz. Just search the macOS section, and you will find this. But from this slide, I just want to highlight the final part, the child process injection. Because there are going to be several times that a binary have some special privileges that you really want, but you don't have in your malware. What you could do is just to find a way to make that process execute arbitrary stuff. If you can make a process, a binary, execute arbitrary stuff, you are going to be inheriting the permissions of that process, and you're going to be able to abuse those. So we are not only talking about compromising a binary that is stored, we are now talking about making a binary execute arbitrary stuff. And there are a lot of ways to do this. For example, one of the most easy common ways that it has been known for 10 or 20 years ago is that if you know DLL hijacking in Windows, it's just to make a binary load another DLL in Windows. So imagine the same, but in macOS. We are just going to be modifying a library, a DLD, and we are going to be making a process in macOS load it. The thing is that in macOS, things are signed and libraries need to be signed. So unless you have the certificate of the developer that actually developed the application and you sign your malicious library with that, you are just not going to be able to make it loaded. Like it is, there is some library validation process happening, and this is just not going to be working. You cannot just craft a malicious library and expect a binary to load it. But if the application has these entitlements, disable library validation or create library validation, this basically means that, hey, I'm just not going to be checking libraries, so you can just load anything. And if we, well, there are a lot of different ways to make DL library jacking. I'm not going to be talking about this because I want to focus on another part. But also, we have in macOS this special environmental variable, which is called DLD insert libraries, which is kind of the LD preload in Linux, where you can just indicate, hey, I want you process to load this library, which basically means that, of course, this environmental variable by default is going to be disabled, but what you can tell an application is, hey, I want you to load this library, and you indicate the path to the library in this environmental variable. And then, if the application have the other entitlements we have just seen before, that indicates that no load library process is going to be performed, basically you can inject any code inside any application with these vulnerabilities on them, and then you're going to be able to escalate to the TCC privileges of these applications. I guess that makes sense. You are basically forcing an application to load a library and inheriting the permissions of this application. There are a lot of restrictions. As I told you, this is known from maybe 5, 10 years ago, so I'm not going to focus in the talk on this, but it's the easiest way to do this. Cool. Another way to process injection. OK. So now we are going to be talking about something more fun. And it's that you know that nowadays, in order to create applications, you're usually going to be using a framework. You can just create an application in macOS writing the code in Swift, but you can also create it in Electron using a framework for Java, for Python. The goal is to just create an application that is basically going to be working in any operative system. The thing about these kind of frameworks is that they usually implement things such as parameters or environmental variables that allows you to customize what they are going to be executed. And this is going to be great from a macOS perspective. So for example, in Electron, this is the most commonly abused things on macOS applications, you're going to be having things such as the environmental variable Electron run as node, which basically means that you are going to be prompt a CLI in node that you can abuse to execute anything, or you can have the environmental variable node options that you can just use these / require parameters and load a JavaScript file inside the process, or maybe you can, in order to debug, you can just indicate the parameter inspect and then connect to the debug port that is being opened and make the application execute anything. What I'm telling you is that if there are an Electron application, you can abuse these parameters and environmental variables in order to make the Electron application execute whatever you want. And if, for example, you have Discord installed, which is asking you for accessibility permissions from the moment you install it, or maybe you have used it to access your microphone because you had a call, or to access your camera, or to access your screen, to share your screen, you are going to be able to access all this stuff because Discord has access, and you can execute Discord with these environmental variables and just get a shell inside Discord and abuse its permissions. Of course, after several years of researchers calling to this, now you have Electron fuses, which are protections for Electron applications to not allow these parameters and these environmental variables. So whenever you compile your application, you can indicate these flags, these fuses, and you're going to be disabling these things that I have shown you, but still, even nowadays, Discord is vulnerable, even if you have the protection. So it's fairly common to still find Electron applications vulnerable to this. I'm going to show you very fast a demo here. So basically, what we are going to be doing is to use, we are going to be trying to create a capture from the camera. You can see that we don't have permissions. This is TCC saying, hey, do you want to give permissions to create a photo? I say no. And now I'm going to be abusing Discord, who already had permissions to take photos, to take a photo, just abusing its permissions. We can see in the entitlements of Discord that it has access to the camera. And now we are going to be creating the payload in Node.js, which is basically going to be executing the command we tried to execute previously and didn't work, but now it's Discord who is going to be executing it. We just use the environmental variables Electron run as node and Electron options with the require. We open Discord, and we can see that now it's Discord, the one that is accessing to access the camera. If we have granted this permission previously, it won't ask for it. So if you are using Discord and you have already granted it, people could do that. And this is me forgetting that I'm taking a screenshot. So yeah. And there was another one, but we are running out of time. OK. So actually, I found this a couple of days ago in Twitter. So Ron Masses basically found that you can get Chromium applications, so Edge, Chrome, Brave, Opera, and just use these specific parameters in order to load extensions that are going to be loaded by the browser, and also to make Chrome not ask for permissions where it is going to be accessing media streams, such as the camera or the microphone. This is great because basically you can imagine that you are using Google Chrome or your big team is using Google Chrome. You can just kill Google Chrome, start again Google Chrome with these parameters, load a specific extension, and start doing things like injecting JavaScript code in pages, dump cookies for different pages that has been loaded, doing a keylogger inside the browser, using the microphone, the camera, and everything. So this is another way to just inject ourselves in some process, in this case Chromium processes, and start playing with it. Also, I mentioned that we have Java applications. Java applications, for example, Burp Suite is using a Java framework in order to be executed also in macOS. So just like the node options environmental variables, we have the Java options environmental variable here that can do again the same thing, can execute arbitrary Java code. So imagine that you are running Burp Suite in your macOS, and you have given Burp Suite access over the documents folder. What you could be doing is just run Burp Suite with these Java options, make Burp Suite execute arbitrary stuff to copy all the documents folder into the TMP folder, and then from your malware you will be able to access the TMP folder. Basically, this is another way to do a child injection inside Java applications such as Burp. Also, Java applications used to have this VM options file that can be abused to perform the same stuff. And here we have a very quick demo on how to do this in Burp Suite. So here I'm just creating a Java agent, which is what we are going to be injecting inside Burp Suite. I need to create a Java agent, so these are all the steps we need to follow in order to do that. Okay, now we are going to be executing Burp Suite with the Java options environmental variables, indicating the Java agent, and we managed to execute a calculator inside the Burp Suite. So basically, this calculator, we have inherit all the permissions of Burp Suite. So we have just pre-besc this way. Now, for Perl scripts, so you know that there might be some applications that aren't using any of these frameworks, but are actually executing scripts, Node.js scripts, Python scripts, Perl scripts. Well, all these technologies have special environmental variables that you can abuse in order to execute arbitrary stuff. So in case of Perl, we have this Perl 5 OPT and Perl 5 lib that can be abused. So when a Perl script is executed, they are going to be loading arbitrary stuff. And actually, this was exploited last year in DEFCON to get a SIP bypass inside macOS. So it's crazy that these kind of easy techniques to escalate privilege in macOS, even in 2023, what is still used to bypass one of the biggest protections of macOS, which was SIP, System Integrity Protection. Yeah, so basically we have another environmental variables that you can use in Perl scripts in order to load the stuff, to make Perl execute arbitrary stuff. And here we have a very, very fast example. So we create a Perl script with hello from the Perl script. And now we are going to be using the Perl 5 OPT in order to execute who am I. So if we run a binary with special TCC privileges that is running a Perl script, and we run this binary with this Perl 5 OPT environmental variable, we are just going to be getting a child injection inside this process, inheriting the TCC permissions. We can abuse Python with the Python warnings environmental variable and browser environmental variable to do the same, to just make Python execute arbitrary stuff. I'm going to be jumping this demo because it's the same. And again, with bus and setsh scripts, we could be doing the same stuff. In this case, we will need to use something like the environmental variable busenv or the files .busrc, chrc, and so on. These are files that whenever you load a bus shell or a setsh shell, they are going to be executed. Depending on how you load the shell, something or the other thing is going to be executed. But I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this, so I'm going to be jumping this. I'm actually not going to be jumping this. This is a CVE that will appear sooner or later. Parallel desktop was vulnerable to busenv environmental variables injection. So I managed to execute, I managed to make Parallels Desktop execute arbitrary stuff, and the thing about Parallels Desktop is that whenever you execute it for the first time, it asks you for permission to access the desktop, downloads, documents, camera, micro, everything. For some reason, Parallels Desktop need access to everything. So this way, I was just able to abuse Parallels Desktop and inherit its permissions. This is now fixed, and that's why I can show you. Style injection homebrew, this is not that interesting. So why did I want to show you all this way you can inject, you can make arbitrary application execute arbitrary stuff? Because I did this research that I call honey traps. That's why the Winnie the Pooh environment of this talk. I developed this honey traps, which basically was poisoning all the environmental variables I just showed you using launchctl. So every time I launch an application in my macOS, it was going to be launched with all these environmental variables. What was going to be happening is that these environmental variables was poisoned to execute a shell, an iterm shell. So you can imagine that the first 2 weeks I was doing this research with this honey traps properly working. I will just execute some random application in my computer, and I will pop a shell. I will execute a different one, and I will pop a shell. I will start a virtual machine, and it will pop a shell. I will start, what else can I share with you? I will start any other lot of different applications, and it will pop a shell. And this way I manage just to all these vulnerabilities that people have been finding in the past years to bypass TCC and zip. What I managed to do is to attract those vulnerabilities and make them appear just by poisoning these environmental variables. The script to poison the environmental variables is yet not been released because there are some stuff that some companies still need to fix, but I will release it at some point this year potentially. But yeah, that was the goal of all these environmental variables, that you can actually automate the process of discovering all these style injections. It has some limitations, but I would like, well, also this is pretty fun. You can do TCC clickjacking, which basically means to put some other box on top of the TCC box. So the user will just click on accept TCC stuff and it will get accepted. Actually, TCC from this point of view is kind of broken, but you still need some user interaction. Here, you can see that we have the OK of the warning on top of the OK to give WAR permissions over Finder. So this will be the TCC clickjacking. I didn't discover that. It was discovered by Breakpoint HQ. But also I discovered that you can actually create applications and call them however you want. So you could, for example, create an application and call it Chrome, and whenever that application asks for TCC permission, it's going to be say, Chrome is asking for these permissions. Or you could even create an application called Finder and ask for this, and make this application ask to use Finder, and you will get this very fun TCC prompt saying, Finder wants to access to control Finder. Do you want to allow it? I mean, from a social engineering perspective, I think it's kind of good. Like, Finder wants to control Finder, makes sense. Let me show you a demo here. So basically, I have in Hacktree, you can find the script that basically will create an application and call it Google Chrome and copy the icon from Google Chrome. And this application is actually going to be executing the Google Chrome install automatically, and then it's going to be executing our malware. So whenever we try to access some TCC locations, it's going to be appearing Google Chrome wants to access this, so it makes sense. In this case, we are going to ask to control Finder, and we are also asked to the user to put his password in a Google Chrome prompt. Here we can see that we are using the ID of the original Google Chrome and that we are going to be copying the icon from the original Google Chrome. The fun part about this is that, you know, the dock is this bar, the down part of the screen where you have your applications. That is a database readable by the user. So what we are going to be doing is to actually add our fake Chrome to this dock. So when the user clicks on it, he will actually think that he's clicking on the legit Chrome. If you take a look here, you can see that, oh, come on, man. You can see that there are two Google Chromes. because we have the legit one and the fake one. We could have removed the legit one. So imagine a user saying, hey, I'm going to open my Google Chrome, and you have already changed this. He's not going to realize what is happening. When you click on Google Chrome is actually going to be executed, and it's just going to be asking for weird permissions by, hey, you call Google Chrome. So it's not going to be that. It's kind of a stealth, I guess. And this here, we are just asking for the password. OK, privilege escalation. I would like to use my final minutes to show you about something interesting, because while I was doing this research, I execute some installers on macOS, because you know that installers on macOS can have sales script to be executed. And I was wondering, hey, maybe the installers are also going to be loading these environmental variables. And the thing is that these scripts are going to be executed by root, unless you do something about it. So I was just checking if they were vulnerable. The thing is that, well, here you have, you can, well, the thing is that most of the installer, I double-click, it didn't work, and then I download this Microsoft Teams install, and I got like 2 different cells from the installer. So it was like, okay, this is working, but why is working? And the thing is that when you execute an installer as root, you of course need to put your password to do the installation, but I think that from behind, sudo is being using. And what happened with sudo is that it is going to be giving you root privileges, but it actually is not going to be changing the environmental variables, which basically means that the environmental variables that you are using, which basically means that the home environmental variable is not going to be modified, which basically means that if you use the cban bin setsh in an installer in macOS, you can actually poison the file home.zshenv, and it's going to be executed by root whenever you install something. And this is because the home environmental variable is not being modified. So it was fun, and what I did is, okay, now I need to find as many installers that are vulnerable. So the guys at Triggers allowed me to use their platform, which basically allowed me to create a couple of workflows and scroll the iTunes page for official web pages of macOS applications, then go to each macOS application web page that I found, search for installers, download it, and the other thing that I did is to go through over 3 million repositories in GitHub to find all the repositories that have releases ending in .pkg, because this is an installer, download the installers, and check if they were using the cban bin setsh. And I found a couple of them. Yeah, actually, you have the 3 million here, you have the workflows here, and I found at the end 21 vulnerable repos. To be honest, I was expecting more, but it's what it is. There were 21 vulnerable repos that were sharing installer that was vulnerable to these privilege escalation vulnerabilities. And also half of them you could have just found them doing some code search in SourceGraph and in github.com. But it was just cooler to go around 300 million GitHub repos and download all of them. So here you have an example. The patch for this was released a couple of days ago in the patch Tuesday of this month. And this is basically how this works. I'm going to be poisoning the ZSH file inside the home folder. Then basically it's going to be executing whoami and terminal. Now I'm going to be installing Microsoft Teams. This was also working in Microsoft Office. Here we have it. So we are going to install it. And the moment it's installed, executing the pre-install and post-install scripts, we just start getting our roots cells as root. So that's how this privilege escalation will work abusing installers. So why did I find? I found that across Reader is vulnerable to the Perl one, but they doesn't have interesting privileges, so it's not that interesting. Android Studio is basically vulnerable to Java, BASENV, and library validation. So to be honest, I didn't tell them because this library validation is something that I just know for several years ago. I'm pretty sure that they already know about it. So it's what it is. Burp Suite, the thing is that if they didn't have a lot of privileges, I didn't report it because I know they are going to be sharing me, hey, this doesn't have any real impact, so we don't care about it. But the people that fix it, I still cannot share this. This was a parameter injection. My favorite was, I cannot share it yet, but it was a privilege escalation to full disk access in a pretty big company, so maybe next month I will be able to share it. Microsoft installer, Teams, Office, and 21 other installers were vulnerable. What else do we have? Lunar, this was a privilege escalation almost to FDA. This has already been fixed. OBS is this program to record. They are vulnerable to library validation, but they don't really care. I just put something in the forum several months ago and they didn't respond. So if you have OBS, just so you know that it's possible to basically access anything on your macOS because OBS needs access to almost anything. And just with the library validation, you are able to abuse it. Parallels Desktop, they were vulnerable to bus environment. I already showed you a demo about it. Yeah, and more others. The thing about this is that I was just executing applications and I will get cells and I will just write it down. Basically, I have only checked the applications I use in my laptop. So whenever I release the honey traps, I'm pretty sure that if you just execute it and run all the applications you have, you're going to be able to discover more applications vulnerable to this. A special thanks to Trickers because they allow me to use their platform to parse all these GitHub repositories. A special thanks to Bea because she is the one that creates these amazing slides with this Winnie the Pooh theme. And a special thanks, of course, to HackSpaceCon for allowing me being here sharing with you this research. Just some final, this is moving, okay. Just some final spam. I have released in training.hacktricks.xyz a certification about AWS hacking. So if you use the code HackSpaceCon, you get a 10% discount. It's a really nice certification to learn about AWS hacking. And thank you very much. Just to highlight, here you can see all the CVs that I'm still waiting because they are as slow as things. But yeah, it's very nice, the slide. Thank you very much.
Well, what a great talk from Carlos. It's always great to hear from all these speakers, and that one was, I'll be honest, I'm a little scared seeing some of the stuff that is possible. I think our production team felt the same way. How did y'all catch any of that talk? I know we were kind of getting ready to go up here, and there's a lot going on. So did y'all get a chance to catch any of the previous talk or any of the earlier talks today?
Yeah. So I actually saw the talk with Dave Kennedy. I really appreciate his talk. It was like the keynote. And he had a lot of good information in there. And one of the most important things that I appreciate from him was saying we're not going to know everything. It's like physically impossible to know everything in cybersecurity. So like sometimes you have vulnerabilities, you have certain things that come up, and it's just part of the learning process. If you get hacked, you get hacked. Sometimes you really can't avoid it.
It's nice to be reminded of that sometimes. You can't always avoid everything. We can only try our very best. Also, probably should introduce this Kev Tech. Joining us here on our left, and David Meese here on our right. So we're super excited to have them here with us for the next couple of minutes here before we move on to the next speaker. Y'all enjoying the conference so far?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like Kev said, Dave Kennedy was great. And I got to see Jason Haddix earlier, his talk about, I think, blue teaming. It's like so underestimated. And I love how he tied the AI into everything because blue teamers can definitely leverage AI for sure. So
yeah, absolutely. And we've been trying to balance our time walking around and being in here. What have you been up to, Daniel?
I ran and got food. I needed sustenance. So it's funny you bring up Dave Kennedy because I go and I get my food and I'm like, I gotta get back. So I'm kind of like shuffle walking over to the nearest picnic table and there's this guy in front of me and he's kind of big and I'm like, okay, he's strolling and I look at his arm and the back of his arm says hack health. I go, Oh, like it's Dave Kennedy. He's in front of me. He's enjoying the park. I go, good for you, Dave. Good for you. Now I need to eat and go.
Yeah, I was going to say, probably if you'd had more time, maybe you would have stopped and said hello. But,
I didn't want to interrupt a man.
Yeah. Had to hurry up and scarf that down.
I did. But park's great, obviously. A lot of fun out there. So
absolutely.
His talk, like you guys said, amazing. I got to interview him right after that, and he had a lot of really interesting follow-up to that and how you can apply it and what you can do with that. So he is such a resource to the community. Like you said, we all don't know everything. You can't. Doesn't stop us from trying, that's for sure. Or feeling like we should. So it's nice to hear someone like Dave go, it's okay. You don't have to know everything about everything. And I'm like, are you sure? Because I feel like I do. And he goes, no, you're fine. Learn what you can, use it, apply it, make us safer. So very cool.
Sometimes when I work with you, I feel like you know everything about everything. Like compared to me, I'm like trying to struggle something, and you're like, well, it's obviously this, and I'm like, I'm never gonna get there. I'm never gonna get there. So it's nice to hear. It's a little bit reassuring to hear somebody like that
Baby
say
steps.
that. Baby steps. I'll get there eventually. Give me several years.
Right.
So you were talking about how like the park's been great, and it's nice that that's something that we get to do, being part of HackSpaceCon. Kev, did you get a chance to explore the park much at all, or you've been pretty much here the whole day? At the building?
No, unfortunately, I've been here the whole day because I have a lot of people that follow me on social media. So people have just been grabbing me and just saying thank you and appreciate me for just being here and changing their lives, I guess. And I'm very I'm very humble. Like I'm a humble guy. Like, I don't really ask for anything. I just appreciate people and just genuinely appreciate the hospitality from everyone here that follows me and watches my content. So it's awesome to meet people in person, because sometimes it's not the same versus being on video. So it's like being on video or being on social media and making YouTube content is not the same when you meet someone that actually watches your stuff and you appreciate it a lot more. So
absolutely, it's very different in person. Like it's we get up here and talk, and then you see them in person, and it's like it's surreal to meet people that say that. And maybe you're used to it by this point because you've been doing this for a little bit. But hopefully you get to check out the park some point today and go over and roam around a bit. Have you had a chance to go over there?
I've actually not. I've been just roaming around like Kevin and just meeting everyone, and I'm just so thankful to be here. And like Kevin was saying, it's completely different when you meet someone in person. You have that more. Of course, we're all human, interaction, which it's nice to virtually, but it's to me, there's nothing like having that human connection with people, and it's a lot of fun to help just get out and just spread the security awareness to everyone and just keep everyone safe and secure. So. Yeah. That's kind of what I've been doing for the last kind of dove into, which I've been working in IT for about 10 years, and about four years ago I dove into cybersecurity, and I've just not looked back. I absolutely love it.
It's a bottomless pit of interesting things, isn't it?
It definitely is, and the people, the culture is what I love.
You working on anything exciting in David Meese's life that we can expect from you?
Yeah, I'm actually working on a red teaming book with my co-writer and friend, Dr. Willie Sanders. He's done a lot of research, college professor, has his doctorate degree. So
nice.
Worked in IT, blue teaming, red teaming research, all around. Great guy. We're working on it's expected to come out within the next couple months. It's for pre-order now, and I'm also we're having a book called Stronger Together. It's 100. We've got over 100 women and men that's written their stories. It's like how to. We wanted to write the book to help encourage more women and men in the STEM field and have them write their stories, like how they got into the industry. And we focused on DEI and men allies, and actually come to think about it, Kevin, he's one of the men allies in the Women in Cybersecurity book, so he's one of the
That's so neat.
One of the 100 people. So it's coming out.
He
in,
was the 100th.
Right. I think
Well,
we have
hey,
like 100.
I mean, as a woman in cybersecurity, it's always great to hear, you know, that we can all be friends and support each other. Really quick, we are going to jump to this. I think they're getting ready to go on with the next talk, so we are going to jump to the schedule really quick, just so that y'all know what's coming up here. We've got John, Bobby, Valerie, Celie, and Aaron, all in various breakout rooms here. We've got some more presenters coming up here. Techromancer is going to be here on the main stage in just a moment. Evan and Wade, both in separate breakout rooms. So if you're here at the conference, go check those out. But if you are watching online, coming up next, it's Techromancer here on the main stage.
All right. Thank you. Testing. All right. Welcome, everyone, to Recursion is a Harsh Mistress, the dangers of building a recursive internet scanner. All right, so some quick disclaimers. First is that I tend to get excited and talk pretty fast, so just an FYI. I'll try and slow down and keep it pretty sane. But overall, this is kind of an unusual talk for a hacking conference, I suppose. It is about bugs in software, but it's about bugs not that I exploited, but bugs that exploited me. So. It turns out that writing a recursive internet scanner is kind of dangerous. And Recursion has a tendency to turn little bugs into much bigger and more problematic bugs. And in my case, the bugs were pretty explosive, and that's kind of how they became a talk. So this talk contains some war stories, some confessions, and just lots of weird demos of just the random recursion bugs that we ran into while writing this tool. So the way I like to describe it is like, if you could think of writing a recursive internet scanner as launching rockets into space, this is just a compilation of all the rockets blowing up. So yeah, when they happened, these bugs were like really frustrating, but I learned a lot of valuable lessons from them, and I think that hopefully I can pass on some of those lessons to you, and you might find them interesting or entertaining, or hilarious, or anyway, yeah, it'll be fun. So I'm Joel, aka the Techromancer. I'm a pen tester at Black Lantern Security. Big thanks to them for letting me come here and basically giving me the time to do this research. So I'm the author of a couple hacking tools you may or may not have heard of. The first one is Bbot, which is the recursive internet scanner in this talk. And then also Trevor Spray, Manspider, and Right Hat. So this is me when I was 6 years old, very proud of my Lego creation. Really only one thing you need to know about me, which is that I like to build things. So I used to build Lego stuff a lot, and then at some point I kind of transitioned into Python, but in my brain, Python and Legos are the same thing. So yeah, love of Legos plus love of computers eventually led me to try and build a recursive internet scanner. So this started back in 2022, and it has to do with Spiderfoot. So I had just spent about a year deving on Spiderfoot, and I basically had this big plan laid out for improving Spiderfoot. I wanted to make Spiderfoot our sort of one-stop shop OSINT automation at BLS, but the plan was not really working out. I had put a lot of work into it, but I was sort of coming to terms with the reality that I was going to have to abandon my work on Spiderfoot, and so I was having kind of a crisis. I really loved Spiderfoot, and I didn't want to let it go. So just a quick background on Spiderfoot. How many of you have used Spiderfoot, just out of curiosity? One person, okay. Spiderfoot's pretty cool. It's been around for a while, about 12 years, I think. But the first time I tried it, I was kind of a noob. I was like just getting started, and I was just trying all the tools. And Spiderfoot, it got stuck spidering some website, and I kind of just let it run for a day or two, and then killed it and deleted it from my computer and forgot about it. But later, when I started working at BLS and I had a little bit more experience, Spiderfoot came back onto my radar, and I got a chance to give it another try and sort of take a closer look at it. And actually, the way that Spiderfoot is designed is pretty genius. So Spiderfoot is recursive. It's like unapologetically recursive. So a lot of tools claim to be recursive, and they are in sort of like a small, isolated way. But Spiderfoot is actually recursive, like all the way through. This little graphic here is a Spiderfoot scan exported to Neo4j, if you're curious. So, so if I were to just sketch out sort of like the standard workflow for OSINT, for external OSINT, this is what we were doing at BLS, where basically we'd have a list of targets. We would input the list of targets, and we'd do subdomain enumeration on them, like a mass, subfinder. And then we'd take all those subdomains, we'd port scan them, then we'd do web discovery, web screenshots on the open ports. And finally, once we had the big list of URLs, we'd do like nuclei. And this is sort of like a one-way phased approach, right? Pretty standard. A lot of tools work this way. A lot of sort of OSINT workflows work this way. Spiderfoot does not work this way. So to explain how Spiderfoot works, Spiderfoot has a whole bunch of different modules. Each module is designed to do a very specific task. In this example, we have 3 modules. We have SSL cert, Nmap, and HTTP. So each module consumes a certain type of data and emits a different type of data. And they exchange this data in sort of this loop that you can see on the screen. So Nmap is a port scanner, so it consumes hosts and it outputs open ports. Okay? We have SSL cert and HTTP, which both consume open ports and produce hosts. Okay. So to visualize this, we start off with a target, evilcorp.com. It's a host, so it goes into Nmap, which port scans it, produces open ports. These open ports get fed into SSL cert. SSL cert visits them, pulls down the SSL certificate, extracts host names. HTTP visits the website, extracts links, which have host names, which get fed back into Nmap, which port scans them and produces more open ports, which produce more host names, which produce more open ports, which produce more host names, which produce more open ports, so on and so on and so on until there's nothing left. And this is recursion, the beautiful idea of recursion, okay? And this is what's so beautiful about Spiderfoot. So sadly, Spiderfoot did not work out for us at BLS for our OSINT automation. I tried very hard to make it work. I'm not going to get into all the reasons why. But suffice to say that Spiderfoot infected me. So it left a lasting impression on me. Like, it basically changed the way that I thought about OSINT and about scanning and kind of about life. Like, I know that sounds weird, but like, it changed my perspective on a lot of things. I realized that by not doing recursion, we're missing out on a huge amount of stuff. So basically, I knew I couldn't go back to using any of those other tools. Like, I basically just had to make my own tool at this point. Okay, so plan for a new recursive internet scanner. Basically, it was going to be Spiderfoot, but faster. It was going to be Spiderfoot, but with more features. And it was going to be Spiderfoot, but without all the annoying bugs. And how hard could it be, right? It's just Legos, basically. So first days of dev. The first days of dev, for me, are always the funnest. It's like you have this idea, and you're excited to work on it, and you're just building, and like all the harsh realities and sort of roadblocks haven't appeared yet. So here's the first Bbot scan that I ran. And basically, in this demo, we have the terminal on the right, and then on the left, we have the graph that shows the recursive discovery happening. So just a very quick scan. And basically, every line of output, you can see on the right, we have like an IP address here. This IP address would correspond to an orange node over here. So every line of output in the terminal equals one node in the graph. So I'm going to play this again. And I want you to just remember and cherish what this looks like. Because this was what Bbot looked like before we ran into all these crazy bugs. And this is what a scan is supposed to look like when it goes correctly. And we're about to see a whole bunch of scans that did not go correctly. So here we go, learning how recursion can go horribly wrong. So DNS was the first feature that I implemented in Bbot, and the reason I did that was just because it was sort of a good test for the recursion to see if it was working. And so because of that, the DNS bugs were the first ones to arrive. So I'm going to play this. This is a DNS bug. And I'll just sort of like show it, and then we'll sort of like analyze it. So what is happening here? Yeah, this little thing is just swimming around. It looks like a sea creature or jellyfish of some kind. Kind of cute, right? Yeah. Don't be fooled, though. This thing is actually an unholy abomination. All right, so what is this? If we look at it in Neo4j, you can see that we gave it a target, evilcorp.com, and this DNS name had a CNAME to another DNS name. And we have this long chain of CNAMEs that loops around, and when it gets to the last CNAME, it points right back at our original target. So this may not seem super crazy, but if you have dealt with DNS, you know that this should never exist. A CNAME that points back to itself, this is a CNAME loop, should never exist. There's absolutely no sane reason to do this, but I guarantee you it exists because we ran into it, and it caused serious problems. This was only the first of many bugs, okay? Many other bugs were coming. So, all right, another DNS bug. So this DNS bug is the king of all DNS bugs. Uh-oh. Something is definitely happening here. The target of this scan, by the way, is github.io, if that gives you a hint as to what this is. So we're executing a Bbot scan against github.io. We've implemented the mass DNS module, only one module. So we're doing DNS brute forcing. Okay. So I think by now it's obvious that we're finding lots and lots of subdomains of github.io, most of which it seems like probably don't exist, right? They're just random stuff. It just keeps going and keeps going, and we could sit here and watch it for hours and it would never finish. Okay. So this is a DNS wildcard. A lot of you probably know what these are. A lot of you probably hate them. I am there with you. I also hate them. So DNS wildcards, anyone who's done bug bounties or OSINT, I'm sure you've had to deal with them. They're really annoying. What is a DNS wildcard? Well, it's when you have a DNS server that when you ask it about a subdomain that clearly doesn't exist, it's like, oh yeah, I know about that. It's right here. It exists. Well, so anyway, DNS wildcards cause a lot of trouble for us. In a normal sort of subdomain enumeration DNS brute force, it's not the end of the world if you don't handle wildcards quite right in the tool, because you can just filter them out afterwards. But in a recursive tool, you're brute forcing subdomains of subdomains of subdomains, your scan is never going to finish. So I learned things about DNS wildcards like, did you know you can have MX wildcards or text wildcards? Did you know that you can have a single domain that has both MX wildcards and text wildcards at different levels in the domain? So we basically had to tune our wildcard detection very carefully, and it had to be just right for these sort of situations not to happen. So one of the biggest questions I get asked about Bbot when I tell them about Bbot, when I tell them about recursion, is like, okay, recursion seems cool, like it's a cool idea, but how do you keep it from going rogue? And in the beginning, the answer was basically that I didn't. So in Bbot's early days, it had this habit of just going off the rails and scanning things that it was never supposed to. So it needed close supervision. Basically, I had this habit of watching it because I sort of knew it was, I had to watch it. And one moment it would be going along normally. I'd like get up to get a snack, and when I came back, it'd just be scanning something completely out of scope, and I'd be like frantically canceling it. So basically, recursion plus scoping bug, if you have a bug in the way your scope is handled, and you have it in a recursive tool, you're probably just going to scan the whole internet. Like if you don't cancel your scan, it's just going to go forever. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to do a subdomain enumeration of spacex.com. And this is totally normal so far. This is a little bit of a bigger scan. But what we're going to see here is that for the first half of the scan, everything looks pretty normal. But as it starts, as it continues, something undesirable starts to happen. So we see this whole other cluster like spinning off to the right. And everything's kind of scrolling by really fast. But if you look at some of these, you'll start to see that actually none of the subdomains that are popping up now are SpaceX. They're all like Azure stuff. So it turns out that SpaceX.com uses Azure for a lot of their infrastructure. And so they have lots of CNAME records and that kind of stuff into Azure. Well, there was a bug in Bbot that basically saw all that Azure stuff, and at some point, it started to consider Azure to be in scope, and now it's just enumerating the entire cloud provider. Again, we could watch this for hours, and it would just enumerate all of Azure, and it'd be so slow it wouldn't even load because there's be like so many nodes on the screen. So this happened. There's sort of a little anecdote I have about this, which is about the time that we accidentally scanned a .gov domain. This is a little bit embarrassing, but basically, we accidentally scanned a .gov domain, and then we found unauthenticated RCE on the .gov domain. So Bbot has these web modules that basically use things like view state, compromised view state keys, and deserialization and stuff to get you RCE. So we found RCE, and we had to report it, obviously, because it's a .gov. So basically, we got in contact with them. We reported it. It was a local state agency. Basically, we did our due diligence. And then a week later, it was in the morning. I noticed my boss was like kind of in a bad mood, and I asked him what was up. He sent me a link to a CNN article, which was like the same agency that we'd reported this to had a breach. And in the article, it was like. It was unknown how hackers gained access, which is like, we know how they gained access, don't we? So this was a problem. Bbot scanned things it wasn't supposed to. The solution to this was scope distance. So scope distance is a unique feature of Bbot that basically allows you to have a threshold to measure how far away from your target you've sort of strayed. So there's two advantages to this. The first one is that it really puts a cap on those explosive edge cases that you see where like it just starts enumerating like a whole cloud provider. But the other big advantage is that it kind of lets you safely venture out of bounds. Certain modules can accept events that are sort of like 1 or 2 hops out of scope. And as long as we know that they're out of scope, we can sort of treat them more carefully. So it allows us to do explorative discovery and really reach out and expand our reach. So this is a graphic that illustrates how scope distance works in Bbot. So you have your target, evilcorp.com. It's in scope, so it's a scope distance of 0. If we resolved this host name to an IP address, that IP address would be scope distance 1. If we reverse resolved that IP address to another host name, that would be scope distance 2. Pretty straightforward. Whereas if the subdomain that we resolved it to was a subdomain of your target, it would get reset back to 0. So in Bbot, you can actually tweak the DNS and the web distance separately. And by default, the DNS spiders out to 2 hops away. And by default, HTTP is just off, meaning there's no web spider. Okay, so we went over the DNS bugs. We've covered all the DNS bugs. Now we've gotten to the web bugs. So here's another subdomain of a subdomain enumeration of SpaceX.com, and this one, just like the last one, takes a little while to get going. But yeah, at some point there's going to be something a little bit weird happening with this one. Here we go. If I had seen this a year ago, by the way, I would just have like sighed and just like walked away from my chair. I was just like, I got to see this a lot. So what is this? Okay, so if we look at the terminal on the right, you can see that every single one of these is a URL, and every single one is sort of a different URL. It's like this connect2.spacex.com site. Okay, so what this is it's an infinite HTTP redirect. Basically, yeah, if you have recursion plus an infinite redirect, that equals tendrils of doom. And we ran into this many times. This is something that definitely exists. In fact, you may have seen it. If you visit that site in your browser, you get this too many redirects error. So, so yeah, another crazy recursion bug. There's this theme when we started implementing the web functionality where we kept accidentally making a web spider. And like that sounds kind of silly, but it actually happened to us not once and not twice, but 3 separate times. And each time it was like a totally different bug. One time it was like GoWitness. We were using GoWitness and we were extracting the network logs from Chromium, and we were raising them as URLs, and that bypassed our web spider detection. So when you have a recursive scanner, you actually only need 2 ingredients to make an infinite web spider. The first ingredient is visit URLs, and the second ingredient is extract URLs from the response. That's it. If you have those 2 things, you have an infinite web spider. If you're curious what an infinite web spider looks like, this is what it looks like. This is Bbot spidering the Linux kernel documentation, which is huge, by the way. I didn't realize, like, I'd never really delved into the kernel documentation, but there's a lot there. You could almost train a whole LLM like just on kernel documentation. You can see the pages with lots of links. The pages with lots of links are like these giant ones here. Okay, so yeah, so accidental web spider. That's like, you know, it's not the end of the world, right? Like, it's just extra web requests. You know, a few extra web requests didn't hurt anyone. But it turns out that the web requests aren't the only module in Bbot. There's lots of other modules. So Bbot has over 100 modules, and included in those modules are things that do things like dir busting and running nuclei. And since the nuclei module and the dirbust module both consume URLs, if you have an accidental web spider that produces 1,000 URLs, you're going to be running nuclei 1,000 times on every single URL and running dirbusting on every URL, which produces more URLs to dirbust and nuclei scan. So in the early version of Bbot, basically, like I was just starting to write it, and I was sort of like giving it to our red teamers. They were on engagement. I'm like, hey guys, like you should go test this out, you know. And so then I get like dragged into a Teams call, and they'd be like, so Joel, like the websites are starting to go down. Our customers like complaining about the websites going down. I'm like, well, okay. Like, which modules did you enable? All of them, obviously, you know, as one does. But yeah, basically, turns out that if you enable the web spider and you have thousands of URLs that are getting scanned by nuclei, bad things can happen. We have protections now, by the way. If you try to enable nuclei alongside the web spider, for example, it will like make you override it with a command line flag. So it's a lot of fun. Basically, we had this cycle. We had this cycle of scanning and bug fixing. So it'd be like we run Bbot against a big target. We see kind of what broke, what didn't work right. We would fix it, and then we start over. And this cycle continued, and Bbot kept getting better and better. So at this point, we'd sort of like, we'd fixed most of the major bugs, and Bbot was about as operational, I'd say, as like the second Death Star. It's like not finished, but operational. And then there were the race conditions. Okay, we're not finished yet. So we did the DNS bugs, did the web bugs. Now we're doing race conditions. And actually, this class of bug was really just not only race conditions, but these bugs were not in Bbot. So these were bugs that were in the underlying libraries that we were using in Bbot. This is a montage of all the issues that I opened on all these repos for the libraries that we were using. We found bugs in our DNS library. We found bugs in our web library. We found bugs in core Python. We literally found a bug in the Python programming language, which I was not expecting. But basically, we were just issuing so many DNS requests and so many web requests. Like during a single scan, Bbot can easily issue 100,000 DNS requests. And we were just running into edge cases that even though we had handled those edge cases in Bbot, the underlying libraries hadn't handled them. And so they were crashing. Basically, these sadly are not the kinds of bugs that are fun to watch in a graph. Basically, they're like freezes, deadlocks, slowdowns. On one hand, it was kind of nice because the bugs weren't our fault, but it really was not. It was not good because I was also, because they weren't my fault and because they weren't in Bbot, I was sort of helpless to fix them. I don't know enough about like the core, sort of like web underlying technologies to just like jump into requests, right? Like, am I just going to jump into requests and start editing code? It's a lot of research goes into that. So basically, my job was to reproduce the bug in as little code as possible and open a GitHub issue, and just hope that the maintainers of the repo would patch it. And so we had this sort of like point in Bbot where like there were certain targets that we were having trouble with, and we just couldn't run Bbot scans against those until those bugs were fixed by the underlying libraries. So I want to go on a brief side tangent about user input. So we talk a lot about user input. If you had to guess, like, what percentage of the internet would you say is made up of user input? I'll warn you, it's sort of a trick question because I'm a little biased. As someone who's written a recursive internet scanner, I'm of the opinion that it's all user input. 100% of the internet is user input because the internet was created by humans. Okay, it's user input all the way down. And we've all been told, never trust user input, right? We tell other people too. We kind of drill it into everybody's heads. But what I realized was like, the internet is kind of all user input, and if you're scanning it, you're ingesting it into your program. And what that essentially means is that if you scan the internet, you're fuzzing your scanner. There's going to be edge cases you never dreamed of, and you're going to run into them. And you're not only fuzzing your scanner, you're fuzzing all of the libraries and code that it's depending on as well. So this is a lesson that I learned the hard way. And at this point, this was almost like a low point in the Bbot development, right? Because it was like, I was starting to have second thoughts. I was starting to think thoughts like, maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. Maybe I should have tried harder with Spiderfoot. Like as far back as my Lego days, I used to, have big plans for this new Lego thing I was going to build, and there were some plans that worked out, and it actually resulted in some like magnificent like spaceship, right? But for every one of those, there was also one that just didn't work out. It kind of fell apart and didn't amount to anything but character building, which is kind of what happened with Spiderfoot, right? So I was sort of dreading that and sort of flirting with that. I was just like, oh man, I hope this doesn't end up like that. But then I made an amazing discovery. So this discovery was that these libraries that were having these bugs were actually run by humans that were really smart and helpful and awesome. And most of these bugs, they actually fixed extremely fast. This guy who wrote DNS Python, he had responded and fixed my issue within like a day. And this was so cool to see. I actually really enjoyed interacting with all these people. I basically just learned that these people that write like the core libraries, like when you import requests in your Python script, these people, they really care and they really work hard, and most of them work for free. Like these projects are open source and they're free for everyone. So it's really great. And a side effect, like a good side effect of these bugs, was that we were able to discover them with Bbot and fix them for Bbot, but we also, thousands of other projects depend on these libraries, and so we fixed them for everyone, and it basically made the libraries more stable for everybody. All right, so we've sort of arrived at the point of this talk, which is that recursion is a harsh mistress. And of course, I should clarify, like, by mistress, we're not talking about a forbidden lover. Okay, that's not what I mean. It's a teacher, right? We mean teacher. So what did we learn? What are sort of the big lessons that we learned from trying to write a recursive internet scanner? So first one is that you should never trust anything you see on the internet. And this is pretty obvious, but it's never more true than when you're writing a scanner. Trust me. Never make assumptions. Never make assumptions about what you're going to see. The other one is that bugs are a totally normal part of coding. As I was sort of learning to code when I was first getting started, anytime I found a bug in my code, it was just like really discouraging. And I'd just be like beating myself up over like, how could I let this happen? This is so obvious, you know? I feel like a terrible coder every time. But the fact is like, you know, the longer you code, the more you see bugs as just a normal part of coding, and sort of less they affect you. So, tests. This brings us to tests. How's it going, Mom, Bev? Tests. Okay, I know everyone probably hates tests. If you know what tests are, you probably hate them. Bbot is the first project that I used tests on. All my other projects before that, I just sort of winged it. I didn't have any sort of like validation to test whether certain features were working. But I am never going back to writing anything without tests. Basically, tests saved us so many times. So every single one of those bugs that I showed off, we wrote a test for to make sure it doesn't come back. And if we basically try to commit code to Bbot that changes something that causes one of those bugs to come back, it just won't let us merge the code. So we also have over 100 modules, and each module has its own dedicated test that makes sure it's working exactly how it's supposed to. And so, yeah, we're super proud of this. Basically, we have 92% code coverage. We're very proud of it. We can't recommend tests enough. But basically, this was like a super critical part of building Bbot and making sure that it stayed stable and maintainable. All right, so the final lesson, and the most important lesson, is that recursion is worth it, okay? So what we have now with Bbot is we have a tool that can basically do everything in one scan. It can do subdomain enumeration, email enumeration, web screenshots, web spidering, vulnerability scanning. We have some really cool web vulnerability modules like bad secrets and like Telerik and a whole bunch of cool ASP.NET stuff that'll get you RCE. And you can do that all in one command and recursively. Okay, so this is just one little example. I actually just added this slide last second, but what I did was I ran a Bbot scan against Black Lantern Security. And basically what it did is you can follow the chain of events. This is all possible because of recursion. You have the target domain, Black Lantern Security. We speculated a company name from the domain. And it turns out that that company name is on GitHub, and it belongs to that target domain. So we have a GitHub profile right here. So then our GitHub org module enumerated all the GitHub profiles on this, or all the GitHub repos on this profile. Our git clone module downloaded all of them, and then our trufflehog module looted them. And so it actually found Bbot. It found itself. It git cloned itself, and then it basically ran trufflehog on its own code base and found the test for trufflehog in the tests, and that's the secret that it found. So kind of cool, just something that really illustrates how deep you can go with recursion. And if you use Bbot to scan a big target, you will get chains that are like 2 or 3 or 4 times longer than this of just like crazy stuff, like a mutation of a subdomain has a link that points to another subdomain that has an SSL certificate that points to this subdomain that, you know, has like a storage bucket that has a file in it that has another subdomain. It's just like you just see these chains just keep going and keep going. So if you compare it, so every once in a while I run a benchmark against subdomain enumeration tools to sort of gauge Bbot's progress. I do this periodically, and this sort of just let us see how Bbot was progressing. But basically, you can see now that with Bbot in its current state, it finds by far more subdomains than any other tool. And the other tools in this list are all pretty good. Like One for All, Subfinder, the Harvester, all these tools actually ran pretty well, with the exception of Amass. I had to cancel Amass after 24 hours. And Spiderfoot got stuck spidering a website and ran out of memory and crashed my system. But aside from that, they all ran pretty well. But the lesson here is that this is eBay.com. So you can see that the gap here is actually about 2,000 subdomains. So Bbot found 2,000 more subdomains than these tools would have. And if you're a bug bounty hunter, that's 2,000 subdomains that are most likely not being looked at by people running these other tools. So it kind of gives you an advantage. And of course, Bbot is open source. You can pip install it, pip install Bbot. I made this for you, basically all this suffering with the recursion bugs. I hope it doesn't go to waste. Basically, Bbot's good for pen tests, bug bounties, ASM. If you use it for ASM, you can just run it on a cron job once a week. You can output the data to Neo4j, Splunk, Elastic. We have output modules for like basically everything. So yeah, I should mention, so it's a command line tool, but it's also a Python library. So when you think about Bbot, don't just think of it as like a sort of like a pre-built Lego set. So it's kind of a Lego set that you can build into your own projects however you want. So this is just a quick little example of like 4 lines of Python code. This is all it takes to run a Bbot scan in Python. And you can use that to build stuff like this. This is a little Discord bot that I built where you can just type /scan and the target. It'll run a Bbot scan, and it'll just post all of the events directly in the Discord channel. So you see here it's finding a critical vulnerability. My buddy Paul does bug bounties, and he does this where he basically has it set up so that he has the bug bounty targets, and Bbot is running basically like on a weekly basis against these targets. And if it finds any vulnerabilities, it messages him in Discord. So he'll be like driving home from work, and his like robot voice in his car will be like reading him like HTTP:// like critical vulnerability. So yeah, he's had some luck with that. So yeah, a few things for future. Basically, I can't say a lot, but basically we're working on some cool new features for Bbot. You can always come and look at the GitHub if you're curious what's happening or if you want to get involved. But basically, we also do attack surface management. And if your company has need of this, definitely come to us. We're super interested to help you out. Basically, we have analysts that will use Bbot to find vulnerabilities in your attack surface and basically alert you immediately if anything is found. So yeah, powered by Bbot. And all right, so I just want to thank Black Lantern for letting me come here and giving me the time to do the research. Also, Red Seer, Dan, Zach, and Ken for letting me peddle my tools. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Big thanks to Steve McAuliffe. So Steve McAuliffe is the creator of Spiderfoot. So when it comes to this recursive system of modules and events, this was his idea. It was not my idea. And so he's a super brilliant dude. Paul Mueller, the guy I talked about, he's really good at, he writes a lot of Bbot's web modules. So big thanks to him for a lot of the sort of cool RCE modules that we have in Bbot. And finally, just everyone who's used it, if you've used Bbot, or if you've reported any bugs or submitted ideas or written modules, we appreciate that. We've had some really good contributions. Some of our best modules have been written by people in the community. So this one guy from the UK has written some modules. We have one guy from Iran. He writes really good modules too. So yeah, it's just great working with everybody. So yeah, I hope you'll try it out. Try out Bbot. I know we sort of all have our tools we like to run, but if you're into external OSINT, if you're doing bug bounties, give Bbot a try. Maybe compare its results to your other tools, and just see how it measures up. Basically, if there are any features that you want to see, or sort of anything you run into, any ideas, let us know. Like, we're friendly people. We're always on Discord, always on GitHub. Yeah. So thanks, everyone. Hope you enjoyed it.
We're doing a Hack RedCon. It's the beta run, so it's the first year. It's a HackerCon, so basically we're bringing hackers from all over the United States and different parts of the world virtually. We brought this conference together with the idea of creating an environment where we can leverage education, connections, mentoring, helping the community, reaching out to different communities around the country, minority communities, women, or even at-risk, rural, low-income, where they don't necessarily have access to technology. The most important goal that we have is coming to the community and saying, mentor one person, educate one person. And it doesn't have to be where you're helping them get a certificate. Give somebody advice on how to get into the field. Tell them your story. And that one story can impact millions of lives. So that's our big mission. And our basically ask to the community is come together and help somebody else that needs help.
Ignition sequence start.
Welcome back to HackSpaceCon 2024. That's right, we're having a great time today. Fun had by all, I know I sure am. I got one person that I found roaming the halls. He looked a little sketchy, so I thought we'd come in and interrogate him a little bit. His name's Corey Overseas with Red Siege. Corey, glad to have you here today. Man, a little birdie told me you got a talk here today.
Yeah, I'm having a talk about malware development, how we get shell code up and running when we're on an assumed breach or a red team.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thanks for coming by. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Honestly, Kathy Offset, she was telling me, I said, what's he talking about today? I didn't check. I didn't see what he's got going on. And she showed me what your talk was about. I said, I said, is that in here? She goes, yeah. I go, oh, yes. I cannot wait to see this. It's going to be so awesome. So I'm really looking forward to you. Well, any things you want to hint to us about what's going to be in that talk? Don't give it away, but hint.
Yeah, sure thing. So when we get done with an assumed breach or a red team, we often get asked, hey, like we've put a lot of time and effort into our defenses. How was it you were able to get around these things? What are the concepts we need to understand to get around that you're using to get around our defensive products? And so, had the light bulb moment of thinking, all right, I need to put this out into the world. I need, at least this is something that I wish I had had when I was learning these things. So yeah, just kind of talking through kind of the different phases of what it takes to get that malware into an environment and get it up and running without getting shut down immediately.
Oh man, you say red team and I just get chills and I love it. It goes down like warm apple pie from grandma, right? It's just, that's what I love. That's probably my most exciting thing for me about security at this point. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what you got done. I worked with Mike Saunders with you guys. Had a lot of fun doing stuff. We built a whole course on doing AV and EDR evasions. Does that kind of dovetail into that kind of thing?
Yeah, there's a lot of parallels between the two. And in fact, we use these things very regularly when we're approaching these kinds of tests.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, right? They kind of help you do exactly what it is you've been hired to do, I would assume.
Oh yeah, because I mean these products, they have highly skilled engineers doing everything they can to stop an attacker from doing the same thing. So we kind of have to find those little cracks to squeeze through and get up and running so we can emulate those attackers.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you see a lot of is that exactly what you're trying to do? Is true threat emulation where you're like, this is the most likely threat to your organization, so I want to emulate that and kind of look as much like them as possible? Do you do a lot of that?
Yeah, we try to emulate their tactics as closely as possible. In a lot of cases, those tactics have been either mitigated or patched or whatever. So sometimes we have to find things that are similar, but for the most part, we try to emulate them as closely as possible so they're ready when the real thing comes along.
Awesome. I'm total fanboy. I can't wait to watch that talk and learn some new stuff for my own personal enjoyment. That said, speaking of personal enjoyment, what about you? What's the exciting talk or thing that's going on here that's really got you buzzing?
So I went and saw the setting up hardware implants using radio bands that are pretty much public space, but they're mostly used by IoT devices. And yeah, that was a very interesting talk.
Is that something you do at all, or you're looking to get into it?
So it's something that I'm interested in. I don't get to do things along those lines as much anymore. We're mostly remote, but in the past I have done physical tests where we had to have those capabilities.
Oh man, physical tests always seems like probably the most fun, right? Because you're out there doing it. But then it's also the most like heart pounding.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, just walking into an organization in the middle of business hours and just expecting to, get people to open the door for you it's a pretty wild feeling. So.
And of course, then there's the horror stories, the coal fire guys that, had that whole shenanigans happen for them.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever have anything similar to that with you?
Nothing that crazy.
Yeah,
no,
that was nuts.
we heard stories, about other physicals that didn't go that badly, but when the cops get involved, it's a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, you just need one guy that's in the police department that decides he's going to make an example of somebody, right? Because he does have the badge and the nightstick, and
that's true.
He makes a compelling argument when he says, "Get in the car." I would assume.
Yeah. So yeah, but at the same time, most of the ones that I've done have been a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, I'm trying to think, how about the con itself? How are you finding Hackspace Con in comparison to other cons that you've been to?
Oh, Hackspace Con's been great. Like, all the talks have been interesting that I've been to, and there's been a great crowd here, so I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, any other vendors that are here that you would be like, man, they had a really cool booth, or some great people that were here, some people, or new folks that you connected with? Anybody on your radar?
So the Anti-Siphon booth had a pretty cool raffle going on. They've got like a physical pen testing class that they're doing, and they have, to get a raffle ticket, you actually have to solve a CTF to get your entry into it. I thought that was a pretty neat idea.
Oh, I love that stuff. I saw Rapid7 did that once. I think I was at a B-Sides in Vegas, and Rapid7 had a couple of like workstations set up, and if you could use Metasploit and pop a shell, within, I think there was a timer. If you could do it like in 2 minutes or 5 minutes, you got a T-shirt.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was, the line was out the door, right? I'm like, oh, this is so much fun. And then people would try, and they would fail. They wouldn't make the time or whatever, and the person there would go, "You were close. Go back in the line. Try again." Right? And then you just see people getting back in line and come back up. Because I think that's really, we like to solve puzzles, and especially when we get close and just miss. We're not the kind of people, like, I feel like in cybersecurity, if you're in cybersecurity, you're not the kind of person that just goes, "Well, I tried. Oh, what are you going to do?" Right? It's like, "Oh, no, I must solve this."
Oh, yeah. It's very much something that'll keep you up at night sometimes. So.
You ever have anybody tell you, just walk away from it for a minute? Just go take a walk. Get your two heads down, and then you go to the bathroom, you grab a drink, you do something, and you go, "Hold on. I think I got this. I've got an idea."
Yeah, I had a teacher in school that she had a rule that if she ever heard you kind of, grunt or get frustrated with something, she'd say 5 minutes, cut your computer off, go outside, take a walk. I don't care what you do, just 5 minutes. And she'd make you leave the room. And you'd come back in and go, "Oh, that was it. I have the answer now." But yeah, that happens a lot.
Why is it that we cannot peel ourselves away from it, though? Like, it takes an outside force to say, just step away. I'm going to force you.
Oh, it's always thinking you're just, half an inch away. Like, you're just right there at it.
It's the gambler's fallacy, right? I'm due. I'm almost there. Just one more dice roll.
Exactly.
And I'm going to get it, right? Sevens are coming. we tend to believe in our heart of hearts that it's just around the corner. You're absolutely right. Now, you mentioned, a teacher. Let's bring up an interesting conversation. What's been your learning path like? Did you take a traditional CS route, or did you do self-study, combination? Like, how have you picked up these skills to get you where you're at today?
So it was mostly self-study. I went to college for a little while, but due to life getting in the way, sometimes you just got to take care of things. So I ended up pretty much working my way into IT, and then I realized I really wanted to get into security, so did the nights and weekends thing, studying up, doing CTFs, that kind of thing, and then worked my way through the OSCP, and that's what ended up getting me past the HR and managing to get my first job.
Yeah, OSCP does tend to kind of at least get you the opportunity to get the job, right? It does. It's good for that. How about nowadays? Do you think that that's still as relevant as it once was, or do you think that maybe we're moving into a new era of being able to show some sort of experience and expertise with stuff without certifications, or is it like a combination of both?
So the biggest thing, certifications aren't automatically a qualifier for a job, especially on our team. We're looking for the people who are just passionate about it. Like this is obviously their calling in life, and this is where they belong. And as long as they can demonstrate that through a degree, through certifications, just through personal projects, that's what we're looking for.
So I love that. So for Red Siege, it really doesn't matter. As long as you got something, but that's good. That's good. That kind of proves some skill set. But for you guys, it's more about, are you a fit for our team? Are you going to work well with us? Are you the right person for the job? Which I love that, right? And it's cool if you're not. Honestly, I think we feel, it's real easy to feel the rejection. Oh, I've been rejected. But honestly, you probably wouldn't have been happy there either because you wouldn't have been a good fit. And I think we tend to forget that. So I'm glad that you guys are really good about making that the kind of the forefront of what you're looking for in a hire. And moving you on for that. That's what's looking for. And then they can go down the road and find the right team for them as well.
Yeah, and our CEO, Tim, he has no problem saying, look, maybe we're not the best team, but I can tell you 5 other teams that you really need to talk to.
Yeah.
So we have no problem doing that too. Just making sure that people end up in the best spot.
And that brings us full circle back to conventions, right? Doing cons.
Oh, yeah.
You meet people, you get names, people know your name, you start to do that human networking and build a reputation for yourself, kind of a personal branding almost, where we get to start getting some face-to-face time. You know me, I know you, I kind of know your skills, you kind of know mine. At the very least, you kind of get a sense of who I am, I get a sense of who you are, and that helps when it comes to when you raise your hand and go, hey, I'm kind of looking for work. I got these skills. It's the people that know them and have met them at conventions go, oh, I know them. They're really cool.
Yeah, that goes a long way too. In fact, just having family friends was how I got my first kind of nudge in the right direction for my first pen testing job.
Oh, awesome.
So it was just friend of a friend kind of thing, and next thing you know, I was able to talk to him and explain to him just how much I was into this, and it kind of worked out.
That's awesome. Have you got a chance to go to the park today?
Not yet.
Oh.
I'm hoping to get over there to later today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what's over there.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of really cool stuff to see if you're any kind of space nerd. Guilty.
Yeah, guilty as well.
What are you going to do, right? It is what it is. I'm not ashamed of it, right? You get to go there and see some stuff. Like I've said it a couple times now. I've really been into, movies about space my whole life. It's always intrigued me. I got into amateur astronomy when I was probably in my late teens, early 20s, bought a telescope, was out there with star charts and doing the whole thing, just having a great time. I still have a telescope. I got my kids into it. So I love the idea of going into space and just having a convention. Hey, it's in my backyard, right? Because I don't live too far from here. And it's at Kennedy Space Center. This is like a dream thing for me to be able to come here and do hacking things, space things. A match made in heaven.
Oh, same here. I couldn't have put it better myself. I watch a lot of stuff about astronomy and that kind of thing on YouTube, and just standing here feels just kind of awe-inspiring.
Oh, and to see all the history, right?
Yeah.
The stuff that we grew up with as kids.
Oh,
yeah. Just loving, right? And did you ever watch Nova when you were a kid on PBS?
I did.
Didn't miss it, right? Nova was it for any science kids out there. You had to watch Nova when it came on, and that stuff would just get me every time.
Nova and Carl Sagan's Cosmos.
Oh yeah, don't forget Cosmos. That's right.
Loved them both.
Yeah, right. This was our. Yeah, I did watch G.I. Joe too, right? I watched He-Man. I watched
Transformers.
All the other absolutely. But my mom knew. She was like, Nova's coming on. So I had to go catch that. So really cool. That said, do we're gonna keep on rocking, or we got some more stuff? Oh, let's take a look at that. I'm not Sophia, everyone. So sorry. Right? She's really good at doing this kind of thing. But we're gonna take a look at the schedule. What's coming up right now and next? And it's for coming up. We've got Robert and Tony in the Death Star room. We've got Counter Hack Panel at Rebel Alliance, and TC Johnson in the Millennium Falcon. We do have one more. Don't forget. Wait for it. Dylan in Tatooine. Charles in the Imperial Command Center, and Mike Felch. Gotta love Mike Felch. I know Mike pretty well. He's a good guy. Teaches some great stuff. He's in Endor. I'm surprised there's no Alderaan. Where's my Alderaan room? Oh, that's right. We don't talk about Alderaan because is it too soon? But there you go. That's our schedule coming up. We do have a talk starting fairly soon, though, so we're going to go ahead and let you guys get back to it, let them get set up and get ready for that talk so you can enjoy that, and so can we. Until next time, keep watching.
That's free BSD. Ah, yes. File open, and we're golden. And close. That's how you do it. And testing. Woo! Hack the planet. I love it. We're at Hack Space Con, Hackers in Space, all of the other good stuff above. So, it's 3:59. I'll give it like a few more minutes. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and get started. Once again, welcome to Hack Space Con. Woo! Yes. All right. And welcome to Hacking API for Real. I had to add the Z in there a little bit. So, before we get started, just a little bit about myself. I've been into the industry over 20, wow, it's been 20-something years now. Yeah. I'm feeling like an internet granddaddy. Yeah, so graduate of Virginia State University, class of 2003. A retro gamer, husband, father. As you can see, that's some of my collection right there. A huge wrestling fan. As you can see, huge retro gamer from Neo Geo to the Commodore 64, combination of everything, right? So that's pretty much a little bit about myself. So the reason I wanted to talk about like hacking APIs, been like touching a lot of different like web applications, which also included APIs, and I noticed in just in travels and whatnot, noticed that as testers, we're testing web applications, but leaving the APIs, and that's like leaving meat on the bone, right? And we all pretty much work with some high-profile clients, and we want to give them the best test as possible, right? And the only way to do that is to be able to know what you're up against, know what you're testing. So the purpose of this talk is to kind of fill in the gaps, because it's a lot of confusion when it's like, okay, you're testing the web app, and that includes the API, and you're using the same approach. And that's just definitely not the case. Each approach is different when you're working with APIs. And that's what we're going to talk about here today. So before we get into anything, as hackers, we have to know what we're up against. So what is an API, and how does it work? So a couple of things, right? So developers use APIs. I don't go through the whole definition. It's just, we all know it's an application interface, user interface. So we already know what that is. And developers use this to pretty much extend the services of an application that's already in place. So for example, you might have a web application that has a lot of web services or microservices running in the background. I guarantee you that has some kind of API interface that's sitting in front of it that's waiting for system calls, and then the actual microservice actually uses the HTTP protocol to actually get the data that you are requesting. Now, the thing is about that, and I always call it like this, all an API is a direct application to a direct way to the application's soul. So anytime you see an API, there's a soul behind it. So, but in general, developers like to use it in their custom language, whether it's Java, whether it's Python, Scala, Rust. There's different ones that they actually use, and then what they do, they write that language, and then they use that to actually connect back to the services and get the data that you, the customer, is asking for. As a user, the user doesn't see any of this stuff. This is just all behind the scenes. They don't know what's going on. It's just more so, hey, this is what I'm requesting, and then everything else, the APIs get to work, getting their system calls, everything else. I always like to use I know some folks like to use the waiter analogy. Since I'm into gaming, I like to use the Steam analogy, right? As a Steam user, I don't care about all the APIs that are going on in the background. I don't care about any of that stuff. When I hit, I've paid my money for a game, I just want the game to show up in my inbox, or my download inbox, and download the game to my Steam Deck. That's all I care about. Same concept when you're working with APIs. Everything else, all the fun stuff is going on behind the back end. And this is what we're going to focus on, the back end. At least 80% of the traffic on the internet is API traffic. And API is not just web traffic, right? There's mobile, there's IoT, there's cars. I mean, anything that you notice, even since we're in space or whatever, we're at HackSpaceCon, even satellites have, I'm willing to bet, have some kind of API that they're using to transmit data, right? So these are things that when you look at an application now, you have to make sure that you pay attention to that, what that is, right? So that's why with, hey, welcome everybody, come on in. So that's why it's important to understand that like 90% of this traffic, when you hit that submit button, you're talking to an API, I guarantee you. I never thought I'd see the day that my coffee pot would have an API. Yeah, that's kind of scary. Now, there's also different types of APIs, which we're going to get into. I'm just going to give an honorable mention to SOAP, because a lot of times, SOAP has been around for a long time. If you're testing legacy systems, more likely you'll run into SOAP, right? Nowadays, and which you'll see during this talk, is mostly related to REST APIs and GraphQL, which GraphQL is another rabbit hole. That'll continue over to another talk. So these are the type of APIs that you're up against when you're going after APIs. Now, another thing is the different types of APIs, right? And I'll tell you why this is important, and you'll see it later on when we get to the recon phase, right? So the reason why it's good to know the different types of APIs, because you want to know, again, when you're doing recon and if you need to authenticate, this will help you, and I'll get you there, right? So we got public APIs, which, of course, that's accessible by everyone. If you're a developer, you have unlimited access or limited access, depends on the company that's providing the API, right? You also have your partner APIs. Now, partner APIs is kind of like, say if you're an Apple developer, right, and you actually want to use their APIs, but you have to sign up for their program. I don't know if it's free or not. I remember it used to be $100 to become an Apple developer, and then you got access to specific APIs or whatever else, whether it's for like the iOS device, iPhone, iPad, whatever it was. So when you hear someone say partner APIs, they're really just talking about, hey, you sign up for an account and you get special access. You get a little bit more access than a person who hasn't signed up, right? Now, with private APIs, the name speaks for itself. It's 100% private. You're not supposed to have access to it. The only ones that actually have access to it is the folks that internally know what's going on or actually coded it or whatever else. They're in charge of the company, and they're in charge of everything that's there, right? So now that we have this, let's look at the meat and potatoes, right? And this is why I say, let's go shopping. It's cereal. So in the passive recon phase, right, this is important. I like this part of the thing because the passive recon, this is where you get to sharpen your OSINT knives, right, your fork and knife, to get all the data that you're pretty much looking for, right? So some of my favorite ones when I'm doing any type of OSINT, I love Google dorking. I even pretty much just look at Google dorks just to kind of get a sense of what I'm looking for. Like, I try to do a Google dork away to keep my mind at bay. That's just my thought process, okay? So when you're looking for information from the passive side of the house, you definitely want to do Google dorking, search for API keys, search for usernames, definitely documentation, right? That's the #1 important thing when you're attacking APIs. Usually with a web app, you just need to find a page. In API's world, you need to find the documentation. The documentation tells you almost everything that API can do. It's not going to tell you everything, which I've learned, because there's some things that are hidden. Shout out to a specific tool that I learned about at Black Hills Security's Wild West Hack Fest, GraphRunner. That kind of lit a fire. But yeah, so with you get as much documentation as you can from the passive side of the house. You get, like I said, API keys, anything related to like different types of tokens or whatnot. You can find a lot of that stuff on the internet. If you can see right here at the bottom half, that was just a test run. I got it blurred out a little bit because I'm trying to protect the innocent here. But that particular site actually had a token, a Java web token, and that was just me doing just a basic search. So, I mean, the information is out there, and you can use it. Now, I have to put this out here too. There's going to be times, and I found this out the hard way, that there just is no public documentation for an API. So what do you got to do when that happens? You got to roll up your digital sleeves, put your hands together, and it's this beautiful thing called reverse engineering. Fire up your dev tools, cry, scream, kick, do whatever you got to do, but you got to get that Swagger file in your possession. That's the #1 goal. Think of it as the OSCP and you're on your 18th hour. I'll leave it there with that one. That's another story. But once you've gathered that information, I like to use what I call FFUF. research or whatever, and then I've actually got the Swagger file. Now you want to know what else is associated with that particular Swagger file, right? And what's in there in the documentation, because sometimes you might actually have to change the path of the URL to get what you're looking for. You're not just going to run the tool and it just gives it to you. You got to earn it. You got to change some paths. You got to try different things. It's just not going to give it to you. Just giving you the harsh reality of API hacking, hacking in general. It's never given, it's earned. So you can see in this one where I was actually just trying to figure out, okay, what's the documentation for, I found the Java Web Token. What's the documentation for this? I changed around some URLs, and uh-oh, what do we have on the screen here? Some interesting stuff here. This is how I was able to actually get the Java token for a site that I was actually testing. And this is within the book. I will say this too, I want to point this out. If you're going to do some type of like actual, like say real world testing, jump in the bug bounty. Hit up the bug bounty, right? And make sure that you're within the scope. That way you're not in any type of trouble when you're doing this type of work. Learn that as well. Not saying I got in trouble, but I just wanted to just point that out there. So for anyone that's actually want to put their hands together and actually start Google dorking today or GitHub dorking, which we're going to talk about here in a second, then yeah, just make sure you do it within limits. That's my disclaimer. So with Google dorking, right? Well, with GitHub dorking, kind of the same concept, because you're looking for more keys, you're looking for more information, right? And GitHub has a crap ton of information. And it's just simply going to the search engine and dropping in a couple, like as you would search with Google, look for specific keys. Look for specific text messages, Swagger files, JSON files. You'd be surprised what you come up with. Oh, and another tip, learn the hard way. Don't, even if it's a burner account, it's an account that you like to log into, try to see if you could do it from an authenticated standpoint, because your account will get flagged. I did test that theory, and I did have a GitHub account that actually got flagged, and I couldn't do any more searches. Just, yeah, that actually happened. So, all in all. Now that we got the meat and the potatoes out the way, we've got our recon, we've done our passive recon, we've got our information, we've got a token, we've got everything that we need, right? Now we're looking at actually touching this environment, right? Passive is cool. Look at passive recon as like this. It's like a hearsay conversation. You have a friend that comes up and tells you, hey, a little birdie told me X, Y, Z. Okay, fine. You've got that information from a passive resource. Now you want to find out if it's true. That's when you go into active recon. So now you're actually talking to your friend and say, hey, is this true? In this case, everything that you found in the passive recon research, you want to find out if this is true. Remember earlier in the talk, I talked about a beautiful thing called GraphQL. This is what it looks like in a nutshell when you're doing recon. It's a different type of recon, right? It's not your traditional how you're changing and looking for API 1, API version 2, API version 3, and so on from the browser. And let me bring a tip up as well too. I like to drop tips. When you're testing for APIs, and I learned this the hard way, test for GraphQL as well too. That's leaving more meat on the bone. It's like that little bit of the wing that's left that you still need to eat, right? Reason I say that, because I've run into a lot of companies where they'll have a REST API, but they're in the process of migrating to GraphQL, so they have both environments running at the same time. So it's like a 2-for-1. I call that the double scoop. It's like a 2-for-1, right? So once you see this, and now you see like it shows you the homepage to like the Python version of GraphQL, and this is something I learned on my travels as far as like research is concerned. There are several different layers of GraphQL, right? GraphQL also has not only a Python version, again, a Scala version. There's a version of Rust, which I remember to the T, and it's perfectly fitting for this environment. It's called Juniper. Now, still doing some more research, there's also Yoga, which is related to GraphQL as well, too. So that's another rabbit hole that you have to travel down. But we're going to keep it at a higher base here, right? So we've done the active recon. Now, you notice that I saw the version of like GraphQL that's running on a specific version of Python, right? So as you can see here, this is a pretty handy tool that I go to, and it's just more so it gives you a layout of all of the different GraphQLs and how to go about attacking them. It shows you what's vulnerable, what's not vulnerable. So it was a pretty cool thing that I picked up and I saw when actually testing against GraphQL APIs. And another thing that we always seem to forget to use, and I've noticed this even in web app pen tests, a lot of times, use the good old Nmap. Use the good old Nmap. With the recon scripts, they're built there for a reason, right? Somebody took time out to make that specific script to make your life a little bit easier. Why not go for it? Why not use it, right? And you can get some very valuable information there, right? And it tells you the different queries and if there's any like issues with permissions or whatever else, mutations in a GraphQL. I'm speaking GraphQL language here. So these are things that you should actually use when you're doing any database, whether or maybe an Azure database, just depends on what it is. But you're still keeping the same concepts. APIs are very unique when it comes to specific queries, especially with GraphQL. It's a whole nother language that you definitely want to pay attention to and learn because it's not the traditional, here we go. Not your traditional endpoint. So what I did do, and again, you can send all this stuff to Burp, and you notice I haven't once mentioned the favorite tool, Postman. The reason why I chose not to, because I want us to get to a place where we are not reliant on tools. We can still get the same information by understanding how the attacks work and understand what we're actually looking for. You know, I look at it this way. First comes the knowledge of the attack, then comes the tool, not the other way around. A lot of times we fall into the abyss of, hey, let me find this tool that'll do this for me. No, let's reverse it. Let me find this knowledge so I can make this tool to make this thing do it a little bit faster for me. Big difference. But carrying on. So again, as you see, I dropped in Double Dragon. And what happens when you drop in Double Dragon on the back end, Voila. Some pretty cool stuff there. Again, and this is just, like I said, this is just one attack. This is just something that when you're working with APIs, again, passive recon. I'm screaming like developers. Passive recon is so important when you're doing API testing because that's going to give you access to everything else. Web apps, different story. You could probably find a landing page and get lucky. But then, even then, willing to bet, since we're in Florida, we always assume that every body of water has what in it? Gators. So, same concept. Whenever you see a web app, always assume that there's APIs. Same concept, because I'm willing to bet there is one. Even for the SPAs, which is the single-page applications, they have APIs too. Okay? So these are things that you need to look out for when you're testing these type of environments, anything web-related, or mobile-related, or IoT-related, or Teslas. Teslas has some juicy info as well, too, as far as like when it comes to APIs. You should definitely check it out within limits. I'll put that disclaimer out there. Definitely check it out within limits, but it's definitely some interesting stuff and interesting research that other folks have found as well, too, right? So, another favorite movie of mine, and I like these attacks, is one of my favorites, cross-site scripting attacks, right? So, I like playing with characters, and if anybody has met me, I like doing a little bit of wordplay. So, yeah. So with wordplay, so for example, in this case here, same concept, right? Now that I know that there's SQL injection, hey, let me try looking for some cross-site scripting and see if it's stored cross-site scripting, which makes it hurt worse, right? In this case, and the reason you notice I've been talking a lot about GraphQL. I'm kind of shying away, even though we already have RESTful API. That's why a lot of the stuff is just mainly GraphQL, because you're going to see a lot more of it if you're testing web applications and APIs. And I just figured it would be better to just nip it in the bud and get it out there, right? So what we're testing here right now is for, again, and there's a lot, and again, it's just simple characters to get you to cross-site script stored. And by the way, that's stored-based cross-site scripting in the invulnerable GraphQL environment. So anytime you visit that page, you will see owl yip yip come up on the page, just for fun. So, but in general, these are things that need to look out for and things that you need to pay attention to when you're hacking APIs. Also, as you're learning this stuff, right, you can also include this into the cloud. Clouds have a crap ton of APIs that have yet to be discovered. This is information that I was not privy to a year or so ago, but I decided to do a little bit more digging and really trying to take this to the next level and showing you guys some different things here, right? So, again, with APIs in general, just remember, I want you to always remember, like, when you're testing, you have your web app, there's an API. Within that API, there's a REST or a GraphQL API, and within that GraphQL, it goes even more granular, which I will have some more research that I'll be putting out on the internet freely as well, too. More YouTube videos and everything else, because I'm really passionate about APIs. I look at it this way, and again, I love wordplay, but I will continue to be awesome, positive, and influential. That's the goals. That's it, like I said, with wordplay and everything else. But in general, here's a couple of resources that I did learn from, for starters. These are some environments that I've begun to test, and these are 100% completely free. Definitely make sure you have Docker for some of them, because again, a lot of them, and it just makes your life a little bit easier. Me, as you notice, I did this presentation of FreeBSD, so it's just a little bit weird and different, but yeah. But in general, these are some great environments to learn from. Damn Vulnerable GraphQL taught me a lot, and the Black Hat GraphQL book, I learned a lot. 90% of the material that I talked to you about today, I learned a lot from that book in general. And actually practicing the exercises, looking at the YouTube videos. I will definitely be posting the API mind map. I couldn't fit it to all my slides. There's so much information. I will be posting the API mind map. You definitely want to check that out. I know they already have one for Active Directory, but this is one for APIs where you will find an amazing amount of information. And hopefully today, this talk has inspired someone to actually start digging into the research of APIs and hopping into, I call it the revolution. Also, here's some more. That's my contact info. Excuse the mistake at the top, but yeah, that's my contact info. I pretty much live on the internet. I just come outside for air. So I'm on Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn as well, too. Please feel free. DMs are always open. Please feel free to send me a line or anything else. Or if you got some cool research or something that, hey, Charles, check this out. This might be pretty cool. I'm always open to it because, again, I'm constantly learning. My mindset is always of learning, sharing, and definitely caring. I love y'all.
Where we've been, where we're going, why we will never forget. Support the Astronauts Memorial Foundation at Kennedy Space Center. Visit astronautsmemorial.org. Purchase your Challenger Columbia specialty license plate today.
We are part of something larger than us, and it's this very profound and spiritual need that humans have to explore and to expand our God-given desires to reach out to the heavens.
The Astronauts Memorial Foundation was founded in the wake of the Challenger accident, and we have a two-part mission. The first part of our mission is to honor our fallen astronauts who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our country and for our space program. And the second part of our mission is to inspire the next generation. The programs we have here at the CSE are extremely important for our space industry because the industry needs the next generation of rocket scientists and engineers and astronauts. We need pipe fitters, we need welders, we need journalists, we need artists, and our job here is to inspire that next generation to come back here to Kennedy Space Center and work in our industry.
They say that hydrogen and kerosene or natural gas propels our rockets. What really propels our rockets is brain power, is having these incredibly talented individuals that can build and design these wonderful flying machines. And we can't do that unless we start at a very young age.
It's important for students to come here on site to Kennedy Space Center and to come here to the Center for Space Education because there's no place like it in the world. You don't get the same experience in a classroom as you do here. Students can come here, participate in a program, come to one of our events, and then walk outside and run into an astronaut in the hallways, or step outside and see SpaceX launch a rocket, and they can feel the ground shaking beneath them. They can see this rocket taking off before them. There's no other place like Kennedy Space Center.
We have a unique opportunity when we bring students on site because not only do we get to teach them about space and the current NASA missions, but we also get to show them what that looks like in real life, and they can make that real world connection that they wouldn't get if they were just in the classroom.
We have a very diverse set of programs that we do, from very, very young children, pre-K to college. But we also have programs that include professionals, PhDs, and adults. And we educate from the full spectrum.
The best part about what we do here is connecting students with the space industry. These students need to know that Kennedy Space Center exists and a career for them exists.
As adults, we are learning, we are exploring. We don't know everything there is to know about space yet, and students are constantly learning and exploring throughout their everyday life as they grow up. And so we are able to come together on an even playing field and show students that we don't know everything either, and we get to explore together.
I want, and my goal is, to make sure that students that don't think that they're cut out to work here at the Space Center, or they don't think that working at NASA or for one of the commercial companies is attainable, we need to change that, and we need to make sure kids know that space is for them.
Our part is to inspire and to educate, and also to remember those who have given it all, given the ultimate sacrifice, their lives for human spaceflight. What's probably most touching about that is even those who experienced and lost loved ones, like our family members, will tell you it's worthwhile, that we should not stop, we should not let that deter us, that we have a very, very worthy and profound mission that we need to fulfill, and it's important to mankind.
Ignition sequence start.
First orbits.
Oh, that view is tremendous.
First walks. First landings.
3, 2, 1.
But best of all, realizing our greatest achievements are yet to come. The Astronauts Memorial Foundation at Kennedy Space Center. Visit astronautsmemorial.org. Purchase your Challenger Columbia specialty license plate today.
Hey everybody, welcome back to HackSpaceCon 2024 here at Kennedy Space Center. The only place that's more spacey than Kennedy Space Center is actual space itself. So if you want the full space experience, you must come to Kennedy Space Center here on the space coast of Florida, having a great time today. And of course, I did run into one of my good buds, a good friend, a pal of all things cyber. It doesn't matter if it's me or you, if it's cybersecurity related, this guy is all about it, and I'm happy to have you here with me today. I want Mr. John Hammond. John, welcome, man. How's it going?
Hey there, Daniel. Thanks so much for letting me join you. This is a blast. I'm having a ton of fun.
Yeah, how's it going?
It's okay. Goodness, I got to admit, this is my first time here at HackSpaceCon. I missed it last year, but it is just overwhelming how awesome and exciting and like how happy everyone is to just be together and, I don't know, do some great security work and still just enjoy the community. So having a lot of fun with it.
Absolutely. Have you had a chance to sit some talks today?
A few. I've been sitting in on a few. Some that are chatting about, you know, hey, the big buzzword, artificial intelligence, machine learning here and there. A little bit of cool space sprinkled in, a little bit of satellite shenanigans with security on that front. And hey, just some traditional endpoint security. Just thinking about, look, what's the red team look like? What's the blue team look like? So awesome, great stuff, and a lot to dig into.
Absolutely. I mean, there's been so many diverse types of talks. Just about every piece and area, enclave, yeah, that's the word I'm looking for, of security is kind of represented here. We've seen web applications, we've seen AI, we've seen AI, API. There's so many that's going on here. Mobile, you name it. Something is going on in just about every one of these rooms. Any particular one that you were excited to see?
So I'll be honest. I got to admit, hey, I was really looking forward to Dave Kennedy and his keynote, and he does an incredible job every time. And it's always, look, I know he's leading the charge with the keynote and all, but he has such a great message on a lot of the detection capability that a lot of the blue team and defenders really need to bring to the table. And he, of course, adds this disclaimer where he says, like, look, I love the offense, I love breaking stuff, but when we talk about cybersecurity and the real threat landscape, there's this idea of the sophisticated quote-unquote threat actors that we hear about in the news and headlines and all. And there's just the run-of-the-mill, I don't know, commonplace malware or threat actors that still wreak havoc. And they can get their foot in the door just from low-hanging fruit. But look, if we could just really, really board stuff up, then that leaves us protected to really care and flush out all of that commonplace low-hanging fruit stuff.
Absolutely. I think it's so easy for us to kind of get. I actually interviewed Dave this morning.
Excellent.
Had a chance to talk with him. It's actually my first time to talk with Dave.
Wow.
Just you know how he is. He comes in, he does his talking, and he whisks away.
Yep.
And he takes off, right? So it was nice to be able to kind of corner him down and say, hey, can we get 5 minutes of your time? And we talked about that very thing, and we were saying how it's so easy for us to kind of get us versus them, red versus blue and purple. And not that we don't have a little friendly rivalry going on. If you're on a red team, obviously what you want to do is bypass the blue team's defenses undetected. And if you're on a blue team, you want to bust that red team and go, egg on your face, I gotcha, right? You ain't going nowhere. This is a do not move around my cabin kind of atmosphere, and that's how it's going to be. But at the end of the day, we come together, we have a few beers, we eat some pizza, and we say, man, we're hopefully going to do this better tomorrow, and we continue to make a much more safe environment. That said, I don't know, I mean, you're online a bit, right? You've heard of the interweb, right?
I try to be.
Yeah,
I do my
I
best.
think I've seen you there. Have you seen this kind of conversation that's happening around the idea that, okay, I'm a security professional. You're on a red team, you're on a blue team, you're on a purple team, whatever team. You're a threat hunter, it doesn't matter, right? I guess maybe it does revolve a little more around the attack side of things, where they make the case that, Lapsus is a bunch of 16-year-olds. I think Dave said that this morning.
He did, yeah.
Right? They got no certs. They got no formal training, and they're hacking some of the biggest companies on earth. How does that jive, in John Hammond's humble opinion, how does that jive with the industry? Again, something, going back to Dave's talk. And, okay, well, these are the kind of mature security models that we have to build, and this is what a red team looks like, and this is how they need to operate. I feel like there's a little bit of non-overlap. There is some overlap, but there is also some where they're not overlap. They're doing completely different things.
There was a lot that you had in there, and there's a good amount to unpack.
All that to say is, how close do we actually get to threat emulation on the red side of things as what you see? Is that a fair assessment that 16-year-olds with no certs and no quote-unquote, skills that they learned in a formal education are hacking these big companies?
Well, look, if I may, I think a lot of that conversation specifically boils down into, sure, if we're using the specific example of 16-year-olds or whatever folks that we may be able to roll off the shoulders their experience or their training, that brings in the conversation of just manipulating human behavior or taking advantage of the vulnerability that is the person. So with that in mind, look, I could get hacked, and I'm sure I will. I'm going to. I'm not going to.
Live in daily fear, don't we?
Yeah, well, it's just the reality that any one of us can. No one is immune. So it's not to, throw some ink on their face and poo-poo, 16-year-olds or teenagers, APT, advanced persistent teenagers, hacked us. Look, we are all in this together, whether you're blue team, red team, purple team, whatever. I know we were chatting about that a moment ago, but it's the same team, same fight. And it doesn't matter what the threat is, how big, how small, how old, how young. We just need to be keeping tabs on that and staying with it.
I think that's why I thought Dave's talk was so good, because he was kind of forcing us to think outside the box, think in different ways. Right? Really, have you ever seen the movie Down Periscope with Kelsey Grammer?
I will admit, I don't think I have.
Totally should watch it. It's hysterical,
okay.
right?
Good.
A very funny comedy. And his job, he's like a Navy captain, and his job is to play a war game, right? And they say, you are a pirate. You have hijacked a World War II era sub. Can you make it past the modern Navy? Ooh. Right? Mm-hmm. And it was because they started thinking outside the box. They didn't have the tools. They didn't have all the skills. But what they did have was ingenuity, right? What they did have was outside-the-box thinking, and they were able to bypass systems. And I thought that Dave was really hitting on that. It's yes, we do have a traditional path for learning, and we have a traditional path for creating a security program, and we'd like to see that mature. And it does work, right? So we're going to continue to do that. But don't forget to think like a pirate, right? Don't forget to think there are other ways to come at this, and just because the traditional way worked doesn't mean you shouldn't explore other avenues for the same exact thing, just because you plugged it this way doesn't mean you plugged it that way, right? And that's kind of what I get out of that conversation at large out there on the internet, as I read through the comment section, because I'm a glutton for punishment, where they're talking about that. It does get a little heated from there. There's a lot of hot takes going on, but ultimately I think the argument is worth having, or at least the debate if that makes sense.
All agreed.
I get philosophical from time to time.
Hey, I'm having fun with it. We're here to do it.
That said, what's going on in John Hammond's world, man? What are you up to lately?
Well, goodness, I'll admit, hey, I'm trying to keep my head above water. I'm just trying to stay busy, keep in touch with everything. And look, I still see, I don't know, there's some crazy Palo Alto vulnerability, some command injection vulnerability that I saw pop this morning, stuff to chase, stuff to run around. But at the same time, I want to still be pushing out education, and content, and training. So while I've been out on travel, I'll admit, I was out this past week and now this week, and we'll hopefully be able to get back in the office to get back to work soon. But it's funny, I'm trying to record some videos and make some silly content, and I'm in a hotel room, so you can see like the curtain behind me, and I apologize, like, I'm sorry, I'm out on travel, but we got to keep things moving, so staying with it.
Awesome, man, because I was telling you earlier, like, you're always putting out something cool, you're always putting out something relevant. I rarely, if ever, see John drop a video and me go, I'll watch that later. And it's like, all right, cool, yeah, y'all get out of my face. I got to watch a John Hammond video because you always got some great stuff, something interesting, something worthwhile watching. And, you know, it's really cool that you kind of help all of us, whether we're new to it or in it, stay on top of things because you are right there on the edge pushing out, this is something new, this is something that's out there. So I think that's why your channel's done really well, and God bless you, son. Right?
Thank you so much.
We appreciate how much effort you put into your channel, and may it continue to thrive. May your first child be a mascot. we love to see you succeed in that because your success equals our success, and that's how I truly feel about it. And if you don't like it, well, I guess that's one man's opinion.
Well, hey, thank you so much. I appreciate all the kind words and support.
No problem. How's things over at Huntress?
Things are great. Hey, we're thinking up and scheming for some new product launches that I won't spill the beans on yet, but we might still have some pretty cool stuff coming by summer. If you're in that, hey, managed service provider or small mid-market business world, if you're tracking Huntress and my day job, some cool new innovations, some cool new great stuff for Mac and the whole other world, not just Windows, but moving and shaking, just having a blast and keeping it cruising.
Excellent, man. I love to hear that. A lot of people wonder, how does John find the time to run a full-time job, basically a full-time YouTube? Like, what are you sleeping? Have you like taken some sort of oath with the devil, and he's giving you sleepless nights, but it doesn't bother you? Like, what's going on?
Well, I have figured out the very cool new hack. Maybe this I'll have to put in for a CVE or some new exploit or vulnerability. But if you can actually unlock, like it's an achievement, like you get the Xbox pop-up notification, you could unlock a whole new extra 8 hours of your day if you just don't sleep.
Oh, well, there you go.
If you just replace your bloodstream with energy drinks, who knows what you can do?
So is that like an IV situation, or it's just straight drinking all the time?
I don't know. Hey, it's probably a guilty pleasure, maybe a vice, but...
What's your drink of choice? What's your energy drink?
So okay, we're getting maybe a little too tomfoolery here, but I went from Monster to Ghost.
I've heard, so Mike Saunders is a Ghost fan.
Really?
Like, oh, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, he was trying to push me on it hard.
And I've found a new, sort of small little hip thing, but aptly named Update. I think it is so perfect for tech or cybersecurity kind of showcase have your update, have your security updates. But it's delicious and it works well, and I don't know, I hope I can still keep churning stuff out and doing the best work I can.
Yeah, now there's a sponsored ad that I'd love to see on John's video. This John Hammond video brought to you by Update. Have you updated today? Right? Like, I cannot wait. I know this is exactly what it's going to look like. So that'll be a lot of fun. Let's see here. Have you gotten out to the park at all?
I'll admit, not quite yet.
Not quite yet? Wait until the con's over?
Yeah. Just trying to balance a little bit
action.
both work and play. But I think, and help me out here, I don't know if I'm wrong, there is a rocket launch tonight?
There is a SpaceX launch tonight at around 9 p.m. Eastern time.
So that I'm really looking forward to.
Yes.
But I don't know the logistics. I don't know where, when, how, etc. So I hope someone can like hold my hand and shepherd me for that thing.
The cool thing about it is you literally can't miss it at all.
Good
right?
enough.
You just look into the eastern sky, and when you see the giant red fireball go up, that would be the rocket. And it's really, really cool to watch. Growing up here as a kid, we've seen a lot of like shuttle launches, and I was telling people earlier, I used to actually help escort the Delta rockets from Boeing.
Oh, wow.
From Colorado to here, and we would watch them fire off and stuff like that. So I've seen a lot of launches, but it never fails to Like, please.
Yeah.
You know, it's always awesome to see and go, man, that is just so cool. And now that the rocket doesn't just fall in the water, it comes back down and lands on a platform. You're like, this is like we're literally living in sci-fi land at this point. It's way too cool to watch. So I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Yeah, that'll be a whole new experience for me. So it is something I am looking forward to.
Yeah. You just got to stay up and watch it. If you weren't aware of it, though, then you might have thought that, this was the end of the world. Why is there a big red fireball in the sky?
I hear lots of loud noises.
Where's that Mayan calendar? I think this is it. This is the day? I didn't know it was today. I was supposed to get a reminder. But
now, I was over in the Northeast with a lot of folks screaming and running around about the solar eclipse. And that was pretty neat. That was pretty cool. I don't know if you guys had any visibility or anything.
We did a little bit.
We
did a little bit.
Yeah.
It was maybe, maybe a sixth of a full, not too great, but enough that you could totally see it. My kids had glasses. They were out in the yard looking at it. And I'm like, don't take the glasses off and look at the sun. Always have the glasses. Safety tip, if you ever look at. Did you see the Starlink video? So there was a Starlink satellite that caught the eclipse crossing the Earth from space.
Wow.
So you were seeing it from the opposite direction. It looked crazy, bro. It was this black hole moving across the Earth. Of course, it's all time lapse and everything, so it moves fast. It was, if you don't believe in doomsday prophecies, that would be the kind of video that would make you go, man, I should rethink this, because that looks crazy.
All right. Anyway, cybersecurity.
Listen, and space.
Yeah. Hack Space Con.
Hack Space Con, John. Don't ruin my fun. But yeah, that's great stuff. I am under the impression, though, that we do have a couple of really cool videos that we can show. We're going to key that up and let our audience enjoy that because... Yeah, because we were talking about Dave Kennedy earlier, so our first video is going to be Dave Kennedy.
Excellent. Well, hey, thank you so much for letting me join you here. This is a ton of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Hey there, everybody. I've got a special treat today. I'm here with Dave Kennedy from Trusted Sec. You know him, you love him, right? That is to know the man is to love the man. He just delivered one of the best talks I've ever seen. It was awesome. It was excellent. I love how you bring your experience in and then make it relevant for everybody at every level. How the heck do you do that?
It's funny. When I try to talk, I think about where we kind of evolved from as human beings, like cavemen, things like that. And at the end of the day, all we have is stories, right? And stories are kind of like my theme here today, right? Making a good story of your life and things like that. And so for me, it's a matter of balancing storytelling, but also people being able to walk out with like tangible things that they can think differently on. And so, today's was very much of like, how can we move faster to build security into organizations and companies that doesn't require the red tapes of changing things in the business and, being able to do things that actually stops me as an attacker, right? Because that's at the end of the day, like if you're stopping me, you're doing pretty good, right? So, it's just, trying to balance like the technical components, bringing people up, people that may be less experienced and being able to talk to the whole audience. I really enjoy it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love how you kind of make us have to rethink how we think about the thing. And that's kind of seemed to be one of the main focuses of your talk was to like, look at what you're doing and forget this whole idea that we're kind of like against each other, the other people trying to freeze you out and give you the mean mug, right, as they walk by. Like, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to actually make you safer. We want to make sure that what you're doing is working. So work with this. I'm sure that you've had more than just that struggle throughout this. What would you say is the most effective measure for bringing those teams together and getting that buy-in and coming together as a team instead of seeing each other as adversarial?
Yeah, when you go into an organization, we see this all the time. You see where security and IT or security in the business are fighting all the time, right? And it should never be that. At the end of the day, security should be one of the biggest advocates for the business and making sure that it goes in the way that it wants to. And I think when you forge relationships and people, at the end of the day, a lot of security folks maybe aren't the best at communicating to people, right? We were super brilliant, but the soft skills are really where we lack at, right?
No.
Yeah. So a lot of the first things that I did, when I became a chief security officer for Diebold was, I was buying beer and pizza for IT staff. I was forging relationships with the business so that they trusted me, I trusted them, and we had the best interest at heart for everybody, right? And I think it's really, before you even do a vulnerability management program or a governance program or anything else, you have to have those relationships established. You're not going to be successful, and it's going to be that adversarial thing. It's going to take forever to go and get those things done. Whereas, if everybody has a shared interest along with you, a shared responsibility, it's a different story, right?
But never underestimate the power of beer and pizza, ladies and gentlemen. It will get you far in life.
Pizza is literally a staple of every forced relationship going back since pizza ever existed. But also, to give a shout to Lisa Forte, pineapple and ham on the pizza is the best. Just throwing that out there. So
there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pineapple and ham. If you're not doing it, then you're doing it wrong, according to one Dave Kennedy. Any parting words for our audience out there? I know a lot of people are probably watching this or coming to cons. Maybe it's their first con. What should they be looking for? What should they be trying to get out of going to a con or watching talks?
Well, first of all, I just want to give a shout out to all the folks at HackSpaceCon. I mean, what an incredible event here. I mean, it's my first time. I know there's one in Louisville as well, so I'm going to have to make it to that. But the vibes here, the people, everybody's welcoming, and also, the big aspects that HackSpaceCon and its founders have on helping and giving back, to veterans, to people coming into this industry, making training affordable, like, hits right in the heart for me as well, and what my mission is, right? Making the world a better place. And so just a really great group of folks here. I highly recommend if you get a chance, come into HackSpaceCon. It's incredible. But anytime you go to a conference, it's going to be overwhelming. Just pick things that you're interested in, right? For me, I mentioned in the talk that offense has always been my passion, right? I made it my hobby. It wasn't my job. It was my hobby. So I'd go home and, I'd research, how to get around data execution prevention for, 2 weeks straight,
Damn you, DEP.
I wrote one of the first papers on circumventing data execution prevention, which eventually became called Return-Oriented Programming or ROP Gadgets, right? It wasn't called that at the time, but it was kind of cool. But, it's those types of things where we're figuring things out and making your hobby that you like to do, whether it's hardware hacking, whether it's defense, whether it's threat hunting, whether it's governance, whatever, it doesn't matter. But home in on those and become kind of a master in that area. And, you still learn the other stuff, but, it's such a vast industry, so big, so many different things to learn that I find like focusing on something that you really enjoy doing and making that your passion will make you successful.
I can concur with that because somebody was saying, you'll get bored if you keep doing the same thing over and over again. Well, unless I'm really passionate about it, then good news is this is a never-ending bucket. It is a bottomless pit of information when it comes to information security. So find that fun thing, and like Dave said, just start going down that rabbit hole and become a master of that thing. And don't forget the other stuff, but if you can carve that niche, it's really helpful.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more.
All right, Dave, thanks so much for joining us today, and thanks so much for your talk. We look forward to seeing you around. I'm sure we'll bump into each other more and with other cons as well. And thanks for your watching. We've got more to come from HackSpaceCon, so be sure to check us out there.
We're doing a Hack RedCon. It's the beta run, so it's the first year. It's a HackerCon, so basically we're bringing hackers from all over the United States and different parts of the world virtually. We brought this conference together with the idea of creating an environment where we can leverage education, connections, mentoring, helping the community, reaching out to different communities around the country, minority communities, women, or even at-risk, rural, low-income, where they don't necessarily have access to technology. The most important goal that we have is coming to the community and saying, mentor one person, educate one person. And it doesn't have to be where you're helping them get a certificate. Give somebody advice on how to get into the field. Tell them your story. And that one story can impact millions of lives. So that's our big mission. And our basically ask to the community is come together and help somebody else that needs help.
Thanks for coming out today. So, if you like that artwork, that's J-Con back there. He's the man behind everybody, making us look good. Yeah. All right, so the name of my talk is That Shouldn't Have Worked, Payload Development 101. So this is me. It's a bigger picture of me if you want to see it. It's a little bit about me, a few certs I have, a few things I like to do. We got a lot to get through, so I'm going to jump through. So, the who and the why of this talk. When I wrote this talk, basically I tried to write it as something that I wish I had had when I was coming up. But also, we get asked a lot after an assumed breach or a red team, you know, how do you guys know how to do these things? What are the concepts we need to learn so we can start better securing our endpoints? So, you know, I kind of had that moment where I wanted to put this together to at least get the concepts out there. And then got a quote down there at the bottom, basically saying, this was a quote from Jeff McJunkin, saying that, you know, everything's stealthy until they're watching for it. So, and that concept kind of goes throughout this talk. So, payload development, malware development, whatever you want to call it, is really a cat and mouse game. What works today might not work tomorrow. I can't tell you how many times we've spent 2-3 days getting our shellcode up and running against an EDR. Friday rolls around, we come back on Monday, and all of our beacons are dead. Everything's just not working at that point. So it's very much something that if it works today, you need to try and get as much done as you can until it starts getting detected. Another thing is keep it simple. I can't tell you how many times we've spent days trying to get a shellcode loader up and running just to figure out that PowerShell would have ran it just fine. It all depends on, you know, what the environment is watching for and what they're blocking. And to that point too, every environment is different. Depending on how it's tuned, which add-ons they have for which defensive products, you can't say because they have this EDR, this thing is not going to work. You have to test those things. And then, to be clear, nothing here is new or groundbreaking. I'm not going to show you any crazy O-days. But it may be new to you or your team. So I wanted to include this basically to give credit where credit's due. The researchers, the open source tool writers, those are the real heroes. That's just me running around down there at the bottom acting like I know what I'm doing. So let's jump right into it. This is basically the agenda. We're going to talk through the different phases and considerations that we put into building our shellcode loaders. Basically, we're going to run through each of these steps and kind of demonstrate ways that you could show where your defensive products would either fail at this point or, you know, you are definitely blocking these things. We'll also kind of run through some of the common execution methods that we use on tests. And then there's a couple slides at the end that have some resources for training or for, you know, just further research into these topics. So let's talk about our initial considerations. First and foremost, you have to figure out what language you're going to run. So in most cases, we're writing C, C++, because that gives us raw access to the API calls. But we use a lot of .NET too. We don't use PowerShell as much nowadays, but it is still in there. But C# and F# are two of the biggest .NET languages that we use pretty regularly. VBA is also starting to kind of fall by the wayside since we can't really email those things in anymore. But once we're on the endpoint, we can definitely use that for persistence and lateral movement. Now, the languages listed on the right are the ones that we're not using as much. But we do tend to go there once we figure out that the languages that we commonly use are getting caught. Some other file formats that we very commonly use, of course, at the top of the list are portable executables, DLLs. We use a lot of XML. We'll talk about this a little more later. But when we start building out .NET payloads for some of the tools that are built into Windows, we use that very regularly. Now, again, like the Microsoft add-in files, those, again, are starting to kind of fall by the wayside more now that Microsoft has put up a lot more protections around those, but we do still use them. But I wanted to make this list just to kind of show for the teams that are out there testing their endpoint products, there's a myriad of ways of getting code execution. So another thing that often gets overlooked is the delivery of the payload. So we do work with some blue teamers that, you know, they have some coding chops and they will actually start building shellcode loaders themselves. Most of the time they're grabbing one, modifying it a little bit and getting it going. The problem is they're executing this on the exact same system where they built it. So a real attacker isn't going to have access to a system in your box, I mean, hopefully. But what they're going to do is they're going to trick someone into downloading this file. And when you download, you want to make sure that you also simulate all the different ways that it could be downloaded. You know, a web browser being the most obvious, but PowerShell, BitsAdmin, curl, these are all different ways to grab things from a stock Windows machine. And they all have different protections built around them. Another thing is when you download things through a web browser, the mark of the web gets attached to the file. So what we're talking about with mark of the web, it's an alternate data stream that gets attached to the file. And this is how Windows knows that you downloaded this through a web browser. This is also how Smart Screen works. You know, that big blue pop-up that you get when you download an executable from the internet and you attempt to run it. Now, there at the bottom, I wanted to include a PowerShell command that can actually show you what that zone identifier looks like. So some of the bypasses that we pretty commonly use, we like to code droppers. So basically you encode or encrypt a file, include it in the dropper, and then it actually has logic or code to decrypt or decode that file and drop it to disk, and then perform more actions after that if necessary. This is a good way of getting around it because while the dropper itself will have the mark of the web attached, the files that get rewritten to disk will not. Another one are container files. So what we're talking about here are like archives like zips or tar archives, but also things like the virtual hard disks or ISO files. Now recently Microsoft has put a lot of work into attaching mark of the web to the contents of zip files or ISO files, but there are still third-party utilities out there that may not necessarily attach that. Also with the tar, since that's now built into Windows, that is just a straight up bypass. Any files that are extracted from that will not have mark of the web, but it's also not as easy as just double clicking the container and then the user now has access to it. So I wanted to show you what a mark of the web or a zone identifier looks like. So I created just a random executable. I uploaded it to like a droplet, like a VPS out on the internet. I downloaded it, and then I ran the PowerShell command from before. And as you can see, this is all the information that gets attached. Now, when that file moves to another system, it doesn't necessarily carry that with it. But for this system here, to simulate a user downloading your phishing payload, this is what would get attached for most files that get downloaded. And then you can see at the bottom, I took the exact same executable, tarred it into an archive, put it on the same droplet, downloaded it again, and when I ran that same command, there's no zone identifier attached to it. So it's important, if you are trying to simulate this in your environment, that you also emulate this part of the attack chain so that you make sure that you are, hitting up against any defenses that may be there. So once we've kind of gotten through that, we start thinking through what are some of the initial protections and detections that are going to stop us when we go to execute. So the first thing that we'll talk about is AMSI. So this is the anti-malware scanning interface. And this was built into Windows pretty much at the height of the PowerShell malware phases, 10, 11 years ago. But this gets loaded into every process through AMSI.dll, and this is how Microsoft Defender performs the antivirus actions on your computer. Since it's loaded in user land, this is also fully controllable by the user. So if we set code in our loader to bypass AMSI, then we have full control over that. But because that is also being watched, anytime you make those calls, since that's abnormal, that can also lead to a detection. So you kind of have to weigh the odds of that happening. So there are a lot of documented bypasses out there for AMSI. First off is using a tool like Threat Check. You can go through and find the offending bytes, the thing that Windows Defender was going to put an alert out for. Once you've found that, you can figure out where that is in your code, change those signatures, and now you're moving straight through. You can also achieve the same thing with like a hex editor if you go straight to those bytes. But that can also affect whether your application still runs. Another thing is to zero out the AMSI scan buffer. So the AMSI scan buffer is basically the buffer in memory that pulls the file in to start breaking it apart and figuring out if anything here is malicious. What you can do is you can patch memory so that the scan buffer is actually 0 bytes. Now the file doesn't fit and AMSI just goes along like everything's okay. You can, another function you can patch in AMSI is the init failed. So basically you are telling AMSI that it didn't load right, and so it just goes, okay. Actually blinds Windows Defender because it has no way of seeing these things in memory. If you want to generate some random AMSI bypasses, there's the website amsi.fail. Basically, every time you click generate, it uses different text or command obfuscation techniques to go in and give you a new version of the bypass on every generation. So, you know, obviously with it being antivirus, it's not infallible. So Microsoft started putting in additional protections. They started building in ways to trace a series of events during execution. So they built out ETW, or event tracing, for Windows. A lot of EDR products use this. They use custom consumers so that they can find things that may not be already built into the stock ETW. And all of the API calls for ETW are built into NTDLL, which is another DLL that gets loaded into your process's memory. Now this can be bypassed, but again, detection is built up around tampering with those API calls. So again, you're kind of back in the cat and mouse game. Additionally, ETW, there are extensions of these where they have a TI on the end in the names, and this is for threat intelligence. This is how Microsoft keeps their ETW up to date so that they can catch new things as they're emerging. So we talked about we were going to be able to bypass this. A lot of times we get caught when we are operating with .NET tooling. So since .NET is an interpreted language, a lot of these things can just trigger on simple things like variable names or known strings. So, you know, something as innocuous as changing Mimi cats to Mimi dogs in the code can often be enough to get around a signature. It's not a silver bullet, but it does help. You can also change signature namespaces for the tooling that you download from GitHub. One big example is Rubius. We typically change that as soon as we're trying to compile a new version. But another thing that's built in, especially with Visual Studio, is when you download these applications from GitHub, they have metadata such as like the title, the product, the GUID associated with that application. If you can go in and change those things, which is as simple as looking at the properties in the code, you can change a lot of the signatures and bypass them. You can also patch the call hooks. So since a lot of EDR relies on ETW, a lot of times this will be just enough to help you squeak by, but all of your kind of secondary actions are still being logged. So it's definitely also something to keep in mind, but if you keep it within the same process, you should be good. So since we talked about hooks, it's a good time to kind of figure out what exactly that is. So the way EDR monitors for certain malicious actions outside of things like ETW is they start putting hooks on the API calls that are often associated with malware. So if you look at the top here, you can see that the beginning of an API call, the NT read virtual memory, it starts with a jump instruction. All API calls start with moving the arguments for the API call onto the stack. So when it immediately starts with a jump, that tells us that we're basically detouring to another DLL or another part of memory. Often this is what the defensive products are doing so that they can implement their extra checks. If you look down at the bottom, the exact same call, the NT write virtual memory, you can see that it's basically setting up for calling that API call. It's moving whatever arguments need to be on the stack and then calling it. So there are ways to unhook, basically because, again, this is in user land, we have full access to these things. We can parse each of the API calls and look for that jump instruction and then just override it with the stock bytes. We can compare this to what should be there and make sure that we don't have that jump instruction at the beginning. We can also just overwrite the entire DLL in process memory. So let's say it's NTDLL that has a lot of hooked API calls. We can just have code in there that literally goes in, loads NTDLL on top of that exact same memory space, and now we've got a clean copy on disk. Now, one of the guys running around here at the con today, Matthew Eidelberg, had a really cool method. He wrote a tool called freeze, and basically what this does is when your loader loads, it loads a sacrificial process in a suspended state. So the secondary application never actually runs, but it is loaded in memory with all those DLLs. And before EDR has a chance to basically at the kernel level. But that would be a horrible nightmare for privilege escalation if user land users were able to just talk straight to the kernel. So a lot of proxy calls were created. All of these start with NT or ZW. So basically the way a syscall works is if that proxy function is hooked, we can just bypass it directly and set up what is essentially the exact same thing. So these proxy calls, all they're doing is moving an ordinal to the kernel level call onto the stack and then calling that kernel level call through the proxy call. That's what this system service number is. With the syscalls, we can essentially just do the same thing ourselves. Run assembly code that puts that ordinal where it needs to be, and then basically have Windows do the hard work for us. This can be stealthier than userland API calls, but again, it can also get into the cat and mouse game of no program should be trying to bypass those proxy functions. So there's a few different ways to generate these syscalls. Syswhispers is probably the most popular. Syswhispers 2 and 3 are pretty much the de facto. Syswhispers 3 is pretty much, they just went back and added 32-bit support for any 32-bit applications that you need syscalls in, but more or less they're mostly the same. Some other ways of kind of roundabout or indirectly generating syscalls is through the Hell's Gate and the Halos Gate from Sector 7. Sector 7 puts out a lot of awesome training for how to write malware, and in both of these instances, these are kind of indirect ways of resolving those API calls so that you can make them. And then finally, you can just put unmanaged assembly code straight into C#. Basically what this means is instead of being interpreted, you are executing that real assembly code. All right, so now that we've kind of talked about some of the initial protections that we were up against, let's talk about the sandbox. So where exactly is this sandbox? So AV and EDR will execute files in the sandbox so that they can check and see if there's anything suspicious going on. Most of the time, this is a small virtual machine that is running locally in memory, but more and more we do see that these are being hosted in a cloud service as well. And then they can, we can kind of look for signs that we're sitting in a sandbox programmatically prior to running our malicious code. So one of the biggest bypasses that we like to use is time. So the name of the game is we want to slow down execution. EDR cannot hinder the user from getting their actual work done. Otherwise, nobody would use it. So when you're writing your malware, you want that to kind of outlast the time frame that EDR has to look and see if anything malicious is happening. Now, the most common way, or at least the older way, was to use Windows API sleep calls. And basically what these are doing is you're just telling your application to sleep for a certain amount of time and then start the execution back up. So EDR got wise to this, or the vendors got wise to this, and so now in their sandbox, they can just simulate that time, and then they can also detect when these sleep calls are coming and see if that's kind of an indicator of something malicious. So one of the most common things we like to do is we like to calculate large prime numbers, calculate Fibonacci sequence, try and just put some kind of random code that has nothing to do with anything and just have it sit there and kind of chew away at that so that we can get past that without using those API calls. And kind of as I said earlier, those endpoint protections, if they slow down the end user experience, then those companies don't want to use that product in their environment anymore. Another option is to use size. So if you can inflate your binary to a certain size, EDR will just bypass it altogether because they can't scan all of that memory in a reasonable amount of time. So one of the ways to do this, a guy on our team, Mike Saunders, wrote a tool called DigDug. And what it does is it just pads out a binary using English words to make it a certain size. This has the benefit of also not looking like it's just a ton of random data in there. It looks like something that would go along with the application. As I mentioned before, Matt Eidelberg, he's running around here somewhere. He also wrote a tool called Mangle, which pads it out with zeros. The cool thing about that is that when you go to compress this down, like in a zip file or some kind of archive, it'll actually zip back down to its regular size. So you've got this 700 meg executable that's now, 40 kilobytes again. The only bad thing is now security vendors are starting to catch on to these zero padded files. So again, back to the cat and mouse. But like I said earlier, those endpoint protections are not going to scan a massive file. They just don't have time. Another one is domain status. So we can check if we're even in the target environment. Especially the cloud-hosted VMs are going to be, they're not going to be domain joined. So this is something that that we can take advantage of and just check: are we joined to the correct domain? Are we domain joined at all? And as long as we have that information ahead of time, that's something we can code in. So the only problem with checking that we're in the actual correct domain is that we would have to have that knowledge ahead of time, but that's not impossible to get during social engineering or during recon. So, and this is a few other things, but mainly the concept here is we're looking to see, does this look like a regular user's machine? So we would look at things like monitor resolution, or is there a monitor attached at all? Very rarely, if ever, does a user actually have a session on a box that does not have a monitor. We look at the amount of RAM. Those sandboxes are often, half a gig of RAM, something like that. No real user out there is using a machine with those limited resources. We can look at the MAC address to see if it's already a virtualized network adapter, that kind of thing. The number of processor cores, basically all of this is kind of spelled out in this GitHub repo, check please. This is a repo from Brandon Arvenaghi and Chris Trunser, and what they did was they took as many different sandbox bypasses as they could think of, and then they coded them out in all of the languages listed there. This is all out on GitHub, and you can actually just copy and paste these directly into your shellcode loader, and then just wrap whatever your logic is for launching your shellcode basically just inside of a function that does these checks. So now that we've talked about the sandbox, let's talk about static detections. So most of the time, we're trying to load position-independent binary shellcode. This shellcode is embedded in a program variable and can often be detected at rest. That's how, as soon as you write that file to disk, Windows Defender is already screaming and getting it off disk. So one way that they can tell is they're looking at the byte patterns that are stored in the data section. Another thing they're looking at is they're looking for large data sections with high entropy. So entropy is basically randomness. A lot of applications, when they have, 2, 3 megs of nothing but randomized data, that automatically makes it look suspicious, especially if it just came from the internet and it's a binary that's not on VirusTotal or a lot of these other places where common binaries get uploaded. So also when you encrypt or encode, you're increasing that entropy. So we have to look for ways around increasing that entropy. One way to do that is to store the data using known or common data types. One thing we abuse pretty regularly are universal unique identifiers, or UUIDs. These are also called GUIDs, but they're essentially the same. They're like a 32-character string that basically is an identifier. And but since it follows the hexadecimal rules, you can just encode your shellcode into those UUIDs and store them. And those are fairly common data types to be found in an executable. Another one is just to tack it onto the end of an image file. Image files by themselves are already pretty random. So if you have images embedded in your shellcode loader, you can also just cat the shellcode onto the end of that and then extract it back out at runtime. Another thing to do is to map the bytes to lower entropy data. Kind of as I talked about earlier, Mike Saunders on our team came up with a technique for mapping bytes to English words. So, for example, like 0x01, you map that to the word cat, you map the second byte to ball, the third byte to sky, etc. But then at runtime, you just map them back to, you keep a map of what those kind of go back to, and now you can rebuild it once you've bypassed a lot of the other detections. But sitting at rest, this can easily bypass a lot of security products. Another thing is just to use a different encryption key every time. And while this doesn't necessarily lower the entropy, it can lower the detection rate just based on signatured passwords or strings or keys, excuse me, that often get used in malware. So another thing are static signatures. So these are basically what the antivirus companies are trying to make so that they know if this application shows up in your environment, there's probably something going on that needs to be investigated. One way we get around that is just using a different compiler. Most of the time you're going to use Visual Studio or something like it to compile the code, and the optimizations that compiler does are pretty much the same every time. So you can use something like the minimum new for Windows, or MingW, however you pronounce it, compiler, and oftentimes that's enough to just walk right past any signatures based on that. Also, another big thing is if it came from GitHub, it's signatured. Just like you have public access to that service, so do all the security vendors. So you need to go through the code and try and change little things and try and make sure that it works, but also make sure that you have detections that are a little more robust than just those signatures. Also, if it's a widely used C2 framework, the default payloads are signatured. We use a lot of Cobalt Strike, we use Sliver, Covenant, we started using Brute Ratel, but so do all the EDR vendors. And so they are writing signatures as fast as they can so they can protect their customers. So if you're using the default payloads, you just download it, install it, run it, they have signatures for that, unless you have some way of modifying that. So some of the ways we bypass public code signatures: change the variable names, change the lengths. Basically, if the same variables are always being set up by, say, Cobalt Strike, you can go in and just make them 1 byte bigger. And in most cases, that's enough to automatically start messing with the signatures that are out there. You can change the checksum or hash of the final payload. So you generate your payload, and then, like I was saying earlier, just cat something innocuous onto the end of it. Just echo out maybe like a picture that you have, or literally just a couple of 0 bytes on the end. Sometimes that's enough to completely change the checksum without messing with the signature. Also, again, like I said before, change the default encryption keys. So you download these, GitHub tools, and it's got the, it's got the key like I hacked your network. You can literally go in and change it to anything else. You could probably just take off the last letter, and that's enough to get around it. And then, like I was saying with the C2 frameworks, modify. We use a lot of Cobalt Strike, and we put a lot of effort into using the kits to modify every aspect that we can of the framework. So, but sometimes it's enough to just go in and recompile all of the base payloads that they use during execution just by running the build script that comes with it with those kits, and that's enough to bypass the detections. So another thing to look at are the order of operations. So pretty much all the malware out there is going to follow the same order of operations. You have shellcode stored in the application, you're going to provision memory space, you're going to copy the payload into that memory, you're going to make it executable, and you're going to run. So you want to try and break up that order with just unnecessary code. Put just dead-end branches in the code, put those things where you're calculating those large numbers between each step. You can even do it out of order as long as you still follow that order at the end of the day. But anytime you do those things, you've now messed with the series of events along with any kind of signatures for how the memory is getting moved around. So another thing, and this seems obvious, but it's not always easy, is don't be suspicious immediately. So if your shellcode loader executes, runs, and you have a C2 beacon within half a second of execution, then this can be suspicious on its own, especially if it's an application that shouldn't be talking to that particular service. So in those cases, try and delay that execution, get it into memory, let it sit there for a few minutes, and then have it execute. Another thing to look at, and this has been taught for a long time, but the parent-child process tree. So when you run an application in Windows, basically every application you are running, especially if you double-clicked it, is running as a child of Explorer.exe. That's your desktop environment. So if a suspicious process is running as a child of another process, this can be a pretty big red flag. So, like I put an example here, like why the heck is Microsoft Word running command.exe or PowerShell.exe or this unknown binary we just downloaded from the internet? Another thing is when you inject into processes, that process is now talking to the internet. You don't want to have processes that shouldn't be talking to the internet doing that very thing. Like I put it as a joke up here, Notepad's now a web browser, but really that is a thing. A lot of times as a proof of concept, we inject into things like Notepad. But that can easily be an indicator to the blue team that something bad is going on here, and they've probably written rules to look for things like that. So in most cases, we're injecting into things like web browsers, chat applications like Slack or Teams, that kind of thing. And then finally, look at the memory protections. So if you're lazy, like most of us are, you want to code this thing and just make it read, write, execute right off the bat. That is a pretty big red flag in a lot of cases because no application really does that anymore. So during the order of operations while you're building your malware, you want to make it read and execute, write and execute so you can write your shellcode into that buffer, then make it read and execute so now you can act on that code. It's a few extra steps, but it is something that gets around a lot of detections. So now that we've talked about all that, let's get into some of the common execution methods that we use. So, of course, first up, it's going to seem obvious, portable executables. You know, there's a million different ways to abuse this file format. And it's easy to blend in with other legitimate processes, especially if you're going to have this running for days on an endpoint. You want it to not stick out like a sore thumb in the process tree. But with it being an executable, you know, it is highly scrutinized, both by protection products and from non-technical people. You try to fish in with an executable, most of the time you're going to get blocked just based on Jane in accounting knows not to double-click an executable. But even though it's so highly scrutinized, it is something that we get execution with quite a bit. Also, I wanted to circle back and say that they can outright be blocked with application allow listing. So your security administrators can set up a set of rules that blocks things like executables from the internet, or baseline executables are allowed to execute things that are seen commonly in the environment, and then everything else is just outright blocked. This can be difficult to get around, but it's not impossible. So when we're executing the executable, obviously command.exe is usually the easiest way. I know it's a little further down on the list, but when you put a path to an executable in a shortcut file, that is being ran usually as a child of cmd.exe. So even if you're not getting the user to open command prompt and execute it, that is still happening and can be an indicator. Another one is to use explorer.exe. So this was a trick I came up with on a red team recently. Explorer.exe has a flag, the separate flag, and basically this will start a new explorer.exe process in the background. Your process will run as a child of that, but then the new explorer.exe will eventually die, leaving your process still running in memory, but with no parent process attached to it. Another thing we like to use are MSIs, the Microsoft installer files. So the cool thing about an MSI is you can have it run commands before or after the execution of your target installation file. So say you've got something that actually installs Zoom or something like that. If you build your own MSI installer, you can have it run some payload that you snuck in with the MSI and then run Zoom afterwards, so the user still thinks that they did a legitimate thing when they, you know, when IT called them up out of the blue and told them to run that Zoom update. And then finally, one of the biggest things we use are service binaries. Now, we're not typically shipping these in during a phishing engagement. Service binaries are built just a little differently to be used with the service command or service control manager. But basically, once we get access to a box, if we have write access to a service, we'll swap out with our malware, and that gives us the ability to execute in the context of those services, oftentimes with elevated privileges. Another thing we use very commonly is we use the living off the land binary MS-build. So for those who don't know, the LOLBAS stands for Living Off the Land Binaries and Scripts. There's a whole repo of those on the internet. I would highly recommend you check those out. But with MS-build, this is a .NET compiler. This is included with Windows 10 by default. And it can execute C# code that's embedded within an XML file, kind of as an inline task. And the execution command is just as simple as msbuild.exe, payload.xml. This is an application allow listing bypass because it's signed by Microsoft. So when you get in those hardened environments, a lot of times the administrators, since they're not aware of this, will still allow, they'll basically blanket allow anything that's signed by Microsoft. And in this case, this gives us full access to C# execution. And those XML payload files can bypass static detections because it's just text. There's nothing executable about it. So you can actually, you can host those files on the internet and then have your stub code in the XML go out and grab that. So another cool trick with MS-build is that you can change the file extension of the XML to a C# project file or CSPROJ. And this will actually cause MS-Build to automatically execute it if they're sitting in the same directory. The cool thing about this is you can take msbuild.exe, rename it, excuse me, and throw your payload with .csproj right next to it. You can throw this in the startup folder or throw a shortcut to it, and you now have persistence. And the cool thing about it is whatever you name that msbuild.exe, that's the only thing that shows up in the event history. It doesn't actually show that the CSPROJ was executed as an argument to that executable. Kind of as I said before, you can host the C# code from this XML file out on a WebDAV share or on the internet if you have the logic to download that. And you can get full execution without having to ship in your payload at the, at the initial execution. And then because it's C# code, you got full access to the Windows API. So in that case, you now have pretty much all of the same stuff you would have in those C or C++ binaries, but you're now executing through a trusted binary from a text file and just walking right past a lot of defenses. Kind of in the same vein, another thing we use is install-util. This is the .NET install and uninstall utility. Again, it's included with Windows 10 by default, and again, it's another application allow listing bypass. So we run into that pretty commonly on assumed breach type tests, and so we have to kind of find ways around the application allow listing, and these two are pretty much our go-tos. So very similar to the MSBuild.NET setup. The only thing is you have to change it to kind of you have to change one or two lines. The only problem with an install-util is you are going to have to drop your payload to disk. This could be a DLL or an executable, but it does have to be .NET, which is an interpreted language and is easy to scan for malicious stuff. So it will have to sit on disk using a lot of the techniques that we kind of talked about earlier. And also install-util is not a common application. It may be on developer machines, but not on much else. Also, install-util is designed to run for a pretty short amount of time. You're just doing an uninstall or an installation. This is not something that's expected to run for 5 days, especially calling back to the internet. So that can be a potential indicator of compromise too, just knowing that this application that we rarely see in our environment is now talking to the internet and has been for 2 weeks. So the execution command, this one up here at the top is the uninstall. I think if you leave the U flag off, you now do the installation, but you have to account for that in the code before you compile the DLL. The cool thing that we do with install-util though is we build it into our pretext. So one of the most common things I like to do is, especially before the mark of the web was affecting files inside of an ISO, is I would download an MSI of like a Zoom or WebEx installer, and you can decompile that back to just the files that are embedded within the MSI. I would basically rip that apart. I would hide my install-util DLL amongst those other files, and then I would change the shortcut that you see in all installation files out there to point to install-util and run it against my DLL that was within that ISO. And then the end user, as long as you build it out right, you can have your DLL go in and run the expected installation at the end, so they have no idea that they ran malware at that point. Finally, this is my favorite technique. This is something I use on almost every test out there, are the proxy DLLs. So this is a legitimate function from Microsoft. And what it does is you export all the same DLL functions as a real DLL. Let's take version.dll, for example. We can pull all of the exported functions out of that, the names anyway. We can build that into our DLL, and then any calls that come into our DLL will then get proxied to the real DLL that sits on disk. So like I said, with the System32 version of version.dll, Ours has the exact same function names, and if we can be higher up on the search order list for that application, then our DLL actually gets loaded into memory, and all of the function calls get proxied to the real DLL. The added bonus on top of all this is that actually allows the program to continue operation without crashing because it couldn't load that DLL. In a lot of DLL side-loading attacks, even though you're taking advantage of that name, the application may not run correctly because it can't actually get the expected data back from those DLLs. In this case, we're definitely getting execution. Oh, and at the bottom there, I listed a tool. I think it's actually Spartacus, I just realized that, but it's the proxy DLL generator. It's out on GitHub. You can generate these DLLs yourself, just feed it a binary shellcode file, and point it at the right DLL, and it'll generate for you. So here's some scenarios that we commonly abuse. So just drop it in the directory with a legitimate executable. So a lot of chat apps and a lot of applications are installed to the app data directory, which is fully writable by the user. If you use tools like some of the sysmon tools to look at what DLLs they're having to look through the search order list to find, you can just put yours right next to it, and now you've got execution and essentially persistence until you get caught, because that application, every time it runs, you now have execution. Another thing we like to do is if we have write access to a service binary folder, but we don't have the ability to stop that service, we can just drop our proxy DLL right next to it, and the next time the computer boots, we're now up and running. So in conclusion, I wanted to include a couple resource slides, as I said at the beginning. So some training to look at, the 0xPat blog. He talks through a lot of Sandbox evasion using C and C++ code, but he also explains why it's working and what you can do to modify his code. Another one is the Cocomelon C blog. This guy, every time he sees a new way of executing code, or excuse me, executing shellcode, he wants to implement it himself so he can understand the technique. Now, there's also some paid options. Sector 7, as I said before, they're releasing these trainings for about $250 a pop, and they are worth their weight in gold. You'll learn an immense amount of stuff there. Also, the Maldev Academy. Those guys are basically giving away years of research for next to nothing, which is awesome for us anyway. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention we have an intrusion ops course. Basically, this is a red teaming from top to bottom course, but one part of it is you do write malware and actually send it into an environment to get execution as just part of the course. Another one where the guys are basically giving it away is the White Knight Labs guys. I know they're running around here somewhere. They have an awesome course, the Offensive Development course. I would highly, highly recommend you check it out. And then finally, the 0-Point Security Red Team Ops course. I learned a lot about red teaming from that, even though I've been doing this for a while. And they've got a more advanced course, the Red Team Lead course, where they teach specifically EDR and AV evasion. And then I wanted to throw some resources up there. Basically, these are some awesome repos to check out. The Donut is a way of obfuscating .NET code. UPX Packer is a good way of packing whatever kind of file type you need into a fairly undetectable way. Freeze is the tool that I mentioned early on from Matt Eidelberg. Dark Armor is another way of obfuscating your payloads. I wanted to talk about mgeeky. If you've never heard of this guy, I'm going to butcher his name, but I'm pretty sure it's Marius Banak. That guy has a ton of repos that are worth digging through, not just around getting around AV and EDR. And then finally, Confuser EX, which is a tool for, again, obfuscating .NET code. Something we take advantage of a lot is the tools from Ballast Kit, Shellcode Pack Pro and Macro Pack Pro. There are a ton of techniques in there. A lot of them are not necessarily public. but there are a lot of interesting techniques, and he is constantly updating that tool. So the takeaways for this, malware development is an entire field of its own. You know, you hear about red teamers, you hear about pen testing. This really is something that you could dig into for the rest of your career if you wanted to. And I wanted to say that this talk really is an inch deep and a mile wide. It's supposed to be a jumping off point, just some concepts that you can go out and do self-study to make sure that you understand, but that you can also find examples of, so now you understand why this malware is getting past your defensive product, or understand why it is that you can't necessarily block that. And that is my talk. Thank you. All of this in it. Also wanted to point out that we have a Discord. We're fairly active in there. We also do something called the Wednesday Offensive. If you're interested in the hearing from people in the security community, we have people come on. It's pretty much 30 minutes, no slides, no BS, no sales pitches. Basically come in, listen to them talk about what they're interested in, what they're working on, and all mics are hot. You're allowed to ask questions, and in fact, we encourage it.
What an amazing talk to end HackSpaceCon 2024. I love malware development, so thank you so much, Corey, for the just great information. Really got me fired up. I can't wait to go home and start getting my hands on some keyboards. It's going to be a lot of fun. But that does it for us today here at HackSpaceCon. Man, we lived, we laughed, we loved, didn't we? It was a lot of fun. We had a great time. We learned a lot of stuff. There was so much representation here from the security community. Man, if you missed it this year, you really missed out. And hopefully we can see you in 2025. Definitely put that on your calendar and make sure you show up here in Florida. We're glad to have you and learn something about some cybersecurity. That said, we are going to call it. We thank you for joining us and we thank you for watching. And until 2025, we'll see you next time.